I don't want to die in the Marvel world. And why a vampire, of all things? What cosmic dice roll did I lose? In a dim room sealed off from the sunlight, Burt Wank stared at a Tony Stark poster on the wall, his thoughts spinning as a dull headache set in. He had loved Marvel movies as a fan, but actually living in this dangerous world, it was like being tossed into a survival horror game, on hard mode. And now, as a vampire. Sunlight, garlic, silver. Great, I'm a walking stereotype, he muttered bitterly. Ordinary people at least get to go to the beach, enjoy the sun, flirt a little. What do I get? A coffin and some blood bags. Determined, Bert's gaze hardened as he looked back at the smug image of Stark. If this world mirrored the MCU, then maybe he could survive, thrive even. He just had to change the script. His thoughts were interrupted by a snide voice from the doorway. What's the deal, Bert? You got a thing for Tony Stark? Jenny, the red-headed vampire who had turned him, stood there grinning, dressed in shorts and a tank top. Next to her loomed John, a towering brute with fists like hammers. Bert averted his eyes. He knew that look. John didn't like being stared at. Jenny, the vampire who bit him. He had once lusted after her. She, on the other hand, only wanted his blood and money. A tragic mismatch. What do you want? Bert asked, voice laced with irritation. What, no warm welcome? John sneered. Don't forget we upgraded you. You're a noble vampire now. Jenny chimed in smugly. Do you even know how rare it is to be turned? It's not just about a bite, we had to give you our blood. Nobody asked you, Bert thought grimly. I thought vampires would be elegant, powerful, like in the movies. You too? You're like cheap Halloween costumes. That comment hit a nerve. John and Jenny bristled, but Jenny scoffed. You want noble. Try being born a pureblood. They're the ones with mansions, eternal youth, blood slaves. We're just scavengers. John snarled, we have to work our asses off for blood bags. You think we like this? Blame the damn treaty the purebloods made with the humans. Bert's ears perked up. Treaty? Purebloods? Interesting. And why turn me if there's a treaty? He asked. John stormed forward, grabbing Bert by the collar. Say that again, punk. I didn't say anything. Bert yelped, turning his head to avoid John's awful breath. John grunted, let him go, and held out his hand. 20 grand. Now. $20,000? Again? Bert groaned. The previous owner of this body had left a sizable inheritance, and instead of criminals, he got fleeced by vampires. Jenny giggled. Relax. Once you're broke, we'll find the next rich guy and start over. You're an investment. Bert forced a smile and signed a check. This was their game, leech off him until he was dry. But he had other plans. Just wait, John said, pocketing the check. Once Boss Deacon rises, all of humanity will be our buffet. We'll be real nobles. Bert flinched. Deacon Frost. The name hit him like a thunderclap. Wasn't that the villain from Blade? If so, then the timeline hadn't reached Blade yet. That meant Frost hadn't become the blood god yet. And that was a problem, or an opportunity. After the two bloodsuckers left, Bert stood at the window, watching them disappear down the street. He smirked. I'll play nice for now. But inside, a fire had been lit. If Deacon Frost could become a blood god, so could he. But first, he needed power. Training the Predator. The next day, Bert visited a shady gun shop in Hell's Kitchen. The owner, an old veteran with a hardened face, listened as Bert made his request. You want combat training? Private. Quick. Night only. You in some kind of trouble, kid? Let's just say I'm prepping for survival. The shopkeeper nodded, pulled out a dog-eared notebook, and flipped it open. These are the trainers I know. Military types. No guarantees, and it'll cost you. Bert's eyes scanned the names until one made him freeze. Frank Castle. The Punisher. That same brutal anti-hero known for mowing down entire gangs. Right now, he was just a retired Marine. Perfect. I want to hire him. Enter the Punisher. The next night, in a small cafe, Bert met Frank. The man radiated death, calm, disciplined, dangerous. Frank took one look at Bert's pale skin and nearly turned around. You look like you faint if someone raises their voice. I can pay, Bert replied. They discussed terms. Night-only training, full combat and firearms, no refunds. Frank asked, What's your end goal, kid? Bert smiled thinly. I want to stop being prey. Frank respected that. Training began and it was hell. Bruised ribs, bloody noses, repeated beatdowns. This is how you learn to fight fast, Frank growled, throwing another punch. Pain is your teacher. Stay calm, adapt, or die. Bert endured, and every night he returned stronger, faster, colder. Vampirism had its perks. His healing factor was off the charts. Blood, while disgusting, worked like magic. And Frank noticed. You're not normal, he muttered. You some kind of mutant? Bert shrugged. Something like that. Invitation to darkness. A month later, Jenny returned. You've changed, she said. Looking good. What do you want? More money? Not this time, she smirked. Boss Deacon's holding a blood banquet. Want in? Bert raised an eyebrow. Didn't we have a treaty with humans? Deacon doesn't care. He just uses seduction. People come willingly, then never leave. She leaned in. Trust me, you'll like it. Beautiful people, endless blood. You might even get noticed. Bert agreed, returning to his room to grab a few essentials, a Glock, silver knives, smoke bombs. He wasn't just attending, he was scouting. Blood on ice. They arrived at a cold storage facility in Brooklyn. Hidden behind stacks of pig carcasses, a secret bar buzzed with dark energy. The symbol of Deacon Frost glowed faintly on the wall. Welcome to the blood banquet, Jenny whispered. Bert stepped into the vampire underworld, dangerous, opulent, and alive with a scent of violence and desire. This was Deacon's world. But soon, it would be his. If I die at Blade's hands just like that, who the hell's going to cry for me? That grim thought lingered in Bert's mind as he followed John and Jenny into the vampire bar. The place was suffocatingly dark, illuminated only by scattered crimson lights pulsing with the beat of the pounding music. Hundreds of vampires swayed, danced, and indulged their most primal urges. The air reeked of blood and hedonism. Bert wrinkled his nose. Disgusting. He wasn't here for pleasure or to become vampire chow. While John and Jenny disappeared into the crowd, Jenny already grinding up against two willing mortals, Bert slid into a shadowed corner, away from the chaos. His eyes kept sweeping the exits. He was waiting and watching. Moments later, 3 human men stumbled into the bar, each latched onto the arm of a stunning woman. Laughing, dancing, oblivious to the death trap they'd just walked into. Around them, the vampires licked their lips literally. Bert's stomach churned. This is how Deacon Frost keeps his followers happy? Blood feasts? With live humans? In the open? It didn't add up. There was no secrecy here. No precautions. And still, the humans hadn't caught on. Before he could dwell on it, the sprinklers in the ceiling hissed to life. But what came out wasn't water. It was blood. Thick, crimson blood rained down from above like a twisted baptism. The crowd erupted into cheers, vampires drinking, moaning, bathing in it. The three humans froze mid-dance, the realization hitting too late. The music roared. Fangs gleamed. Then, boom! A thunderous gunshot echoed from the entrance. Every head turned. A tall, black figure stood in the doorway, decked out in a black trench coat, tactical vest, dark sunglasses, shotgun in hand, expression cold as stone. A whisper cut through the silence. "Oh God, it's Blade." Panic hit like a lightning bolt. Vampires scrambled over each other in terror. Hundreds of them, and all of them terrified of one man. Blade grinned, white teeth gleaming in the dark, and fired again. Boom! Vampires exploded into ash. Bert didn't hesitate. He bolted up the staircase toward the second floor. Let the fools die downstairs, he wasn't one of them. He knew Blade's story. Born of a vampire's bite on his pregnant mother, trained as a hunter, gifted with all their powers and none of their weaknesses. Daywalker. Executioner. Living nightmare of the undead. The greatest curse among vampires. I hope you run into Blade. Down below, chaos exploded. A squad of vampire security guards rushed in. One opened fire. "I'm not afraid of you," he shouted. Bert, peeking from above, scoffed. "Says the guy who's about to become dust." Blade sidestepped effortlessly, fired, and blew the man into ash. More guards came, but Blade moved like lightning. He tossed his shotgun mid-sprint and dove into melee, drawing his signature silver-edged sword. Steel flashed. Ash filled the air. "Elite vampire, my ass," Bert muttered in awe. "This guy's on a whole different level." Movies didn't do Blade justice. The real version was terrifyingly efficient. Watching him fight ignited something primal in Bert. "I want that power." Then the entrance burst open again. "Blade," a voice shouted. "You son of a..." It was Quinn, blonde, bearded, cocky and stupid. He wasn't alone, flanked by 3 tactical goons. Blade didn't flinch. Quinn opened fire. Blade vanished behind a pillar, then spun out and let loose a spinning silver knife. It sliced cleanly through each guard's arm. But they didn't turn to ash. "Familiars," Blade spat. "Great." Quinn jeered. "What now, Daywalker? Not so smug now, huh?" Blade just smirked, pulled a flashbang, and lobbed it. Flash. The room lit up. Quinn screamed in pain. Even Bert, hiding upstairs, clutched his eyes and cursed. By the time vision returned, Blade had already carved through 2 of the guards. Blood sprayed. The last one didn't even scream before his throat opened like a faucet. "Quinn, your turn." Blade walked forward calmly, sword dripping crimson. Quinn panicked. He tossed his gun and ran. Blade gave chase. Bert, rubbing his burning eyes, didn't hesitate. This is the moment. He followed. Chasing opportunity. Quinn didn't get far. In a nearby chamber, Blade cornered him. The fight wasn't even. Quinn landed a few blows, but Blade was faster, deadlier. When Quinn stumbled, Blade uncorked a vial and splashed him. Flames erupted across Quinn's body. He fell, rolling and shrieking, burning from the inside out. Blade raised his sword to finish it. "Freeze!" A shout came. Police burst into the room, guns raised. Blade cursed. He wasn't about to kill cops. He vanished through a back door, leaving Quinn's charred, unconscious body behind. Bert watched, his mind racing. This is my chance. But just as he stepped forward, "Bert, what are you doing here?" "Jenny, of course." John followed behind her, both wide-eyed and panicked. Bert almost groaned out loud. They lived through all that. Unbelievable. Quinn's toast, Bert whispered, eyes still on the scorched vampire. But if we move fast, we can save him. Save him? John asked. Why? Because when he recovers, he'll take us to Deacon Frost. That shut them up. Their eyes widened. Their mouths curled into greedy smiles. Yes, yes. Let's save Boss Quinn, John said. Jenny nodded eagerly. We'll be heroes. Bert sighed. Idiots, but useful idiots. The switch. Stealing Quinn's body would be suicide. Blade would be watching. But switching it, that could work. John found a surviving human, one of the party guests who'd hidden during the chaos. Bert had instructed John to knock him out, not kill him. Then Jenny played the bait. Covered in blood and hysterics, she lured the two policemen away from Quinn. While they chased her, John and Bert swapped the bodies. Simple, quick, clean. Soon, the three of them drove out through one of the building's many exits, Quinn's body zipped in a duffel bag. Bert, you're a genius, Jenny beamed. Bert dodged her hug. You won't be celebrating for long. Debt paid in ash. In an abandoned building in Hell's Kitchen, they laid Quinn out. John turned to Bert. Go keep watch. This is too important to mess up. Bert narrowed his eyes. Oh, you're trying to cut me out. Sure, Bert said casually, slipping his hand into his coat and gripping the silver thrown knife. Actually, he said, stepping closer, I've got something to say. John raised an eyebrow. Eh? Bert's eyes narrowed. It's time for you to hit the road. The knife flashed straight into John's side. John's mouth dropped open. No words, just pain. Then ash. Jenny screamed. Another spin, another throw. The knife buried itself in her heart. Too easy, Bert muttered, walking over and retrieving the knife. Vampires are so damn fragile. Why did humans ever fear them? He turned back to the charred body of Quinn. Still breathing. Barely. Bert's eyes gleamed. Time to make a new friend.
Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Bert got Quinn here for only one purpose, to suck his blood and make himself an elite vampire. As for meritorious service, Bert used it to fool John and Jenny. What is more important than strength? It's just that this charred corpse is hard to say. Bert hesitated for a moment, but he endured his disgust and showed his fangs and put it on Quinn's neck. I will never eat burnt food again in my life. Bert endured the discomfort and began to suck blood. Just take medicine, that kind of super bitter and super disgusting medicine. A vampire's blood is cold and so is Quinn's blood, but for some reason, after drinking his blood, Bert felt warm and comfortable all over his body, and this feeling made him involuntarily increase the strength of the absorption. With the absorption of Bert, Quinn's body gradually became shriveled. The crisis of death made Quinn wake up from the coma. He struggled hard to get rid of Bert, but was held down firmly by Bert. He could only keep roaring, but the sound became smaller and finally disappeared completely. Bert raised his head and yelled with his big mouth full of blood. He felt that he was full of strength, and he could kill even a few tigers. The feeling of being stronger is really beautiful. At this moment, along with the sound of heavy footsteps, a figure walked in. He looked at Quinn, who was shriveled on the ground, and said, I didn't expect Quinn to die by your hands. Bert froze. He turned his head slowly and saw Blade looking at him expressionlessly. Wait, didn't I just be a little arrogant? Why did Blade come to me to slap me in the face in a blink of an eye? Bert secretly complained, but he was not very afraid. He first stabbed the flying knife into Quinn's heart, annihilating him into ashes, and then stood up. Then, Bert wiped the blood from his mouth and said to Blade, "Then you should thank me, I helped you get rid of the enemy." Blade pulled out the sword behind him and said, "No problem, I'll help you free now." Bert complained, "Is that how you thank people?" Blade said coldly, "Being a vampire is very miserable, and helping you free yourself, naturally thank you." "What you said makes sense." Bert was speechless. If I remember correctly, in the movie, Blade used this reason to kill his mother, who also turned into a vampire. Bert said, "Wait first, you killed me because I was a vampire, right? Then why don't you kill yourself, you are also a vampire?" Blade said, "I am human." Bert said, "You mean that your body is a vampire's body, but your heart is a human's heart? If you say that, I am also a human, and you shouldn't kill me." Blade said, "You are not." "Why am I not? After I became a vampire, I never sucked the blood of a living person, nor did I ever think about it. Compared to me, you seem to have sucked the blood of a living person?" Bert sneered, "Blade, justice seems to be on my side." Blade was silent. Before he met Whistler, he did suck the blood of a living person. He said, "If you don't smoke now, you will in the future." According to what you said, wouldn't it be possible to convict him by catching anyone on the street? After all, although he is not guilty now, he may not be convicted in the future. Bert said disdainfully, "You should know that there is a principle of presumption of innocence in the law, and it is appropriate to put it here." Blade was silent again, hesitating for a moment. He said, "If you don't suck the blood of living people, then I can let you go, but only if you accept my supervision." It seems that Blade Warrior is not as cold as the legend. Bert smiled. He put his hand in the pocket of his jacket and asked, "Can I ask you 2 questions?" Blade replied coolly, "What's the problem?" Bert asked, "How did you find it? I shouldn't have any flaws." Blade replied, "You are very cautious, but I did tricks on Quinn." "I see." Bert understood, and he asked again, "Second question, you still wear sunglasses at night? Are the sunglasses a part of your body?" Blade's face was full of question marks. At this moment, Bert took out 2 homemade smoke bombs and threw them on the ground. The smoke quickly filled the air, and the surrounding area was white. Blade immediately rushed into the smoke, but couldn't find Bert at all, and after a little delay, the smoke became thicker. After a while, Bert's voice came from the window. "Blade, Deacon Frost is engaged in a big conspiracy. I want to infiltrate them and investigate. We will meet again one day. Don't suck living blood, otherwise, I won't let you go. Remember, Blade is staring at you." Blade put the knife back into its sheath and said coolly. Bert laughed and didn't answer, turned over and jumped off the 2nd floor, then got into John's car and quickly left there. This Blade is quite interesting, but then again, he didn't go to the hospital, didn't meet the heroine. Bert blinked and then put this matter behind him. It's none of his business. Blade was upstairs looking at the leaving car. He couldn't help touching his sunglasses. Wearing sunglasses at night seems a bit silly. Then Blade shook his head. "What are you afraid of? Coolness is the most important thing." Blade rushes into the bar. "Quinn is missing?" Hearing the report from his subordinates, Deacon Frost, who was wearing a shirt but unbuttoned, was furious, and he shouted, "Hurry up and send someone to look for him and make sure to get Quinn back. And also, inform those humans, let them keep an eye on the hospital to see if any strange bodies come in. Quinn doesn't die so easily." "Yes, Mr. Deacon." When the vampires heard the order, they immediately left the building as fast as possible to run errands. Deacon walked back and forth angrily. Quinn was his general. Without him, many things would be difficult to do. At this moment, a female vampire with blonde hair and white clothes said, "Deacon, let's set a trap and get rid of Blade. During this time, he has killed a lot of us." This female vampire is called Mercury. Although she is a pure-blood vampire, she follows Deacon and works for him. Deacon's eyes flashed fiercely, and he said, "Daywalker can't die. I have deciphered the holy code of blood race. I need him and 12 pure-blood elders." Mercury's eyes lit up, and she asked excitedly, "Deacon, are you finally going to take action against those timid and immortal old guys? It's time for them to dedicate themselves to the great cause of the vampire race." Deacon said, "I have a solution for Blade. As long as I need him, it's easy to catch him. Mercury, you can recruit some good players. We need a lot of manpower." "It is good." Mercury agreed without hesitation, and fighting with pure blood naturally requires a lot of manpower. This world will eventually belong to their vampire race, and only Deacon Frost can lead them to victory. Mercury believes this, and so do other vampires. Deacon Frost, the vampire's hope. In the training ground, Wangbert held a wooden stick and attacked Frank as fast as lightning. Even Frank was constantly defended by his high-speed attack. However, Bert couldn't control his speed. Frank seized an opportunity and punched him in the cheek, staggering him 2 steps, and almost fell. Bert said gloomily, "Instructor, you agreed not to slap my face. What's wrong with your speed? Why is it so much faster all of a sudden?" Frank was very puzzled. If it weren't for the fact that the opponent's fighting ability was too poor and he couldn't control the speed, it would not be easy for him to take down the opponent. It's just that it's not easy. It's not that you can't win. If you compete, the opponent can take advantage, but in the battle of life and death, the opponent must die. Eat something and evolve. Bert said, "Instructor, let's come again. I want to master my new powers in a short time." "Okay. You attack." Although Frank knew that the other party had some problems, he didn't ask any more questions. He smashed his fists and greeted Wangbert. Because of Bert's improvement in physique, not only Bert himself was exhausted, but Frank was out of breath. He sat on the ground and took off his gloves while saying, "I think I need to pay more." "Then add it." Bert laughed. If his plan is successful, money is not a problem at all. If it fails, then there is no chance of using money in the future. Frank said with a smile, "Just joking. As much as I said before, it is as much. If I don't show up for a long time and the phone can't get through, you remember to visit my house. I have something for you." Bert thought of something and said he was going to leave something in the house to prevent Frank from turning into a Punisher. Frank glanced at Bert and reminded him, "If you have money, you can ask some special people to do things for you. In this country, there are very few things that money can't do." Speaking of this, Frank sighed secretly in his heart. Even a hero in the military like him still takes private jobs for money. To be honest, he is a little ashamed. What I want to do, other people can't get it together. Bert shook his head. What did he think of? And asked Frank, "Instructor, if I want to get some special weapons, who should I turn to?" Frank frowned and asked, "What kind of special weapon?" Bert said, "For example, UV grenades, UV spotlights on guns, etc. Ultraviolet. Are you trying to kill a vampire?" Frank complained, "These things are completely useless, right? Maybe it's killing vampires." Bert laughed again, and he said, "Instructor, do you have such a way? You need to develop both of these things. It will take a little time." Frank said, "I know people in the back office, so I can ask you if anyone is doing personal work." "Why are so many people in the military doing private work? This America, I'm afraid it's going to die." Bert complained secretly, and he said, "Then you can ask me, money is not a problem. By the way, I also need UV-proof clothes, but they can't hinder my movement, and it has to look like tights." Frank couldn't help but said, "Although I shouldn't ask, I'm really curious, what exactly are you trying to do?" Bert said very honestly, "I'm going to fight vampires to save the world." Watch fewer popcorn movies, it affects the brain. Frank stood up and said, "Have you rested yet? Go to practice guns after resting. There won't be much progress in melee combat in a short time, but as long as you shoot enough bullets, you will improve quickly." "Okay, let's practice shooting." Bert also stood up. In terms of shooting, he was still a little confident. After becoming an elite vampire, his eyesight and reaction ability improved a lot. In the warehouse of a bar, the owner dressed in a cowboy looked at Bert and asked, "Bert Wank, I remember you were John's ATM, where's John? He took me to visit the blood banquet a few days ago, and then Blade came." Bert replied with a blank face. Some time ago he met a lot of vampires with John, which is why he kept John and Jenny alive for so long. "It's really unfortunate. May there be no blades in heaven." The cowboy boss said something insincere and then asked, "You also want to join the team of Boss Deacon? We don't accept waste, we want good players. Next time, there is a big move." Bert glanced at the cowboy boss and suddenly pulled out Glock from his waist and fired a shot at the decorative wolf head in the warehouse. The cowboy boss was taken aback and stared at Bert in dissatisfaction. "This young man is just unreliable. Can't you tell me when you show your marksmanship? I don't know if the elderly can't be scared. Believe it or not, I lie down and ask you to pay for mental damage. But then again, this kid's gun is very fast. He can be called a fast shooter." Bert shrugged, put away the gun like a cowboy, and said, "I thought you were a cowboy." 50 years ago, not now." The cowboy boss said angrily, $1,000 for the wolf's head, no problem, right? On the old beauty's side, money is the most important thing. Bert secretly complained and he asked, "Can I join Boss Deacon's team?" "You can lose money." The cowboy boss said, what did he think of, and asked inexplicably, "Why are you still being bullied by John and Jenny with such good marksmanship?" "Without them, I wouldn't be able to integrate into the vampire society," Wank said. "It's smart." The cowboy boss said, "Okay, stay in the bar first, and when I recruit a few more people, I will take you to see Miss Mercury." Bert was puzzled. "Miss Mercury? Isn't it the boss Deacon?" The cowboy boss said admiringly, "Miss Mercury is in charge of recruiting people. She is a pure-blood vampire. Only Boss Deacon can make pure-blood vampires work for him. That's why we have to follow him." Bert laughed, and just like that, he blended into Deacon Frost's team, and his current status was a glorious miscellaneous soldier under Miss Mercury. There is no problem with the miscellaneous soldiers. The key is to be able to infiltrate the altar of the ceremony. In other words, will Deacon's mutiny be as easy as in the movie? In the Blade movie, Deacon Frost leads a group of vampires to easily capture the president of the Vampire Council, Gaudino, and then use the traditional vampire sunbath to reduce him to ashes. After that, Deacon Frost threatened the Parliament with 2 fangs of Gaudino. The 12 elders, who had been arrogant before, confessed on the spot, surrendered in an all-round way, and were finally turned into a sacrifice by Deacon. The whole process is as simple as playing the house. When I was watching the movie, Bert complained about it. "This pure-blood vampire is too useless, right?" And this rant, Bert said it again in reality because the process is the same as in the movie. In just a few days, Deacon has controlled the entire North American Vampire Council. Only North America. The Vampire Council is divided into regions, and there is no unity. It's too simple, isn't it? Is pureblood so useless? Bert couldn't help but ask his captain, the former cowboy boss, that when Gaudino was arrested because he was a newcomer, he could only follow him outside, so he didn't know what happened inside. "You're young, aren't you?" Cowboy owner James said. "Actually, everyone can't stand the Vampire Council for a long time. We are vampires, the top of the food chain. Why should we obey the rules of human beings?" "The people I am talking about are not only mixed-blood vampires but also many purebloods," Bert asked. "You mean someone in pureblood is helping Boss Deacon?" James nodded affirmatively. "Yes, even if you don't help, you will stand by and watch. This is the general trend, and the 12 elders knew this before surrendering. It seems that we vampires should be happy." Bert agreed, but he still had some doubts in his heart. Is it that simple? The speaker and the 12 elders should be a little loyal, but they have no resistance at all. "Our good days are coming soon," James said with anticipation. Not only him but also other mixed races, they seemed to see a bright future calling them. Bert sneered at this. "Vampires die when they see the light, dear." After successfully controlling the vampires, Deacon Frost began to deal with Blade, who had caused him a lot of trouble recently. He first led someone to raid Blade's lair, beat Blade's teacher and assistant Whistler seriously, bit him, which turned him into a vampire, and wait in the vampire mansion for Blade to come. Blade did not come to the door unexpectedly. The vampire prepared by Deacon Frost was not his opponent at all. He killed hundreds of vampires from the bottom of the building to the top of the building. But in the end, Blade was caught, because Deacon Frost had an ace in his hand, the mother of Blade. Blade always thought his mother was dead, but he didn't know that she was resurrected as a vampire and became Deacon's woman, and then because he was too shocked, he was caught. After that, it was a highlight. Deacon Frost used the Daywalker blade and the blood of the 12 elders to summon the blood god on the altar to fuse with him so that he could become a blood god who was not afraid of sunlight, leading vampires and fighting the humans. This altar was prepared a long time ago. It is very tall and magnificent. The walls are covered with strange runes, which look very mysterious, and the ground is full of white jade, which looks very noble. After Deacon Frost cracked the holy code, he spent a lot of time refinishing the altar and installing a light source, so the altar looked bright. However, after all, it was the altar of vampires. A feeling of... As a glorious miscellaneous soldier, Bert was not qualified to enter the altar and could only guard outside, but he used an invincible method to easily infiltrate the interior of the altar by bribing James. James explained, "Don't walk around. If I miss the big event of Boss Deacon, I can't keep you." Bert smiled and said, "Don't worry, I just went in to see it. That was the achievement of the blood god." "That's good." James nodded first and then asked a little tangled, "Speaking of which, after we succeed, will these dollar bills still be useful? Is this the beginning of a sweet dream?" Bert secretly complained. He said, "No, you can return it to me." "Keep dreaming, hurry up and patrol there, don't stand," James immediately said with a straight face. Bert shrugged and patrolled with an automatic rifle. It only took one day for Bert to detect the terrain of the altar and quietly transported his props. Now, everything is only waiting for the ceremony the next day. The next night, near midnight, Deacon Frost locked Blade into the iron torture tool above the altar. The iron torture tool was full of spikes. Once closed, the blood of Blade accompanied by his misery and called into the prearranged ditch and then down, filling the runes on the wall. "Let's start." Deacon Frost waved his hand excitedly, and the vampires immediately brought the 12 elders in and tied them to 12 pillars with special runes engraved on them. A black elder roared, "Deacon, the blood god is just a legend, you won't get anything." "Only you idiots think that's a legend." Deacon looked disdainful. His decades-long dream was finally coming to an end. At that time, no one could restrain him, including the Blood family. At the same time, Bert came to the place where Blade was imprisoned. 3 people were guarding him, 2 well-armed vampires and Blade's mother. When the heroine came to save people in the movie, no one seemed to be there. Why are there so many now? Wearing UV-blocking tights, carrying a bag, and wearing sunglasses, Bert took out a large UV lamp from the bag while complaining. It's a pity that Frank's colleagues failed to develop the UV grenade, otherwise the chances of winning this war would be better. Without wasting time, Bert pointed the ultraviolet light at a vampire at the door, turned it on, and a purple light shone on the vampire's face. The other vampire was startled and hurriedly looked towards the place where the light came, but collided with the purple light head-on, and then, without any accident, he also turned gray. The female vampire inside was alarmed. She was about to shout when Wangbo pointed the off ultraviolet light at her and said, "Madam, don't shout out, or you will die." The female vampire Vanessa asked angrily, "Who are you to dare to be an enemy of Deacon?" "I am alone." Bert smiled and said, "Now, please let your son out." "I said you are too cruel, even to your son?" "I'm helping him, he's a vampire, not a human, and so are you." Vanessa shouted, "When Deacon becomes the blood god, I, him, and the 3 of us will be able to reunite as a family." "Family reunion?" "Yes, in a sense, Deacon is Blade's stepfather." Bert didn't know how to complain, but Marvel likes to play with killing relatives. Star-Lord and Thor have all killed him. He said, "Stop talking nonsense," and quickly opened the torture tool. Although Vanessa is reluctant, she can only do it obediently. After all, Bert's ultraviolet light is too threatening, even at her speed, she may not be able to avoid it. Under Bert's gaze, Vanessa unlocked the torture tool, then opened the mechanism, and the wounded Blade fell to the ground weakly, gasping for a breath, his red eyes full of madness, like a bloodthirsty beast. This is blood addiction of Blade. Bert was already prepared. He threw a few blood bags in the bag and shouted, "Blade, hurry up and drink, there is still a tough battle to fight." Seeing the blood, Blade immediately jumped on it, biting open the package like a wild beast with its fangs and sucking wildly. Vanessa saw this and said, "You can't fight Deacon, and there is still time to surrender." "That's our business, you don't have to worry about it." Bert smiled, and soon, Blade sucked 6 blood bags, and the food intake was quite amazing, and the wounds on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye as the blood was sucked in. His healing ability is better than that of elite vampires. Much stronger. The blood addiction was satisfied, and the madness in Blade's eyes gradually receded. He wiped the blood from his mouth, stood up, and asked Bert, "Who are you?" "I said, we will meet." Bert smiled slightly, took out a gun and a short knife from his bag, and threw them to Blade, saying, "I made this myself. The bullets and the short knife are all silver-plated." "It's you?" Blade recognized Bert. He caught the gun and the short knife, but looked at Bert's sunglasses. Bert complained, "Sure enough, the sunglasses are your body. UV rays." Blade was a little disappointed. He put the gun on his waist, threw the short knife twice, and said, "This knife is average, I'm going to grab my knife." Bert rolled his eyes and said, "You don't know how to speak, why haven't you been beaten to death yet?" "Because the only person who can talk to me is a bad old man worse than me." Thinking of the bitten whistler, a trace of sadness flashed in Blade's eyes, but it immediately became firm. He took the knife, turned his head to look at Vanessa, and said in a low voice, "Mother." Vanessa panicked a little. She pleaded, "I'm your mother, you won't kill me, will you?" "I want to relieve your pain." Blade said sadly, "He thinks so, and he intends to do it." "No, you can't do that." Vanessa turned and fled back. Blade immediately chased after him, and the two quickly fought. Although Vanessa is also an elite vampire, she has rarely fought, is not an opponent of Blade at all, and was quickly pressed against the wall by Blade's knife. Blade raised the short knife, and his eyes flashed a look of pain about killing his mother, but he immediately became determined. Bert couldn't stand it any longer, and said, "Blade, even if you stun her, this kind of thing, even if you want to do it, you shouldn't do it." Blade hesitated and knocked Vanessa out with the hilt. His heart was not that hard. Bert said, "Okay, now it's time to deal with Deacon Frost. If you want him to become a blood god, it will be troublesome." Blade placed Vanessa carefully, then turned to look at Bert and asked, "What's your purpose?" "Of course, I have a purpose, but my purpose does not hinder you." Bert smiled. He walked over to Blade and handed over the UV light, saying, "This UV light can be changed from flashlight mode to bulb mode, which is very effective for those vampires." Blade took the ultraviolet light, looked at Bert, and said, "I know you want to use me. I don't care. Killing vampires is my responsibility, but if you become a vampire, I will kill you as well." Wank, Bert solemnly assured, "I am a human by heart, and I will never be a vampire." "It is good." Blade didn't talk nonsense, nodded coldly, and came to the window with the ultraviolet light. He looked at Deacon Frost and a group of vampires who were cheering below, changed the ultraviolet light to bulb mode, and then took the ultraviolet light in his left hand, take the gun in his right hand, and jump off the railing with both feet. "Deacon Frost!" Blade shouted and jumped down from the height of the 5-story building. The purple light suddenly filled the hall. More than a dozen ordinary vampires immediately let out shrill screams, and their bodies seemed to be splashed with sulfuric acid, and they quickly melted with smoke. Even the elite vampires and the 12 elders had melted traces on their faces, looking extremely miserable. "Blade, kill him and break the lamp." Deacon roared in shock and anger. The 4 elite vampires who could still move immediately took out their pistols and endured the pain to shoot upwards. As for ordinary vampires, there is no way to shoot at this time, they are already dying. Although the 4 vampires shot, because of the existence of purple light, they could not aim at all. Blade fell to the ground unscathed, rolled around, and stopped. Then Blade threw the ultraviolet light up, raised the gun, and shot at Deacon. Deacon and the others immediately hugged their heads and ran away, embarrassed. One of them was shot in the calf, and a hole appeared directly. At this time, those ordinary vampires were annihilated by the purple light, and the rifles on their bodies fell to the ground with a crackle. Blade rolled to dodge and shot at an elite vampire with a gun. The elite vampire was shot in the unfortunate heart, screaming and turning into ashes and disappearing. "Damn, turn off the lights first." Deacon hid behind a pillar and shouted. The pureblood vampire Mercury, who was following him, immediately raised his hand and shot and shattered the falling ultraviolet light. Without the light, all the vampires were relieved and did not have to be hurt all the time. "Deacon, the 12 elders are injured and cannot fight here, otherwise they may be killed by stray bullets." Mercury fired 2 shots at Blade, turned back, and shouted to Deacon, who gritted his teeth and said, "Get out of here, call other people in, and destroy Blade together." "Yes." The few remaining vampires immediately protected Deacon and fled, and Blade naturally chased after him. This time, the altar was empty, and only 12 injured vampire elders remained. "It's easier than I thought." Bert jumped down from the 5th floor one by one. When the 12 injured elders saw someone coming, they hurriedly said, "Save us, we can give you anything you want." Bert didn't pay any attention to these elders who were offering sacrifices. He stood in the middle of the altar and looked up at the ceiling. There seems to be lightning coming down next. Bert was thinking about it, and at this moment, several vampires suddenly rushed in from the side. Deacon's prediction was right. Apart from Blade, other people have sneaked in. "Who are you? Dare to harm Deacon?" The vampires who rushed in were led by the somewhat disfigured pureblood vampire Mercury. When she saw the masked Wang Bert, she immediately shouted angrily. Bert took off his sunglasses, put them in the pocket of his jacket, then pulled off the mask, sighed, and said, "Miss Mercury, you make me sad. I am your subordinate, and you don't know me." Bert. James behind Mercury shouted in disbelief. Mercury turned his head, frowned, and asked, "You know him?" "Me." James stammered, "It's about knowing. He's dead, right?" "What are you waiting for, James? It's you who brought me into Deacon's command. It's you who let me, who could only guard outside, enter the altar. Do you think they'll let you go? Hurry up." As Bert spoke, he took out a gun from behind and shot at a few people. The 2 vampires were hit by bullets and turned to ashes on the spot. The Mercury sword swung horizontally, blocking an incoming bullet with a bang, and then appeared in front of Bert like a phantom, slashing toward his neck like a knife. As expected of pure blood, so fast. Bert didn't hide, he directly pulled the trigger of the gun to shoot, looking like he was dead together. This is taught by Frank. On the battlefield, the more afraid of death you are, the faster you will die. Mercury had to dodge Bert's bullet sideways, which caused her knife to deviate from the direction and slashed in front of Bert, creating a long wound on his chest and clothes. This injury is not serious for Bert, because Mercury uses an ordinary knife, not a silver knife. This is normal. What vampire would carry a weapon of restraint by his side? Except for Bert and Blade. Although the injury is not serious, it is very painful. Fortunately, Bert has undergone strict training. He endured the pain and raised his clenched left hand toward Mercury, called, "The body begins to dissolve rapidly from the skin." This is silver powder, which Bert quietly grabbed when he put the sunglasses into his pocket. "Who told you to wear so little?" Bert unceremoniously pulled the trigger, and the bullet tilted on Mercury's body. Mercury screamed and flew backward, but because she missed the key point, she didn't die, just fell into a coma on the ground. When Bert was dealing with the Mercury, the former cowboy James shot down the other 2 vampires with a gun and shot off their arms. However, the 2 vampires were not dead and they cursed in pain. "Hurry up and help me get rid of them," James shouted. Bert killed them with 2 shots. He was about to speak when blood suddenly dripped onto his forehead. At the same time, the sky outside was covered with dark clouds, which meant that the ceremony was about to begin. Bert took off his hood and shouted, "James, stay around. After I become a blood god, I won't treat you badly. You can get any money." "Do I still have a choice?" James smiled wryly. It was he who put Bert in. Deacon Frost would never let him go, so he could only follow Bert, not for success, but life. Bert had already ignored James, and as the ceremony began, the altar became overcast and windy, making people shudder. At this moment, a huge lightning bolt fell from the sky outside, and it went all the way down the device at the top of the altar, lighting up the runes on the wall one by one. Crackling sound. Soon, the lightning came to the position of the 12 pillars, and the runes on the 12 pillars were all lit up, mixed with the lightning, and bombarded the bound 12 elders. The 12 elders let out shrill screams at the same time, their bodies turned to ashes in lightning and runes. There were only 12 blood-colored bats left in place. These bats made strange noises, danced wildly in the hall, and kept passing through Bert's body. They looked extremely weird and evil. "Come on, I want to become a blood god. I want to live a wonderful life. I want to bask in the sun, and I want to go to the beach to watch bikinis." Bert opened his hands and shouted. James on the side was speechless. "What are you pursuing? Did he follow the wrong person?" "No, that's Deacon's." Mercury woke up at this time. She looked at Bert in the middle and roared unwillingly, but she couldn't stop all this from happening at all. "Not mine." Bert shouted, and 12 blood-colored bats flew into his body and merged with him. He roared in pain. The swirling blood looks very magical. In a corner of the altar, Deacon, who was being hunted down, sensed the initiation of the ceremony and shouted at Blade anxiously, "Blade, the ceremony has begun, let's hurry over, or someone will soon become a blood god." So that kid's purpose is to become a blood god. Blade suddenly realized, but he didn't leave. Still waving the short knife at Deacon, he said, "That's none of my business, I just want to kill you now." Deacon held blade of the sword to resist the attack the previous trophy, and shouted, "After that guy becomes a blood god, he will be invincible in the world, and you will be dead by then, and he will not let you go." Blade said stubbornly, "So what? I'll kill you first and then go over." "Why are you so stupid?" Deacon almost vomited blood in anger. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Blade, I'm an undercover agent of Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. My mission is to become a blood god and find out whether the blood race has a nuclear bomb hidden in it. If we don't go there, humanity will be finished." Deacon's words surprised Blade, but he still didn't stop attacking. "I don't know what you're talking about, and I've never heard this name." SHIELD, Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division is a spy agency under the World Security Council. It is responsible for managing strange events around the world. It is very secretive. It is normal for Blade to not know. Blade said with a look of disdain, "I have never heard of it, Deacon, you are lying to me. Which institution would have such a long name?" "I didn't lie to you, I'm undercover." Deacon was a little mad. When he encountered this dead brain, he wanted to vomit blood. He didn't lie before. Although he had a different heart, he joined SHIELD and became an undercover agent more than 10 years ago. At this time, several vampires rushed out from the side, and it was obvious from the shock on their faces that they heard what Deacon said before. The savior of mixed-race vampires is a human undercover. This is too absurd, isn't it? If true, all hybrid vampires would be a joke. Damn. Deacon didn't care about leaking the secret, and shouted, "What are you doing? Just kill me with Blade." The Deacon's prestige was too high, and a vampire did what he said subconsciously. Suddenly, a shuttle of bullets shot at Blade, and Blade hurriedly avoided him. Deacon took the opportunity to get rid of him and rushed to the hall with the sword. In the hall, as the runes began to dim, Bert turned back into a human form. He closed his eyes and felt the surging power in his body. He had a feeling that he was already invincible. This blood god is stronger than expected, and he is immortal. Bert was elated. The blood god was a mass of blood essence left by Dracula, the ancestor of the vampire. Dracula's ability was immortality, absolutely immortality. Even the gods of the universe couldn't kill him, and the blood he left behind was also undead. Endowed Bert with the ability of immortality. Of course, Bert's immortality is not so powerful. His ability is called Blood River. Every time he devours a human or vampire, he will have an extra life. At the same time, Blood River can also help him fight. Powerful. In the movie, Deacon never devoured other people when he fought with Blade. Not only is his strength at its weakest, but he also has a life, so he will die. Bert couldn't help shaking his head. Deacon, the unlucky one, obviously could die even if he wanted to. But because he was too bloated after becoming a blood god, he thought he could do it in seconds, but he killed himself. Learning from the past, I can't be like him. Bert's head, which had been hot due to the skyrocketing strength, cooled down instantly. After all, he didn't want to be the second Deacon. Just thinking about Deacon rushed into the hall. He looked at Bert on the stage and roared, "The thief! The blood god is mine." Bert opened his eyes, red like a sea of blood. Deacon was shocked, but was immediately replaced with anger. He shouted and jumped into the ring, wanting to kill Bert and take back what belonged to him. Bert stood still, waiting for Deacon to slash down. He flashed like blood, appeared behind Deacon, and then stabbed Deacon's back with a knife in his hand. Deacon screamed, and the blood in his body was madly swallowed by Bert. Deacon turned his head reluctantly with resentment, exclamation, and unwilling complex expression. This is the blood god. So powerful. This is the blood god. Bert said in an unfathomable way. High-speed movement is very energy-intensive, and with his current situation, he can't use it a few times at all. The blood god is indeed strong, but he must devour enough blood. Such a pity. Deacon reluctantly left a sentence. The blood was completely swallowed by Bert, and only a mummy was left casually thrown on the ground. Deacon. Mercury was unbelievable at first and then burst into tears. It was over, even the savior died, and the vampire was completely over. While James was shocked, his heart was ecstatic. He seemed to bet right. After he devoured Deacon, some pictures of Deacon's memories appeared in Bert's mind. A glorious undercover. This is one of the abilities of the blood god. He can obtain the memory of the devoured. The stronger his strength, the more he can obtain. The current Bert can only obtain a small number of profound memories, which is a good thing for him because if the memory is too much and he would be schizophrenic. This guy is an undercover agent of SHIELD. No wonder no one stopped him from holding a blood banquet. If I guess correctly, the reason why he can overthrow pure blood so easily is that SHIELD is secretly helping. Bert suddenly realized that he felt the growing power in his body, nodded secretly, and swallowed Deacon. Not only his strength became stronger, but also won more life. At this time, the voice of Blade sounded, "This is your purpose, to become a blood god." Bert turned his head and saw that Blade was looking at him with fear. He saw the scene where he just devoured Deacon. Yes. Bert didn't deny it. He took out the sunglasses from his pocket and threw them to Blade, saying, "However, I'm still human, I haven't changed, and I won't change." Blade took the sunglasses, put them on, and said coolly, "I hope so. Otherwise, I will kill you. You don't have this chance, and you are no longer my opponent." Bert smiled proudly. "Don't talk about this, Blade. There are soldiers in SHIELD ambushing outside. You and I should leave immediately. James, you also come with us." Blade asked, "SHIELD? That Deacon said before that he was an undercover agent of SHIELD. What kind of organization is that?" "Deacon is an undercover agent of SHIELD. When Mercury heard this sentence, she was shocked, and immediately shouted, "You are talking nonsense, this is impossible. He is the savior of our vampires." "It's just a savior who was brought up by SHIELD, otherwise you think he's a half-blood. Why can he have such great achievements?" Bert smiled disdainfully, and he said, "I don't have time to argue with you, Blade. Go and take your mother with us, let's get out of here." Although SHIELD is an organization that guards human beings, it is estimated that it will not be too friendly to us. Otherwise it will not let Deacon take care of you. "It is good." Blade nodded, picked up the sword, jumped up to the second floor with both feet, then jumped to the opposite side with strength, then jumped up and soon reached the 5th floor, and after a while he jumped down with Vanessa. "Walk." Bert took Blade and fled in the direction of the secret road with James. This secret road was arranged by Deacon secretly. He wants to be a god, the god of blood. This is the reason why SHIELD has not rushed in yet, and Deacon made some arrangements to intercept them. "Let's go too." Mercury shouted to the vampires who came. She would never be willing to die like this. She wanted to find out if Deacon was an undercover agent. If it was, then their blood race would become a joke. When a few vampires heard the words, they immediately picked up the Mercury, and under her command, they fled to another secret passage. The secret passage left by Deacon was protected by vampires. Seeing Bert and others coming over, they hurriedly raised their guns and prepared to shoot. At this moment, a shadow of blood flashed. Bert appeared among them, and 5 fingers turned into blood. One swipe, blood spurts out, piercing their bodies like a spear, absorbing their blood. Seeing this scene, Blade's eyes narrowed, and he said to Bert, "You are very strong now. The more blood the blood god devours, the stronger it will be. If you want to do something to me, now is the best time." Bert shrugged and said, "When I absorb enough blood, no one can kill me, including you." When James heard the words, he looked at Blade vigilantly and at the same time was speechless at Bert's behavior. "How could you say such a thing? Is there a hole in the brain? You didn't commit a crime. Why should I kill you? Just because you are a threat?" Blade shook his head. He said, "When you commit a crime, I will kill you, no matter how strong you become. I am Blade, a vampire hunter, and I am only good at one thing in my life, and that is killing vampires. Blade, I like you more and more." Bert laughed. If it was SHIELD, it would kill a threatening target, but Blade is not SHIELD. Blade said coolly, "I don't like men. It's like I like it." Bert retracted his 5 fingers, ignored the 5 vampires who had turned into mummified corpses, and took Blade with them to leave the altar that had changed him drastically. Before he came, he was a vampire, and when he left, he was the blood god! Not long after the vampires left, a well-armed team of more than 50 people carefully entered the altar with guns. Deacon, the 8th level agent of SHIELD, John Garrett, picked up the walkie-talkie and reported the situation to Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD, who was commanding behind the scenes. He said, "Director, your agent has defected, and I need a helicopter to hunt him down." "Don't arrest him." Deacon thought he could defect, but he was just dreaming. Fury's indifferent voice came over, "Search carefully and bring any useful things with you. As for Deacon, I have a way to deal with him, otherwise I wouldn't have let him become a blood god." "You hid your trump card again. Why am I not surprised at all?" John Garrett smiled and put down the walkie-talkie. He looked at the strange runes around him and couldn't help touching his cold abdomen. The power of vampires, can he help him survive? At this time, Wang, Bert, and others had fled into the woods behind the altar. Bert stopped, turned his head to look behind, and said, "There is no movement. It seems that SHIELD does not intend to hunt us down." "They can't catch up either." Blade asked Bert, "What are you going to do next?" "Swallow more vampires and strengthen my power. When Deacon Frost dies, the vampires will be in chaos. It's a good time for me to take action." Bert said frankly, "How about you?" Blade is also very frank. "Go back to the safe house, deal with Vanessa, and study how to kill you. Maybe there will be a need in the future." James is speechless. No wonder these two can become friends, a virtue. "Then you have to think about it. Well, Blade, we part ways here." Bert laughed and said, "However, we will meet soon, and I have to do something big with you. I like to hunt vampires alone." Blade had a bit of a misunderstanding and replied to Bert coldly. Then he hesitated and asked, "Deacon said that vampires have nuclear bombs. Is it true?" "It doesn't matter if it's true or false. With nuclear bombs, vampires die faster. That thing is just used to scare people." Bert waved his hand and said, "The best way is to keep it buried in the ground." Blade understood. He nodded to Bert and left quickly with Vanessa on his back. James looked at his back and couldn't help asking, "Bert, why didn't you kill him? With your current strength, you should. Isn't it difficult?" "I never intended to kill him, and he is not so easy to kill. He is Blade." Bert shook his head and said, "James, is there a place to lay low for a while? I need to get familiar with the power, at least to cure the red eye first." James glanced at Bert's eyes and wanted to laugh a little. He said, I have a safe house, but Bert, you are a blood god now, so you don't need to hide, right? With your identity, you are enough to lead the vampire clan. You think too much. I am just a stranger to the vampire clan. Even if I have the identity of the blood god, they will not easily recognize me. Bert sneered. There is only one way to make them surrender. James couldn't wait to ask, what method? Take them down and make them kneel and beg me to be their king. Bert said. James couldn't help but ask, can it be done? Of course I can. I'm the blood god. Manhattan Island in the afternoon was a bit more deserted than before. In the past month or so, dozens of fierce gun battles have occurred in New York one after another, killing and injuring many people. Our chief George Stacy has been scolded again. What a pity, he seems to have only been in office for 2 months, right? In an indoor coffee shop, Bert flipped through the newspaper and said with a smile that in more than a month he has been able to control his strength and his eyes have returned to normal. James hid most of his body in the dark and said, Blood God, you seem to have caused the 3 shootouts, right? Bert put down the newspaper, took a sip of coffee, and said lightly, the shootout I caused ended quickly, and no innocent people were injured, so they can't blame me. That's right, you completely killed those vampires. James glanced at Bert in awe. He had witnessed the power of the blood god with his own eyes. He asked, Blood god, besides us and Blade, there seems to be a force against vampires. If I guessed correctly, it should be SHIELD taking the opportunity to eliminate vampires. Their methods are much more ruthless than ours. Bert said, however, this is not a bad thing. The harder SHIELD kills, the faster the vampire clan surrenders. James couldn't help but ask, Blood God, when will the vampire clan surrender? Come on, the current situation of the vampire clan is already very dangerous. As long as they get rid of their radicals, the remaining conservatives will surrender. Bert said, this day will not be far away, because the radicals want to kill me, so they will take the initiative to attack. James said, then they are courting death, Blood God, you are invincible. For vampires, I am indeed invincible. Bert smiled and said, after paying the bill, wait for me in the parking lot. I'll find you after I've settled this base. Yes, Blood God. James respectfully watched Bert leave, and he felt more and more that it was a wise decision to follow Wank Bert. What, forced? Of course not. The first time he saw Bert, he felt that the other party had the appearance of heaven and man, so he took the initiative to join him. That's right, that's it. Bribery or something, completely non-existent. Bert naturally didn't know what James was thinking. He walked along the entrance into an abandoned subway station. According to James' information, this was a vampire stronghold. They spread some news on the internet to attract people to come here to explore or have a tryst. All their blood sucked. It stands to reason that if there are more people dead, no one should come again, but the more people die, many more people come to explore. Why are there so few foreigners? Because there are too many people to die. As soon as Bert walked into the subway station, he realized something was wrong. He stopped and said, your counterattack is faster than I thought. The surroundings were very quiet, and no one answered. After a while, more than 20 figures came out from the shadows around them. Then, dozens of heavily armed figures poured in from the surrounding entrances and aimed their assault rifles at Bert. Compared with the calm figures in front, the people in the back are a little nervous. After all, they are facing the blood god, and it is said that hundreds of vampires have died in his hands. It is worth mentioning that these vampires are very tightly wrapped. Obviously, beware of Bert's ultraviolet tactics. Vampires are not stupid. They know their weaknesses. More than 20 pure-blood vampires. The lineup is not small. Bert glanced at the vampires and said with a smile, are you going to give me extra meals? Bert Wang, the power of the blood god is not what you, a despicable half-blood, can have. Today, we will absorb all your blood and turn you into ashes. A middle-aged, pure-blooded vampire with a quaint box in his hand shouted arrogantly. They opposed Bert. On the one hand, they were dissatisfied with Bert. On the other hand, they wanted Bert's power. These purebloods sit and watch Deacon's actions, and there are factors in this aspect. Inferior? A group of disgusting bat spirits dare to say that about me. Bert's figure suddenly appeared in front of the pure-blooded vampire, and his palm turned into a sword and stabbed at his chest. The pure-blooded vampire was shocked and slammed the bottom of the box. The chains automatically wrapped around Wang Bert's body, making him unable to move. What is this? Bert frowned, his body turned into a river of blood to escape. Who would have thought that even if it turned into a river of blood, he would still be unable to get rid of the blood-colored rune chain, and was locked in midair, unable to escape. This is the treasure of our vampire clan, Vlad's blood chain. Although our clan in North America is not as deep as the European vampire clan, it is not something you, a blood god, can be arrogant about. The middle-aged vampire laughed, and then he took out a knife and cut his wrist, supplying blood to the blood chain. The same is true for other pure-blood vampires. The blood chain is indeed powerful, but it must be driven by pure blood and it consumes a lot of blood. If not, it cannot be used. Bert didn't panic, returned to human form, ignored the blood chain that was getting tighter and tighter, and said with a smile, "Good stuff, I want it." "Dream, your blood will soon become ours," the middle-aged vampire said disdainfully, and so did the other vampires. Their eyes were full of greed and hatred. "You are a dirty half-blood, and you think you're worthy of becoming a blood god? Today, we will let you know that the vampire clan will always belong to pure blood. Yes, disgusting half-blood, go to hell." Hearing these curses, Bert's eyes gradually became cold. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with them. His hand moved, and a cloud of blood suddenly formed on the ceiling, turning into a long spear in the air, instantly piercing the arrogant middle-aged vampire, and then madly absorbing it. His blood. "No, don't kill me, I surrender." The middle-aged vampire no longer has the pride he had before, and he begged for mercy immediately. He has lived for hundreds of years and does not want to die here. What a disgusting higher creature. With a look of contempt, Bert directly controlled the blood spear to suck the opponent into a mummified corpse, and then the blood spear shot at another pure-blooded vampire like lightning. "Stop him!" The pure-bloods panicked and shouted. The mixed blood immediately shot at the spear. The blood spear sank violently, dodging most of the bullets, and then threw 9 silver-white metal balls hidden in it onto the ground. Before the vampires could see what the balls were, 9 metal balls burst open at the same time, and a large number of silver-white flying needles shot out, hitting the calves and thighs of the vampires. The vampires are indeed fully armed and even wear bulletproof vests, but the bulletproof vests are to protect the chest and back, not the legs, so they were all shot by the dense silver needles. The power of these silver needles is not great. After all, this is just a temporary product designed by Frank's colleagues according to Bert's idea. If it is an ordinary person, it will be slightly injured. The problem is that these are vampires and those needles are all silver-bladed. Therefore, the vampires screamed in agony and their bodies began to dissolve rapidly from the position where they were shot by the silver needles. In just a moment, those mixed-blood vampires turned into ashes, and only the clothes and firearms on their bodies fell to the ground. And those pure-blooded vampires were also injured a lot, and their legs were dissolved with wounds one after another, which was extremely miserable. Bert's blood was split into 3 parts, turned into 3 long arrows, and shot through the bodies of the 3 pure-blooded vampires. The pure-bloods were completely panicked. The pure-blood vampires were in chaos, and the blood chains could no longer trap Wang Bert. With a loud shout, he broke free from the blood chains, and then turned into a river of blood that kept getting bigger and flowing, completely covering the sky of pure-blood vampires. "No, leave us alone. We surrender." The pure-blooded vampires were frightened. While running away, they screamed for mercy. Unfortunately, Bert ignored it. The blood river evolved into countless blood-colored spears, which roared down and densely packed, piercing all the pure-blooded vampires to the ground and then quickly absorbing their blood. In just a few seconds, these vampires were all sucked dry. After solving the enemy, the blood rivers gathered together and turned into Bert again. He looked at the clothes and firearms all over the ground and smiled disdainfully. The current Bert is so powerful, the so-called pure blood is not worth mentioning in front of him. Then, Bert took out a small ultraviolet light from his pocket, turned it on, and took a photo. All the mummified corpses on the ground were gone. After destroying the corpse, Bert walked over and picked up the blood chain on the ground. He recalled the memory of the middle-aged vampire just now, smeared the blood on the blood chain, and the blood chain greedily absorbed his blood and gradually became smaller, like a belt. The disadvantage of this thing is that it consumes a lot of blood, but it doesn't matter to me. I have a river of blood. Bert tied the chain as a belt around his waist, and then he used a knife to leave these words on the wall, then tidied up his clothes and turned to leave the subway station. "Those who offend the blood god, die." The day when the vampire race surrenders are not far away. 7 days later, the pure-blooded vampire Mercury brought a group of vampires to kneel in front of Bert. "I beg the blood god to save our vampire clan. From today, I am your patriarch." Bert laughed. The first step in the Marvel world has been officially completed. Next, he will participate in this doomsday survival game as a blood god. Bert narrowed his eyes. Next, it's time to use the power of the vampire clan to go to England to find that lady. She is an important pawn. I wonder if I can convince her to come and work for me. By the way, I have to verify that someone is back. On the road with people coming and going, Blade sighed and felt a little annoyed. After leaving the altar, he never followed through. First, when he returned to his old nest, he found that the bitten whistler was missing, and then he talked to his mother Vanessa every day. Quarrel. Vanessa always blamed Blade for killing Deacon and also said that she was a noble and wanted to drink the blood of living people. Blade really wanted to drag Deacon from hell to kill him again. The only thing that can make Blade happy now is to kill vampires. During this time, vampires were in chaos. He killed them very happily, and now he is on his way to killing more vampires. At this moment, a police car suddenly stopped in front of Blade, and then a policeman got out of the car and walked towards him. Blade was a little frowning. He didn't have a good relationship with the police. Well, he was a wanted criminal after all. The policeman stopped in front of Blade, handed a phone with a little fear, and said, "Mr. Blade, the blood god is looking for you. Are you from the Kazakh clan?" Blade was stunned for a moment. The blood god and the vampire clan got together. This is not good news. The police flattered and said, "Yes, I have always longed to be a noble vampire. I will come to you when you become a vampire." After Blade finished speaking, he picked up the mobile phone regardless of the police's stiff face. There was only one number in it. Blade dialed and soon, the phone was connected and Bert's deep voice came from inside. "Blade, I'm sorry, they gave too much. Blade, I'm sorry, they gave too much." Bert's words made Blade's heart sink. He was about to say something when Bert laughed. "Just kidding, Blade. Come to my manor as a guest. I have a surprise for you." Blade was speechless. He was silent for a while, and asked, "Are you a human now, or a vampire?" Bert said, "Human, a person who is regarded as a king by the vampire and may be the richest person in the world at the same time." "I am going now." Blade put down his phone and said coldly to the police, "Take me there." "It is good." The police nodded in favor, and then he drove the police car to the front of a large manor in the suburbs. The police glanced enviously at the manor worth hundreds of millions and said to Blade, "Mr. Blade, I can't go in, I can only send you here." Blade ignored him, opened the door, and stepped out of the police car. An acquaintance with an umbrella was waiting for him at the door, but it was James. "Blade, the blood god is waiting for you. Speaking of which, can't you come back at night? It's so uncomfortable during the day." James said with a smile. It could be seen that he was quite complacent during this time, and the smile on his face never stopped. Blade's eyes looked James up and down through the sunglasses and said, "The clothes are good." "More than good? This is a top-level suit that I spent more than $100,000 to find someone to make, and it also has high-tech UV protection on it." James boasted that he had never expected to have this kind of clothes before. Blade was a little speechless. More than $100,000. "This is nothing. After the speaker and the 12 pure-blood elders died, most of their property belonged to the blood god, except for some that were robbed by SHIELD." James motioned for Blade to get on the patrol car, and then drove in while saying, "The first day the blood god stayed here, he bought a dozen luxury cars, and even called a group of car models to have a party. Hey, Blade, I heard that the blood god can freely control any part of the body, any part." Blade secretly sighed. No wonder he said that they gave him too much. The wealth of pure blood in North America probably fell into his hands. Now he is afraid that he has more money than Tony Stark. The patrol car drove for more than 10 minutes before it arrived at the gate of the villa. To Blade's surprise, Bert was waiting there. He stepped forward and hugged Blade and said with a smile, "Blade, long time no see." "It's not too long. I haven't figured out a way to kill you." Blade said coldly. The housekeeper and maid next to him were very shocked when they heard the words. He dared to speak to the blood god like this. Isn't he afraid of death? "Think slowly, don't worry, go, let's go in and talk." Bert laughed and said, "James, we still have a wave of guests. Please work hard and meet them outside." "Got it, blood god." James respectfully agreed, but he was a little surprised in his heart about who was coming. He was the confidant of the blood god, and those who need him to welcome are not ordinary people. Bert walked into the villa with Blade and said, "I'll give you a surprise first. Let's talk about the rest." "Wouldn't it be a group of vampires ambushing around?" Blade asked, and Bert laughed dumbly. He said, "To deal with you, I alone am enough. There is no need to ambush. Don't talk about this, watch the surprise first, you will be very happy." With that said, Bert pushed open the front door, and inside there was an old man who was drinking red wine, and a lot of wine spilled out and fell on his clothes. When normal people see this scene, they will guess that this is cheap red wine. In fact, the red wine the old man drinks is worth tens of thousands of dollars. "Whistler." Seeing the old man, Blade exclaimed. Whistler turned his head and laughed at Blade. "Blade, you are finally here. I knew they would come for you." Blade's expression is a bit complicated. Since Whistler is alive, he should have become a vampire, right? "Don't worry, he's still human." Bert patted the shoulder of Blade and said, "When you went to deal with Deacon, he was taken away by a group of vampires, and the group of vampires froze him and tortured him day and night. Later, I rescued him and gave him medicine. Back to human." This is the plot of the second part of Blade movie. Whistler has indeed changed back to a human being. Therefore, it is assumed here that after a person is bitten, as long as he has not turned into a vampire, he can be rescued with medicine. "That's right, I'm human now. After this guy rescued me back, he served delicious food and drink every day, and invited a few models to accompany me. Whistler laughed, but the next moment he smashed the precious red wine on the ground and smashed it, and then shouted, "He thought that he could bribe me. He was wrong. Blade, don't mind me. Kill all these vampires." Blade was a little speechless, but he was happier that he was still the familiar Whistler, the same bastard as always. "Whistler, this is a bit of a waste." Bert was a little dissatisfied. He said, "By the way, one of those models is pregnant." "What?" Whistler, who was still arrogant just now, was stunned, and Bert laughed. He said, "Just kidding, come here, clean up this place, there will be guests in a while." Immediately, maids came to clean up. These maids were all carefully selected human beings who especially served vampires. Vampires can do whatever they want, including bloodsucking. Blade couldn't help but ask, "Bert, what exactly do you want to do?" "You will know in a while, Blade. We are friends. I will not harm you. As long as you want, you can leave with Whistler at any time, and I will never stop it." Bert said seriously, "However, I hope you can stay for a while. Today, we have to decide the fate of the North American vampire race." Blade glanced at Bert, nodded, and said, "Okay. You won't be disappointed. Sit down." Bert smiled, and Whistler sneered, "I'll see what the hell you gonna do. By the way, give me a few more bottles of that previous red wine." "No problem, but don't smash it anymore. I don't like waste." Bert clapped his hands and asked someone to bring over a few bottles of wine. Having money and being wasted are two different things. Having money doesn't mean it should be wasted. "Whistler, drink less." Blade sat down. He looked at the precious furniture around him. At first glance, there were cashmere carpets that were not ordinary goods, and genuine works were hanging there. He sighed, "Pure blood is too extravagant." "It's too extravagant." Bert nodded in agreement. "As long as a phone call, a Michelin chef will come to cook for us immediately, and all the materials will be shipped by air. By the way, the housekeeper gave me a list before, which records many stars as well as people who are slaves of noble blood and so on. As long as I need them, they will come right away and let me taste their blood. It's disgusting." Whistler yelled, and Blade shook his head. A half-blood vampire couldn't even drink a blood bag, but a pure blood could pick and drink blood at will. No wonder the half-blood would be incited by Deacon. Also, the behavior of the vampires raising slaves is disgusting. It's disgusting, so I don't want any of them. I'd rather communicate with them in other ways." Bert laughed. He said, "Speaking of which, a lot of money is also troublesome. My team has not been able to calculate how much money I have, and this time it is estimated that I have to pay a lot of taxes. The tax bureau is not good." "Are you showing off?" Blade complained, and at this time, the butler came in and reported, "Blood God, Senator Stern and Director of SHIELD have come." // Stern is a former U.S. Senator from Pennsylvania and a covert member of Hydra. Using his position, Stern tried to convince the American people that Tony Stark was actually a threat to their safety and he should hand over his Iron Man armor. In the second part of Iron Man movie. Yep, that guy in the court scene who got roasted by Tony Stark ****. "Okay, I'll come out now." Bert nodded and said to Blade, "Blade, we will have a meeting together in a while. Whistler, you should avoid the meeting. Your mouth is too stinky and it is easy to offend people." Whistler gave Bert a middle finger, got up, and limped away with a bottle of wine. When passing by Blade, he whispered, "Blade, don't believe a word that's coming out of that vampire's mouth." Blade nodded coldly. Although Bert heard it, he didn't care. He got up and went to the door to greet the senator and Nick Fury. The one-eyed Nick Fury had a blank face all the time. He felt that he was too unlucky. He spent more than 10 years carefully arranging a blood god plan. Once successful, the vampire clan will no longer be a threat. The result of 1,000 calculations, but a guy jumped out in the middle to cut off the blood god, and even Deacon was killed by that guy, which not only caused his plan to go bankrupt but also made all his arrangements and backups go to waste. Turned into a joke. What's even more depressing is that Director Fury didn't find out about this until some time ago, so he couldn't change his plan immediately, and his original plan helped the guy instead because of the pressure of SHIELD. The vampire clan surrendered to him so quickly. If they don't surrender, the blood race will be killed by the blood god, Blade, and SHIELD. After the vampire clan surrendered, the blood god stabilized the chaos of the vampire clan at the fastest speed, and then led the vampire clan to raid the stronghold of SHIELD and swept away the 8th level agent John Garrett and a large group of elite agents. That's why Nick Fury accepted the invitation today and came in person. Negotiation. Of course, Nick Fury will not be in danger, and Senator Stern has also been invited over. Unless vampires want to go to war with humans, they dare not do anything in such a formal setting. In addition to this incident, Nick Fury has another trouble, that is, Captain America's girlfriend, Peggy Carter, the founder of S.H.I.E.L.D., went missing a few days ago. He used a lot of manpower to find it, but there was no clue at all. Compared with Director Fury, Senator Stern is in a good mood. Vampires are very generous. Although he is not short of money, who would think that money is too little? Director Fury, Senator Stern, welcome. Bert walked out of the villa, stretched out his hand to the two of them, and said, I am the new patriarch of the vampire clan, you can call me Bert. Senator Stern held Wank Bert's hand and sighed. Patriarch Bert is young and promising. The vampire clan has always only had the speaker. Where was the patriarch? Director Fury stared at Wang Bert and said in a cold voice that he has recently investigated a lot of Bert's information. To be honest, he still can't understand why such an ordinary boy can defeat Deacon and become a blood god. 22 years old, before this kid became a vampire there was nothing special about him. After he became a vampire, he went all the way. Now he has become the head of the vampire clan, and he even has to negotiate with him. They didn't have it before, but now they have it. Speaking of which, it's thanks to you, Director Fury. Otherwise, if the 12 elders and the speaker are still there, no one will be able to unify the vampire clan. Wang Bert smiled and said, by the way, do you want me to write a thank you letter to SHIELD? Director Fury's face was even darker. Everything he did became a stepping stone for this kid. It can be said that without him, this kid's road would never be so smooth. Stern said in a roundabout way, okay, let's go in and talk in detail. Patriarch Bert won't let us drink wind here, right? Of course not, you two please. Bert invited the two of them into the conference room. They were stunned when they saw Blade. Bert introduced, this is the famous vampire hunter Blade, the vampire clan's #1 enemy, Blade. This is Director Fury. Deacon was his undercover agent, Senator Stern. Blade said with a bad face, Director Fury, I appreciate your care. Director Fury snorted coldly, I don't know Deacon, but why are you a vampire hunter in the vampire's lair? Blade was too lazy to talk to Fury, and Bert asked the two to sit down, let the maid beside him pour the red wine that had been brought up, and introduced, this is the red wine I got from an elder's house, and I heard that Napoleon owned it. I don't quite understand this. The two of you are free to drink. Stern smiled and said, it's from the Napoleonic period, you have to taste it. Director Fury didn't mean to taste it. He said, Patriarch Bert, I want you to explain why you attacked our SHIELD station and captured our people. Bert sneered, everyone said that Director Fury, but you are more black-hearted than I thought, and it was your people who attacked our vampire clan, but you are saying otherwise. Director Fury said blankly, you are suspected of racial discrimination. No, I'm just despising you. Bert waved his hand, motioned the maid to leave, and then said, "Okay, let's not talk more nonsense. Director Fury, Senator Stern, I just want to ask, is the agreement between the vampires and humans still valid?" Before Director Fury could answer, Senator Stern put down his glass and said with great certainty, "It works. I'm here to mediate between the two of you and bring everything back to normal. Recently, the law and order in New York have been a lot worse. Washington doesn't want to go on like this." Director Fury's face darkened again. "What is a pig teammate?" "This is called pig teammates. The vampire clan is not strong, but it has not been eliminated. In addition to not knowing whether there are nuclear bombs and strong capital, the most important thing is that there is a group of human slaves familiars in the government to escort them. Those in power want to live forever and live decently, so the vampire race can't fall. Since the agreement is still valid, why did SHIELD send Deacon to trouble our vampire clan? Also, why did SHIELD attack the gathering place of our vampire clan, kill our people, and rob our wealth?" Bert questioned Director Fury. "Director Fury, you must give me an explanation today." I said, "I don't know any, Deacon." Director Fury said, "As for attacking the gathering place of your vampire clan, it is because your vampire clan violated the agreement to arrest living people to suck blood, and we have the right to do so. That was instigated by your undercover Deacon. SHIELD must release our people immediately and compensate us for our losses." I'll say it for the last time, I don't know any Deacon. It's your blood family who should compensate, and let our agents out immediately. The two sides naturally quarreled. Senator Stern hurried to smooth the game, while Blade drank silently beside him. It was so boring, and both sides were acting. In fact, this is not called drama, this is called going through the motions. Although it is boring, it is necessary. The quarrel was almost over. Bert waved his hand and said, "Director Fury, I will give the senator some face, and I will return all the agents to you, but correspondingly, you must also give back the blood and the wealth you have stolen. Give it back to us, and then we will formally cease the war and continue to maintain the previous contract." "Can?" Director Fury agreed with a cold face. "With the current situation, it can only be like this. No matter how strong SHIELD is, it is impossible to violate the decision of Washington. SHIELD this time, it can be said that the bamboo basket is a complete draw." Of course, Director Fury didn't plan to make rich vampires richer. How much he had to pay back is depended on his mood. It just happened that he was short of money to build a base recently. He likes to build bases all over the world the most, even if it is with corrupt money, he must build them. Bert nodded with satisfaction. He said, "Very good, Senator, Commissioner Fury, I have a suggestion." "What is it?" "This time, SHIELD has the main responsibility for the conflict between the SHIELD and the vampire clan, but our clan is also responsible. Many vampires do not abide by the agreement and wantonly suck the blood of living people." Bert glanced at Director Fury and said, "Deacon Frost, who is supported by S.H.I.E.L.D., is the most typical representative." Director Fury said, "I don't want to explain, Bert Wank. What do you mean by saying this?" Bert smiled and said, "What I want to do is very simple, to prevent this kind of thing from happening again. Looks like I'm going to write you a thank you note." Director Fury exaggeratedly said that he didn't believe what Bert said at all. In fact, Senator Stern didn't believe it either. Bert ignored Chief Fury, and he continued, "For this reason, I decided to set up a vampire police station, which is specially responsible for investigating and dealing with those criminal vampires. The rules are similar to human laws." Bert glanced at Director Fury and said, "S.H.I.E.L.D. can send someone to join the vampire police station, and the ratio of the two sides is about 1 to 9. "Are you serious?" Chief Fury was a little shocked. It was nothing to set up a vampire clan police station. but willing to let Shield in it. Blade also looked at Bert in shock. Could this be the reason he called me? Really, but if you want to join, you must agree to a few requests from me. Bert said, first, protect the interests of vampires. If a law-abiding vampire is killed, you must arrest the murderer, and you must help destroy the organizations that study vampires. Second, the price of blood bags must be lowered. The original ones were too expensive, and many mixed-race vampires had to take the road of crime because they had no money to buy blood bags. There is no way to do this. There is only so much blood to supply your vampires. Our blood bank is a little short of blood. Senator Stern said that selling blood to vampires is big revenue for the government, and it is also a very useful dark revenue that does not require review by the two houses, and he does not want to lower it at all. Bert smiled and said, there is always a way, it must be lowered. Director Fury pondered for a while, and said to Bert, I can consider the conditions you said, but the ratio of the two sides is too low. I think it is more appropriate to split between 5 and 5. 5 to 5 is impossible. Seeing Chief Fury Lyon's big opening, Bert shook his head and said, Director Fury, I just set the tone. If you have any ideas, you can talk to my president in detail. Director Fury asked, President? Yes, I plan to set up a blood god group, and the president hired with a high salary will handle various matters. She is now learning how many assets I have, and you can see her in a while. Bert smiled and said, Director Fury, my president will surprise you. Director Fury smiled without saying a word. Surprise me. Who do you think I am? I am the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. What have I not seen? Bert continued, in addition, the chief of the Vampire Clan Police Station. I would like to invite the vampire hunter Blade. May? Blade was a little startled. Bert nodded and said, Yes, it's up to you. It's no different from your original job. It's all about killing vampires. The difference is that before everything is killed, now only those who break the law are killed. Vampires aren't all bad, I'm sure you agree. Blade said coolly, I didn't kill all of them, at least I didn't kill you. That's true. Bert laughed, and Director Fury couldn't help but glance at Blade. You wanted to kill him at the time, so why didn't you do it? Blade said to Bert, after the establishment of the Vampire Clan Police Station, a lot of vampires will die. Countless vampires suck the blood of living people. Let's forget about what happened in the past. Don't worry about the future killings, no matter how many are killed. Bert said cruelly he didn't mind swallowing a little more blood at all. Thinking of something, Bert took out a badge from his arms and threw it to Blade, saying, Blade, this is for you. Which clan's badge is this? A red-colored dragon? I haven't seen it before. Blade glanced at the red dragon on the badge, and asked inexplicably. Bert smiled. This is my badge, the first piece in your hand, it has my power on it. Seeing the badge is like seeing me. You can kill any vampire except me and report back. Of course, a rigorous investigation is required afterward. Everyone looked at Bert in shock when they heard the words. He trusted Blade so much and gave him such great power. Director Fury squinted slightly. The blood god's behavior is completely different from those rotten vampire elders, young, vigorous, and resolute. Blade felt that the badge was a little heavy, and he asked, You trust me so much? Because you and I are the same. Bert smiled and said, In addition to the vampire police station, I will also pay people to study the artificial blood that vampires can drink. Once successful, vampires can integrate into human society, and there is no need to hide like now. This sentence made the three of them stunned. Immediately, the three of them shook their heads secretly. This idea is completely unrealistic. Vampires can't integrate into human society. The life forms of the two are too different. There are a lot of problems with ethnic integration of different skin colors, let alone interracial integration. This new patriarch is a bit naive, but the law-abiding vampires meet the requirements of human beings very well. Senator Stern and Director Fury exchanged glances and nodded secretly. Dream still has to be, what if it comes true? Bert saw the thoughts of the three and said with a smile, Blade, what do you think? I think being the director can do more than you can do alone. Let me consider it, Blade said. From the action of holding the badge, he can know that he is very moved. Think slowly, I'm not in a hurry, Bert laughed. Chief Fury said, the general framework is settled. I will send someone to discuss with you about the prisoner exchange and the Vampire Clan police station. Patriarch Bert, I hope what you just said is the truth. At least it's more real than you. Bert said. Stern nodded with satisfaction. Under his mediation, everything went smoothly and harmoniously. At this moment, the side door of the conference room opened, and a young and beautiful British beauty with a mature and graceful temperament walked in, followed by the pure-blooded vampire Mercury, holding a pile of documents with an unhappy face. Seeing this British beauty, Director Fury was stunned for a moment, then stood up abruptly and shouted in disbelief, MS. Carter. Although the other party has become younger, Fury would not make any mistakes. The reason is very simple. He grew up watching MS. Carter's and the US team's documentaries. Stern was also shocked, but he was not surprised why MS. Carter was here, but about how the other party had become so young. Being a vampire also has this benefit, why haven't I heard of it before? If these two things got out, it's sure to be a sensation whether it's MS. Carter becoming a vampire, or MS. Carter getting younger. Peggy Carter greeted Director Fury with a smile. Director Fury, we meet again. Fury slapped the table hard, glared at Bert with one eye, and said, Vampire, you are so bold, you dare to turn MS. Carter into a vampire, you want to die? Bert sneered, are you threatening me? Carter waved his hand and said, I was not forced. He talked with me for 3 hours and successfully persuaded me that I would become the president of the Blood God group and lead the vampire race and human beings to merge, and the reward he gave me was eternal life and youth. Director Fury believed that any other woman would agree to this condition, but a strong woman like MS. Carter would definitely not. He took a deep breath and said, I want to talk to you alone. Bert waved his hand, Carter nodded and took Director Fury to the side to talk alone. As soon as the two left, Stern couldn't wait to ask, Patriarch Bert, your vampire clan can restore youth. This is a very expensive special treasure. It's not that easy to get MS. Carter young. Bert smiled and said, in fact, there are no treasures. His blood has the function of restoring youth. That's right, MS. Carter is his descendant. Is the price extremely high? I believe most women are willing to pay the price. Senator Stern stood up and said, Patriarch Bert, I have to go back and report to the Vice President about the truce and the Vampire Clan Police Department. Sure, Senator Stern. Bert stood up to send Stern away. On the way, he said, Senator, what kind of yacht do you like? I'm planning to hold a swimsuit party recently, and I need a yacht. By the way, Senator, if you are interested, you are more than welcome to join. That's not a problem. I'll go back and look through the magazines to see which one fits. Stern laughed. He knew that the other party wanted to send him a yacht. Then we agreed. Bert smiled and shook hands with Stern, and then watched him leave. If I remember correctly, this old guy seems to be a Hydra, right? What if I say long live Hydra in his ear? Bert shook his head and turned back to the living room, only to see Mercury and Blade staring at each other, looking like they were ready to draw swords. Bert smiled and said, You will be colleagues in the future, so you must live in harmony. Mercury turned her head and said dissatisfiedly, "Why did you ask MS Carter to be the president? Don't you know she is the founder of SHIELD? Blade couldn't help but glance at Bert, and he asked the founder of SHIELD to be the president. Was his head kicked by a donkey? I know, but she is also a vampire now and will safeguard the interests of the vampire race. Bert poured himself a glass of red wine and said, "Besides, I need someone who does not belong to your pure blood to help me control the clan. MS Carter's ability is just right." Mercury said, "We have already handed over all our assets to you, why don't you trust us yet?" Trust needs to be built slowly. Talking about trust now will only hurt feelings. Bert sneered. If he didn't bring Carter, he would become a puppet of the vampire clan in minutes. He continued, "In addition, the vampire clan needs to change, otherwise it will be finished sooner or later. Let outsiders be the president, and we can make better changes. The vampire race does need change, but not your kind of change." Mercury shouted, "After the establishment of the vampire clan police station, many vampires will die, and a large number of vampires will escape. At that time, the strength of our clan will be greatly weakened." Bert said, "It won't be weakened. The vampires who break the law will be swallowed by me, that is to say, their strength will be transformed into my strength, so that the strength of the clan will not only not decrease, but will also increase. Enough to ensure the clan's strength, safety, and profit." Mercury and Blade were stunned. "You want to swallow those vampires who break the law?" Bert nodded. "Can't I? We can give a nice name to it, like Return to the Embrace of the Blood God. What do you think?" "No way." Blade asked suspiciously, "Is this the purpose of your establishment of the police station? Let us help you collect blood?" Bert's face sank, and he said coldly, "You think too much." The surroundings suddenly became dignified. Blade pushed down his sunglasses, and with a look of disdain on his face, Bert laughed and said, "It's just a matter of both public and private purposes." Mercury said again, "Even if a police station is established, humans will not treat us as their own." "Of course not. The bald director is probably already studying how to kill me." Bert said, "But it will reduce their hostility to us. We have huge capital and a large number of Kazakh's clan vampires, plus nuclear bombs. If it is not necessary, humans will not want to go to war with us. The reason why the vampire race has this crisis is mainly because you pure-blooded vampires are shouting to enslave human beings all day long, so SHIELD came up with a plan and used traitor Deacon." Speaking of Deacon, Mercury's face was completely darkened. This was the biggest stain in her life. She worked for a human undercover agent, and she admired him immensely. In short, the vampire clan police station must be established, and those vampires who break the law, as well as radical vampires, like vampires who think they are superior to others, must be dealt with. Bert said without the slightest doubt, "This is not for human beings, this is my request for the vampire race. I have never liked vampires that suck the blood of living people." Blade nodded approvingly. Bert didn't lie, he was still a human. Mercury snorted coldly, "What's wrong with our race, being superior? Aren't you awake yet? If humans spare no expense, the vampire clans will be wiped out within a month." Bert said disdainfully, "The weakness of the vampires is too obvious. It is no longer the Middle Ages. Today's human beings use various methods to kill vampires." This time, Mercury was silent. It turned out that they had high self-esteem, but this time, the confrontation with SHIELD made them understand that human beings have become stronger than them. In the battle with SHIELD, they did not have a single victory. To lose, to be slaughtered completely one-sided. If it wasn't for the blood god taking the SHIELD stronghold, they wouldn't even have the qualifications to negotiate. Bert said, "Mercury, times have changed." Mercury gritted her teeth and said, I will support you in establishing the vampire clan police station, but I hope you can remember that you are the blood god of the vampire clan. Of course, I'm the blood god of the vampires. Bert laughed. At this time, Director Fury walked in through the side door with a dark face. He said to Wank Bert, I will send someone to discuss the previous matter. Bert Wank, do remember, I will always be watching you. After speaking, Director Fury left without looking back. The conversation with Ms. Carter just now was not smooth. Of course, it may also be his performance. Should I act scared? Bert shrugged, and he asked Carter, who came out. President Carter, how many assets do I have now? Have you finished counting them? Only a rough estimate. You are now richer than the Stark family. If you want to make all the statistics, I need a professional team to cooperate with me. Carter smiled and said, speaking of which, I didn't expect your vampire clans to be so rich, have invested in so many fields, and even have control over Universal Pictures, one of the 6 major Hollywood studios. Without our injection, Universal Pictures would have closed down long ago. Mercury said disdainfully, the vampire clan has investments in many fields, and even has its own financial company on Wall Street, a veritable vampire company. I didn't expect this. It seems that I can make movies by myself in the future. Bert touched his chin, turned his head and said to Blade, Blade, let's shoot a series of Blade movies to promote the vampire clan. You will play the protagonist role. Carter and Mercury are both speechless. A movie with Blade as the protagonist can promote the vampire race. He is a vampire hunter. Blade said coldly, I'm not interested, I won't act. Bert laughed. You don't need to act. The sunglasses are a part of your body, and the sunglasses are enough. Blade directly gave Bert a middle finger. Bert didn't care, and said, while everyone is together, let me talk about the next layout. Mainly in terms of framework, the specific implementation, I want you to know. Okay, I want to hear your strategy. It's not easy to integrate the vampire race into human beings. Hearing Bert's words, Carter nodded and sat down. Mercury glanced at Blade, indicating that he should leave, but Blade was indifferent. The first is the plan of the vampire clan police station. This must be implemented and must recruit more vampires to join. Bert said, in addition, to ensure that the vampire clan can abide by the law, the police station must register the information of all the vampires. It's not realistic. Mercury immediately objected. The vampire race has always advocated freedom. No one is willing to register, and after registration, the information will be mastered by SHIELD. When she said this, Mercury glanced at Carter, and Carter smiled indifferently as if she didn't see it. I know that there will be many people who don't want to register, so we will implement the 10 billion subsidy plan. Bert said, all registered vampires can get a 10% discount or even a 20% discount when purchasing blood bags. 10 billion subsidy plan. Everyone was stunned. Carter thought for a while and said, if you do this, you can indeed increase the registration rate, but the cost is not small, and it may need to subsidize tens of billions of funds. It doesn't matter, anyway, I'm not spending too much money. And the price of blood bags is a bit inflated. Pure Blood has been making money in this area, and now it's just not profitable. Bert said indifferently. Mercury gritted her teeth secretly. Of course, you don't care, that's all our Pure Blood money. Blade agreed. This method is good. Not only can vampires be registered, but also if there is enough blood, vampires' crimes will be a lot less. Yes, that's what I want. Bert nodded and continued, in addition, we will build several factories to recruit those vampires who can't find jobs to work, and the location will be in Hell's Kitchen, near Midtown, easy to manage, and the headquarters of the Blood God Group. Put it there too. Mercury, the problem is Hell's Kitchen is a mess, with gun fights every day. Bert sneered, we vampires are afraid of chaos. If they dare to come to trouble us, we will just contribute to the security. Hell's Kitchen is good, the land price is not high, and it is also on Manhattan Island. Carter glanced at Bert. The other party chose this place, presumably to make human beings thwart rats. No one would throw missiles at Manhattan Island. Bert ignored Carter's gaze. He thought of something and said, "By the way, remember to buy insurance, alien invasion insurance, and monster attack insurance." The three of them looked at Bert in astonishment. What's the use of buying this kind of insurance? Could there be an alien invasion? Just buy it. Bert shrugged, didn't say much, and directly changed the subject. MS. Carter, next, the group must build a blood research department as quickly as possible to develop artificial blood. This is the top priority. Carter nodded first and then asked, "No problem, I will set up a blood research department as quickly as possible, but then again, why do vampires have to drink human blood and not animal blood?" "How do I know? I've only been a vampire for over 2 months." Bert spread his hands and turned to look at Mercury. Mercury shook her head and said, "I don't know. Anyway, animal blood is useless to us. We can only drink human blood to satisfy our hunger." "Let's study together then. Artificial blood must be completed, otherwise the vampire race can't integrate into human beings." Bert said, "The general framework is there. When we integrate the resources of the vampire clan, we will start to fill it step by step." Well, to integrate the resources first, the speaker and the 12 elders all died, leaving too many resources, too scattered. It will take a lot of time to integrate them all. Carter nodded, seeing that what Bert said was almost the same. She gestured with her eyes, and Bert said to Mercury, "Mercury, you go and tell the other vampire clans that we have stopped the war with Shield. In addition, let's leak our plan a little bit. Needless to say, too detailed." Mercury asked, "If it leaks ahead of time, are you not afraid that someone will escape?" Bert said, "If someone wants to escape, let him escape. It doesn't matter. If someone leaves, they will naturally come. I believe that there will be many vampires who are willing to abide by the law. However, if anyone wants to resist, they must all be eliminated. It is good." Mercury nodded, got up, and left. Her identity was Bert's assistant and the captain of the guard, and she was very important. After all, she represented the interests of pure blood. Bert turned his head to look at Blade and said, "Blade, you should also discuss with Whistler. As for whether you want to leave or stay, you can decide for yourself. I look forward to you joining us." "I will think about it." Blade nodded, got up, and left. Seeing that he had taken away the badge, Bert couldn't help but smile. It seems that the director of the police station has been decided. After everyone left, Carter couldn't wait to ask, "You once said that you would give me evidence. What about the evidence?" "Which one are you talking about? The one with Captain America reemerging and kissing your niece after your funeral?" Bert asked, knowing that he had told Carter about this in a joking way, to test whether the captain had returned. At present, the future should have changed. This is a good thing. The Traversers do not change the future, so what do they do? I said, "I don't like people making fun of Steve, and he's not the kind of guy you say." Carter was a little unhappy. She thought of something and sighed, "If he really can come back, even if he does that to Sharon, I won't care." "You are so enlightened." Bert laughed secretly. When the captain came back, there will be a lot of excitement. He got up and took out a document from the cabinet and put it on the table, and said, "This is the evidence you want." Carter couldn't wait to open it, and inside was a personal file, the personal file of Daniel Whitehall. Carter couldn't help but be taken aback when she saw the photo of this person. She asked, "Who is this person and why does it feel so familiar?" Bert asked, "You don't recognize the name, but what about Werner Reinhardt?" "Werner Reinhardt? It's impossible, he's dead, and even if he wasn't dead, he wouldn't be so young. Carter said in shock that Werner Reinhardt was a Hydra scientist. Before she left SHIELD, he had been imprisoned in prison. Later, someone informed her that the other party had died. This person is Werner Reinhardt. As for why he is still alive and so young, you can investigate it yourself. He is the chairman of a company, so it is not difficult to investigate. Bert said, I'm still saying that SHIELD is no longer credible. Speaking of which, you promised to help me so easily, I'm afraid you have already noticed it. Carter was silent. She did notice that the deaths of Howard Stark and his wife were full of doubts, and she retired as soon as she wanted to investigate. But Carter never thought that all this would be because of the Hydra until Bert came to the door and used this as a condition to make her the president of the Blood God group. Carter doesn't care about life or death, but she can't accept that Hydra is not dead and lurking inside SHIELD. Her greatest achievement in life is to defeat Hydra. Now you tell me that Hydra is not yet dead. Can this be endured? Carter put away the file and said, I'll investigate, but I want to know, how did you know all this? Fury has investigated you, and you're just a normal person becoming a vampire. I am the blood god. When I devour blood, I can obtain certain memories of the other party. Bert said, some of the elders of the vampire clan once cooperated with Whitehall. Some organizations have long known about the existence of Hydra, and only SHIELD has been kept in the dark from beginning to end. Carter's eyes narrowed slightly. If so, then the problem is serious, indicating that Hydra has occupied a high position in SHIELD. Carter said, I hope you don't lie to me, or even if you are a blood god, I will make you pay the price. Bert smiled and said, Don't worry, I never lie. Even if I lie, I won't let anyone know. He remembered something and warned, Be careful when you investigate, don't let Hydra find out. I know, I won't startle the snake. Carter left with the documents in worry. Bert looked at her back, his eyes flickering. Before the Hydra was solved, Carter could still be used. In addition, Bert made Carter the president, not everything. Carter is just a pawn to seize power with pure blood and influence the US team. After thinking about it, Bert asked the maid to notify James to come in. While you have the money and power of the vampire clan, you are also bound by the vampire clan. However, with so much money, you can bind it. The most important thing is to have a wonderful life. If you really can't carry it in the future, it's not a big deal. The vampire race runs on its own, and I won't die anyway. Bert held the red wine and smiled slightly. If it wasn't for the excitement, why should he take root in Manhattan? The first alien invasion was here. James came soon, and he asked respectfully, Blood God, what are your instructions to me? Bert said, I need you to help me with one thing. This matter must be kept secret and cannot be known to anyone, including Blade, Carter, and Mercury. No problem, my mouth is sealed. James said happily that he was indeed a confidant, and such confidential matters were not handed over to others, but him. That's good. Bert nodded, raised his hand, and blood gushed out into the appearance of a man in purple. Find this man for me. Find someone. James was a little disappointed that it was such a small matter. Of course, he did not dare to shirk and asked, Blood God, where is his position? Is there any other information? Bert said, his name is Kilgrave, and he should be in the city. You look for him first. If you can't find him, stare at Jessica Jones. He has a lot of entanglements with this woman. James complained, Kilgrave, killing Grave's meaning of the name? Who would have such a name? Of course, it's a freak. Bert copied the blood shadows of Kilgrave and Jessica Jones on the A4 paper on the side, and then he said solemnly, James, listen to me clearly what I say next, don't miss a word. With a straight face, James responded, Blood God, please speak. After you find that person, don't do anything, let alone contact him. Let me know as soon as possible. Bert instructed, remember this and inform me as soon as possible. If you let me know that you have done anything unnecessary, your blood will no longer belong to you. Do you understand? Bert said it very seriously, his eyes even turned blood red, making James feel like he would die at any time. He hurriedly said, I see, blood god, I will inform you as soon as possible. Very well, I'll write you a check for $3 million in a moment to fund your search for Kilgrave. Bert's eyes gradually returned to normal. He said, in addition, you can use the resources of the vampire clan, and you can also select people from the clan, but you must do a good job to prevent any leaks, and don't let anyone else leak this. James nodded. Understood. I will try my best to choose mixed blood that can be controlled to help. If they dare to leak this secret, their relatives will die. You can do it yourself, I just want the result. Bert waved his hand and said, next, I will build an intelligence center. After this is done, you will be in charge of the center. Thank you, blood god. James was overjoyed. He said, I'm the best at obtaining information. When I passed by Blade's room just now, I heard him quarreling with that old man. You call it gossip, not getting information. Bert complained. He said, I asked you to be the director of the intelligence center because I trust you, but you have a lot to learn, just like me, I have a lot to learn. This is the truth. Isn't the reason why Bert asked Carter for help because he has no experience in managing a group? James immediately expressed his loyalty. I will never fail your trust, blood god. I can trust you. Go ahead and help me find that person. In addition, help me find 2 virus experts, the ones who are going to die. Remember not to leave anything behind. Bert patted James on the shoulder, and a drop of blood penetrated from his clothes into his skin and then mixed with his blood. Understood, leave it to me. James took the check from Bert and left excitedly. Bert closed his eyes and waited for a while, then shook his head secretly. The strength is still a little short, and if you exceed a certain distance, you will not be able to sense blood. Fortunately, the police station that will be established next will bring me a lot of blood. Blade is right. A large part of the reason why Bert set up the police station is to obtain blood. It's too troublesome to kill one by one, and the vampire clan will resist. Now someone does it for me, so I can sit back and enjoy the success. How wonderful. James' information is correct. Blade and Whistler are indeed quarreling. Whistler cursed. Are you crazy? Believing what a vampire says? That kid is just fooling you. How can a vampire be not sucking human blood? This is 10,000 times more fake than if I say I don't like drinking. I believe Bert. What if he has other goals? It's all about killing vampires anyway. Blade said stubbornly, Whistler, the situation of the vampire clan has changed. I need to know more information. The information of the vampire clan, the information of Bert. If Bert hadn't lied, then I'd be a good director. Although his idea is a bit unrealistic, it's very beneficial to us humans. If Bert is lying, then I can approach him as the chief and kill him. I would never stay in a vampire's place, it's disgusting. Whistler's tone was a little loose, but he had too much hatred for vampires, and it was impossible for him to do anything for vampires. I didn't intend to let you stay. I need you to provide me with backup and investigate some things that I can't investigate well for myself. Blade smiled, and then he said a little embarrassedly, in addition, you have to help me take care of Vanessa. Whistler was puzzled. Who is Vanessa? The woman you're looking for. It's my mother. Isn't she dead? Not dead. Blade said with a headache. She's a little troublesome. Look after her. Don't let her go out to drink human blood. I don't want her to be the first vampire to kill after becoming the director. Blade, you are soft-hearted. Whistler glanced at Blade and then said, leave it to me. I'll pull her teeth out, let's see how she still sucks blood. Blade was speechless. He vaguely felt that this was not a good idea! On sunny noon, in Luna Park, Kenai Island, New York, Frank Castle, who was drinking Coke in front of the stall, looked at Bert walking down from the sports car, and exaggeratedly said, "Wow, what did I see? The vampire appeared during the day. I'm no ordinary vampire now." Bert laughed and hugged Frank, while Mercury stayed in the sports car. After all, she was not immune to sunlight. The glass of the sports car has a special coating to isolate ultraviolet rays. Bert apologized. "I'm sorry, I'm a little late. Several senators have been pulling me to chat, asking questions. I have to socialize." "Senator?" Frank glanced at the Lamborghini next to him and said with a smile, "It seems that you are rich." "To be honest, the Rolls-Royce that came to pick us up this morning surprised me." Bert smiled and said, "It's nothing. This is my reward for saving the world." "You made me almost believe it, really, just a little bit." Frank naturally didn't believe it. He thought of something and sighed, "Watch fewer movies. In the real world, heroes often don't end well." "It seems that Instructor Castle has a deep feeling for me." Bert smiled and said, "Don't talk about that, Instructor. Did you have a good time just now?" "Very happy, thank you for inviting our family to play here." Frank smiled and said, "However, how much money did you give those employees?" "I think they were too enthusiastic. They played with us the whole time, and they pushed a car and followed us all the time." "Not money. I own this place as I have shares." Bert smiled and said, "If you are free after a while, I will take you to Universal Studios on a private jet, which is more interesting than here." "Have shares, a private jet? It seems that you are really rich." Frank was a little surprised, but he didn't ask more, because he thought that Bert should have inherited some inheritance. He asked straight to the point, "Bert, is there anything you want me to do?" Bert didn't talk nonsense. He said, "I want to ask you to be a personal bodyguard." Frank was stunned. "Ask me to be a personal bodyguard?" "Yes, personal bodyguards. Vampires can't see light during the day. I need human bodyguards." Bert nodded and said, "I can give you $1 million annual salary, and various benefits." "Million as annual salary?" Frank was a little surprised. This was several times more than his salary as a trainer. To be honest, he was moved. "Yes, there may be a salary increase in the future." Bert smiled and said, "Instructor Castle, you have 2 children, so you should be under a lot of pressure, right? I believe that this job will not disappoint you." Parents here in America, although they don't need to prepare a house for their children, must prepare tuition fees, especially college tuition fees, which are a mess. Speaking of this, Frank was a little embarrassed. He also knew that he needed to save money, but he was a soldier and was used to spending money. Even so, Frank thought about it and chose to refuse. He said, "I prefer to stay in the army, Bert. If you want a bodyguard, I will introduce you to a friend of mine. His name is William Russo, Billy Russo." "I know him, but I don't like him." Bert shook his head, turned around, and gestured to Mercury, who threw a yellow file bag at him from the car. Frank was a little speechless. What kind of secretary is this, to throw things at the boss like this? "She's a vampire and can't get out of the car. I'm already looking for a human secretary." Bert raised his hand to catch the document bag, then handed it to Frank, and said, "Here are some things I found. You can look at it when you get home, so as not to affect the current mood." Frank was a little confused, but he still took the file bag and said, "I'll contact you after I've read it." Bert said, "Well, Instructor, don't mind me having dinner together? I just met your wife and children." Frank smiled and said, "I can't ask for it. Maria said it before. I want to thank you personally." Then, Bert and Frank's family went to the restaurant for dinner. Frank's wife, Maria Castle, was a very gentle woman, and their pair of children were also very cute. They kept calling him uncle. Looking at Frank, who was so gentle to his family, without the appearance of a strong man on the battlefield, Bert sighed secretly. Tough men are tender inside. It is because Frank loves his family deeply that after they die, he will turn into an anti-hero. The Punisher. Fortunately, the tragedy of that life will not be happening. Soon, the lunch ended in a happy atmosphere. Bert has something to do in the afternoon, so he said goodbye in advance. Wait for the summer vacation, I'll take you to Universal Studios. Bert waved to Frank's children, started the sports car, and disappeared from the sight of the castles with a roar. Maria turned around and asked Frank curiously, "Frank, you know such a rich friend?" "Former employer." Frank thought for a while and said that the other party wanted him to be a bodyguard. Maria was very surprised. 1 million annual salary. I didn't expect our Frank to be worth so much. Are you underestimating me? Frank pretended to be dissatisfied. He hesitated and told the other party of his decision. Although Maria was a little disappointed, she still said, "You can decide for yourself. I will always be on your side." "Thank you." Frank hugged Maria gratefully. With her and the child, he owns the whole world. In the sports car, Mercury asked Bert, "Blood God, in your current status, there is no need to personally recruit a bodyguard, right?" Bert said, "He is different. If he is fully prepared, he can destroy Deacon Frost's entire team." Mercury didn't believe it. "You are talking about Superman, not human." "Don't talk about this. What about the afternoon's itinerary?" Bert didn't explain much. How could Mercury understand the power of the Punisher? That is the highest value of ordinary human combat power. Compared with his combat power, Punisher is more powerful in commanding ability, which is why Bert wants to invite him. What Bert wants is not a bodyguard, but a commander. We have already talked with SHIELD, and SHIELD came over in the afternoon to exchange prisoners with us. In addition, they have already returned some of the companies and funds they took away. Mercury said, "According to estimates, we can get back about 70% in the end." Bert said, 70%? Not bad. It seems that Director Fury is not as black-hearted as I thought. I thought I could only get back about 30%. It should be to CMS. Carter's face, of course. It may be two people acting. Mercury said that as she is still a little hostile to Carter, no, it should be said that she is even more hostile. During this time, their pure-blooded power and interests have been continuously deprived by the other party. The ability of this woman is quite terrifying. Bert said lightly, "Carter did a good job." Mercury didn't say much. Purebloods plan to use Wank Bert as a puppet can already be declared bankrupt. Whether it is Bert or Carter, they are not easy to catch. The location of the exchange of prisoners was in the underground parking lot of an abandoned factory in Hell's Kitchen, Clinton District, Manhattan Island. The leader of SHIELD for this exchange, and in addition, will also join the Vampire Police Station as the deputy chief, Melinda May. "Welcome." Bert and Melinda shook hands and then asked someone to open the door at the stairway and let out the agents of SHIELD. All these agents looked good, and obviously, they had not been abused. When Melinda saw this, she turned around and signaled. An agent opened the door of the bus and the vampire captives came down. The 8th level agent John Garrett walked up to Bert first and said badly, "Blood God, we will meet again, but not here, but in SHIELD when the time comes, I will personally greet you." Bert smiled and said, "I will go to SHIELD. Remember to prepare some tea at that time. I won't drink any tea below $10,000. You can just drink gold." John Garrett complained. He seemed to be very dissatisfied with Bert, but when no one noticed, he and Bert exchanged glances, and everything was silent. Melinda said with a stern face. Sir Garrett, Director Fury asks you to report back to SHIELD immediately. Understood. I don't know how many reports to write this time. John Garrett scolded angrily and walked towards the shield bus with a group of prisoners. At the same time, the vampire prisoners walked towards Bert and others with 3 points of confusion and 7 points of surprise. Mercury immediately brought people up to meet them, on the one hand, to reassure them, and on the other hand to explain the current situation to them, lest they be disrespectful to the blood god. This blood god is not easy to mess with. USHIELD have gone too far. Look at them. All of them are pale and their steps are vain. They are abused by you. Bert rebuked dissatisfiedly. I'm quite good to you people from SHIELD. They didn't have to worry about food and drinks. Look at Garrett. He is getting fat. John Garrett stumbled and almost fell and turned around and gave Bert a hard middle finger. Melinda is also speechless. Isn't it natural for a vampire to be pale? Is it a problem to have a ruddy face? She said coldly. If you have any dissatisfaction, you can go to Director Fury to complain. Bert nodded. Good suggestion, Mercury. Remember to write a complaint letter. Melinda didn't bother to pay attention to Bert and asked. The prisoners have been exchanged. Next, who should I contact to learn about the vampire police station? Blade is on the 3rd underground floor. You can take your people to find him. Recently, many vampires causing problems and I need you to work with him. Bert said. Melinda, although you and I have different positions, we both hope that the world will be peaceful, and I hope you won't let me down. Since I took over this position, I will naturally perform the corresponding duties. Melinda said coldly. What did she think of, and asked. This is the headquarters of the vampire police station you selected? Yes, right here. The vampire police station will be built underground, which is not only safe but also very convenient. In addition, a factory will be rebuilt on the ground and vampires will be called to work. Bert nodded and said, by the way, does your SHIELD have any tax-free channels? It's very taxing to open a factory in the city. It's better to get me some subsidies. Look at what I do. The big deal is to give you some rebates for SHIELD. We are now considered partners. Rebate? Melinda became more and more speechless. She didn't know how to complain, so she turned around and left, and went to the 3rd underground floor to find Blade to report. Sure enough, I still need to discuss this kind of thing with Nick Fury. That guy is very interested in rebates. Bert shrugged. At this moment, Mercury walked over with a group of prisoners. Although these prisoners had complicated expressions, no one dared to stab them. They shouted in a respectful voice, "Thank you, the blood god, for saving us." Bert said, "You're welcome. Mercury will tell you the changes during this time. You have to remember that times have changed. Now is my time." The vampires looked at each other in dismay, and finally, under the sign of Mercury, said in unison, "Yes, blood god. Go back and rest." Bert waved them away, and he took Mercury to a cafe on the edge of Hell's Kitchen, also the property under his name. Bert looked at the long-term rental apartment opposite through the glass and asked, "Have you bought that long-term rental apartment?" "I have signed a contract with the owner, but there are many tenants in it, so it's hard to deal with it." Standing in the shadows, Mercury said, "We talked to them, but few were willing to move, and legally they have the right to live until the end of the contract. I suggest some extra tricks. The people inside are not good anyway, either alcoholics or gamblers and prisoners. They don't move out because they can't afford the rent elsewhere." Bert said, "Buy another long-term rental apartment and move them in. In addition, everyone should pay more compensation." "That would cost us a lot of money." Mercury said, "Blood God, why do you have to buy this apartment as the headquarters of the Blood God group? Hell's Kitchen is a better place than this." Bert said, "The energy Kai here is good. In short, buy it as soon as possible, then demolish the long-term rental apartment and build our group headquarters. The word Kai Bert said in Chinese, and Mercury was confused. Kai? What is that? You don't need to pay attention to it. In short, do as I say. As for money, don't worry about it. I have more money. Bert said that the long-term rental apartment is where the keel is located. Is it good for Kai? You are indeed not short of money. I will find a lawyer to settle this matter as soon as possible. Mercury agreed, and then she took the laptop to Bert, pointed to the resume on it, and said, Blood God, this is the secretary I'm looking for you. All of them are from the familiar family. You can use them with confidence. Laptop. The technology in this world is quite chaotic. Tony Stark has used holographic projection, and smartphones are not yet fully popularized. By the way, is there Twitter now? Should I acquire it? It will be especially good in the future. Bert took over the computer and carefully read the resume above. When he turned to the third resume, he couldn't help but be surprised. Bert pointed to the red-haired wavy beauty on his resume and asked Mercury with a speechless expression, Is this woman also of the Kazakh family? Mercury glanced at it, nodded, and said, Natalie Rushman, she is indeed of the Kazakh family. She has several degrees and is proficient in fighting. She is the best in this group. Go back and fire the steward who reviewed these people. Bert said angrily, Is the Black Widow a Kazakh? Then Captain America is a Hydra. It seems that SHIELD still has a lot of secrets within the vampire clan. Natalie Rushman, the pseudonym of Black Widow. Natasha Romanoff names can be changed, but pictures can't be. Mercury was taken aback. Is there something wrong with her? Bert sneered, Black Widow, the top agent of SHIELD. Do you think there is a problem? What, Black Widow? Is she the Black Widow famous in the dark world? Mercury was very shocked, and then her eyes shot up with murderous intent. I want to kill her. Bert put down his laptop and said, No, recruit her as a secretary. Mercury was puzzled. Blood God, why do you want to recruit her even knowing that she is the Black Widow? Should I tell you that I'm greedy for her body? Now is the peak of Black Widow's beauty. It's a waste to not know about it. Bert complained secretly. He said, SHIELD will not give up on monitoring us. Instead of letting them continue to send another unknown one, it is better to choose someone we know, that steward will not deal with it for the time being, and after a while, find an excuse to arrest him and get rid of. Wouldn't it be too dangerous? That's the Black Widow. Mercury said, It's okay to inquire about the information. What if she attacked you? Don't worry, I won't die. Bert smiled confidently. How about hundreds of lives? Do you think you're joking? Hearing this, Mercury could only agree. She thought of something and suggested, Blood God, do you want to test MS Carter with this? She must know that the woman is a Black Widow. I have an agreement with Carter that she will not tell me anything related to SHIELD and I will not use her against SHIELD. Bert shook his head and said, Mercury, don't think too much. We need Carter now. Yes, Blood God. Mercury bowed his head unwillingly, but he did not give up the idea of defeating Carter at all. That woman is too powerful. If she didn't fall, pure blood will have no future. Bert knew this well, but he didn't stop it, because he needed both sides to restrain each other. On this day, Frank was in a good mood until he opened the file that Bert gave him in the study, and after just a few glances, his blood rushed to his forehead, his face was flushed, his blue veins appeared, and his muscles twitching, his hair almost stood up. It's not that Frank had a big reaction, but the information recorded in those documents is really appalling. Someone inside the U.S. military smuggled illegal drugs from the Middle East into the country. In order to avoid being discovered, they hollowed out the bodies of the dead soldiers and put illegal drugs inside, because no one would examine the remains of the dead soldiers. There is no doubt that this is a conscience thing, but anyone with a bit of humanity would never do such a thing. But some people do it, not only that, to eradicate opponents and kill those who know about it. These people use their power to set up a special team to gather the unweighing elites in the army and let them do the dirty work. This operation is called Operation Ghost Dog, and unfortunately, Frank Castle is the captain of this operation team. Frank's friend, Billy Russo, is the vice-captain of the action team, but unlike Frank, he is an insider. For the money, he chooses to conspire. Now, those scumbags are going to clear out the people in Operation Ghost Dog, so that no one will know the scandal they have done. This information is very detailed and even lists the evidence Frank's old boss, a pseudonymous blacksmith, is now selling illegal drugs in Hell's Kitchen, and Mrs. Gao of the Hand Union has lost her business. In addition, some soldiers in Operation Ghost Dog have died. How dare they? Frank trembled with anger. He couldn't even catch the documents. His whole person was like a volcano about to erupt. He had seen a lot of darkness in his life, but he never thought that someone could be so despicable and shameless. To actually use the corpses of heroes to transport such things, and to use the patriotism of the soldiers to help them eradicate the enemy, and even to silence them afterward, the devil in hell is just like that, right? If this is true, I will kill those bastards. Frank finally couldn't bear it anymore and slammed his fist on the table. The table made of solid wood was directly smashed into a big hole by him. You can imagine how angry he was. The big news from the study frightened Maria. As she rushed towards the study, she shouted, "Frank, what's the matter?" Maria's voice made Frank instantly recover from his anger. He took a deep breath and shouted as gently as possible, "It's okay, Maria, the table is broken, I'll just fix it myself." Maria knew something was wrong, but she still stopped and said through the door, "Frank, the children are going to bed, you can do it tomorrow." "It's okay, I won't disturb them, you go to sleep first." Frank said that after Maria left, he exhaled, took out a book from the shelf, opened it, and there was an old phone inside. After hesitating for a while, Frank picked up the phone and dialed it out, and a deep voice soon came from inside, "Frank." Frank said, "It's me, help me check one thing." How could someone be so depraved? The other party was shocked after hearing what Frank said. He said, "Wait for me for 6 hours, and I will give you an answer." "Okay, I'll wait for you for 6 hours." Frank nodded. Only if you can get information about things of this magnitude that alone in 6 hours, his friend was one of them because he was Nick Fury. Few people know that Frank and Nick Fury are friends. In fact, Frank has had several private affairs with Nick Fury. Putting down the phone, Frank sat weakly on the chair. This sitting lasted for 3 full hours. He was not only angry but also guilty. He used to think that all the bad people he killed were bad people. Unexpectedly, he killed so many good people. Frank, even though he was the damned one. And Billy, he is such a person. Frank grabbed his hair in pain, and could not wait to pick up the machine gun and shoot at this group of people. They all should go to hell. 3 hours later, Nick Fury called Frank and told him to go out. There was a car waiting for him. Frank did so. To his surprise, Nick Fury was in the car. Frank got into the car, didn't close the door, and asked in a deep voice, "You came in person to show that the document is true, right?" Director Fury said, "Yes, we caught the blacksmith, that is, your old boss. He recruited them all. Your information is true." "It is good." Frank nodded expressionlessly, ready to get out of the car and work with a gun. "Those people are going to die." "Frank." Chief Fury hurriedly pressed the button, the door closed automatically, and he shouted, "Don't you think about Maria and the 2 children? If you kill them, you will become a wanted criminal, a murderer." Frank, who was about to get out of the car, froze instantly. If Nick Fury said something else, he wouldn't care at all, but family will always be his weakness. Frank turned around, gritted his teeth, and asked, "Why do you want to let them go?" "Of course not. I'll talk to the military and the director of the CIA in a while, and they'll give you an explanation, and none of the people on this list will live." Director Fury said, "However, this matter will not be made public. I believe you can understand that once it is made public, it will become a super scandal." Frank asked aloud angrily, "If I force it to be public, will you kill me too?" Director Fury patted Frank on the shoulder and said, "There are many shameless people in this world, but there are also many people with faith. Frank, don't think of the world too dark." Frank stared at Nick Fury for a while, took a deep breath, and said, "They all should die." "They will all die." Director Fury assured him with great certainty. Frank nodded and wanted to leave, but Director Fury held him again. Facing Frank's puzzled eyes, Director Fury said, "Frank, I want you to do me a favor." Frank said, "No wonder you came to me in person. What are you doing? Tell me." Director Fury said, "I think you agree to the request of the new patriarch of the vampire clan, the blood god Burt Wank, to become his bodyguard." "What?" Frank's eyes widened, his face full of astonishment. "The new patriarch of the vampire clan, blood god. What the hell is this?" Director Fury took out a document from the box next to him and handed it to Frank. Frank said with a look of disgust, "I don't want to accept the document now. The last document made me want to shoot myself." Turn the lights brighter. Why do you always like to stay in the dark?" Director Fury turned on the light and said, "This is mysterious and can scare people." "Your look is scary enough, eh? Is that kid really a vampire?" After reading the document, Frank looked sluggish. What happened to this world? The vampires have all run out, and he is still looking for himself to learn actual combat. Director Fury said, "He really is, and now he has become the head of vampires. Your ability to teach students is really high." Frank put down the document and asked, "It seems that he will be charged a little more for tuition. By the way, he said he saved the world, is that true?" "Save the world?" "That is to say, Wangbert is not there, otherwise Director Fury will definitely spray him on his face. Without him, the vampire clan will be pacified. How can there be so many things? Do you still have the face to say that you saved the world? How can people be so thick-skinned?" Director Fury said with a dark face, "He is a great threat, Frank. I hope you can help me." Frank refused without any hesitation. "I'm sorry, I can't help you. I never betray friends." "When did he become your friend?" "From the time he gave me the documents, he became my friend. I owe him a truth, a life." Seeing that he couldn't persuade Frank, Director Fury could only throw out the killer. "Frank, he is very dangerous, you know. He has a nuclear bomb in his hand." Frank was taken aback. "Nuclear bomb? Is this too exaggerated?" Director Fury said very seriously, "No exaggeration, Frank. I need you to help me save the world. This world is so fragile, and does it need people to save it every day?" Frank was a little irritable. He said, "Bert isn't a man who would bomb the world with a nuclear bomb. He's not that crazy. But we have to guard against that, and that's my job, to stop a crisis before it happens." Director Fury said, "Besides, vampires have always wanted to turn us, humans, into slaves again. Although Burt Wank has no such signs, for the time being, we must take precautions." Frank snorted coldly. "Nick, in your eyes, everyone is a bad person, right?" "I said, this is my job." Director Fury said, "Frank, I didn't ask you to be a spy, I asked you to be an insurance. If one day, Burt Wank wants to destroy the world or turn humans into slaves, then we can do it in time. Everything to stop him." Frank slammed the door in annoyance and made a loud banging sound. Why do you always encounter this kind of shit? After thinking for a while, Frank said, I will not pass information about him to you, but if he wants to destroy the world, I will stop him. Okay, that's enough. Director Fury breathed a sigh of relief and finally buried a safety nail beside Wang Bert. For this blood god, he never let down his guard. This person is too mysterious, Director Fury. What he dislikes the most is uncontrollable mysterious people. The next morning, in the coffee shop, Natasha Rushman Romanoff, who came to report to Bert Wang's court, Natalie pseudonym, why do you want to be a vampire? Because I want to be beautiful forever. Natasha turned around gracefully in front of Bert, showing off her perfect figure to the fullest. To be honest, Bert's eyes were a bit straight. At this time, it was indeed the pinnacle of Black Widow. Wang Bert smiled, asked the waiter beside him to serve a cup of coffee, then put a drop of his blood in it, raised his hand to Natasha, and said, please. Natasha didn't hesitate. She asked happily, Boss, are you planning to grant me eternal life now? No, I need a human secretary now. I can't turn you into a vampire for the time being. Bert said, this drop of blood will merge with your blood and it will turn you into a vampire when I need it. In addition, it can guarantee your safety. If you die accidentally, it will resurrect you. Thank you, boss. Natasha raised her coffee cup with joy, but prayed secretly in her heart, I hope the antidote to prevent becoming a vampire is useful. If it's not, then everything will be ruined. I always get the most difficult task. Hey, there's no way. Who let me pay equal attention to wisdom and beauty? Very good. We will be our own from now on. You can call me the blood god or the patriarch. Bert sensed the fusion of his blood and Natasha's blood, and nodded with satisfaction. He said, I want you to do this first thing for me now. Natasha put down the cup and said shrewdly, Blood god, please order. Bert took out Maxim magazine and said, Tell me about the cover girl of this Maxim magazine. I'm going on a date with her this afternoon. What? Natasha was a little surprised. Is this kind of thing? Didn't Fury say that this kid is very shrewd? Why is this virtue? Also, when a beautiful woman like himself stood in front of him, he didn't want to take her first but asked her to help him find a woman. Did his brain circuit got fried? Anyway, get this job done first. Natasha was about to speak when a man walked in accompanied by Mercury. He smiled and said, I didn't expect you and Tony Stark to have the same taste as the cover girl of Maxim magazine. It's Frank Castle. Tony Stark is the rich man I know best, so I want to learn his way of life and see if it works for me. Bert got up and shook hands with Frank, and said with a smile, Instructor Castle, please don't tell me that you are ready to promise me. I will die of joy. Vampires shouldn't die so easily. Frank said with some emotion, Bert, I never dreamed that everything you told me was true. You finally know, ha ha ha. Unfortunately, I didn't see your expression at that time. I've been waiting. Bert laughed and said, Instructor Castle, let me introduce myself formally, the new patriarch of the vampire clan, the blood god Bert Wang. Frank said, someone told me, a big guy who helped me deal with those bastards. Bert was a little surprised. Big man? Do you want my help to deal with those guys? No, and they won't end well. Speaking of those bastards, Frank's face was a little heavy, and then he shook his head and said, Bert, you told me the truth and saved my life. I can be your bodyguard, but I want to ask you first, do you want to turn all human beings into slaves? Natasha listened attentively. Bert laughed, and he said, Frank, do you know what kind of person in this world does not want the world to be destroyed? What kind of person? Rich people who want what they want. Bert said eloquently, I'm a rich man now, or one of the top ones in the world. I make a phone call, and more than 50% of Hollywood actresses will be delivered to my door obediently. With one word, I can decide the jobs of tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people. My shoes are dirty, and countless people will want to help me clean them. Most men in the world want to be rich like me, and countless beauties in the world want to be my woman, such as our world-class beautiful secretary. Bert pointed at Natasha. Natasha cursed inwardly, but had to go up and kiss Bert's cheek, and then said excitedly, "Blood God, everything I have belongs to you." Frank blew a whistle, and even he had to admit that Natasha was a first-class beauty, prettier than Hollywood actresses, and of course, a little worse than his Maria. His Maria is the most beautiful in the world, no, in the universe. Bert put his arms around Natasha and laughed loudly. "Frank, in this case, how many times do you think I have to be kicked in the head by a donkey before I want to destroy the world?" Frank said with a smile, "It's probably just kicking the head to pieces, right?" "Of course not." Bert laughed, letting go of Natasha, sat down, and said, "Even, I will take the initiative to protect this world. If this world is destroyed, where can I enjoy it?" "Indeed." Frank nodded in agreement, and Natasha also nodded secretly. If she was as rich as the other party, she would not destroy the world. She wanted to summon all the men in the NBA to sweat in front of her. She likes men. As for turning all human beings into slaves, not only have I never thought about this, but I will also prevent other vampires from doing so. To be honest, that kind of vampire who always thinks he is superior to others is super disgusting. Bert shook his head and said once about his reform of vampires. After listening to Frank, he scolded Nick Fury in his heart. "Bert has achieved this level, yet you still doubt him. Your heart is indeed black." "Bert, I'll officially take over this job. As for the army, I'll handle it myself." Frank said, "However, I declare in advance that I will not do bad things for you, and I will not turn a blind eye to bad things." "No problem." Bert smiled and said, "Mercury, hurry up and get the contract from yesterday. Don't let Frank have the chance to regret it." The Punisher joined the team! Although there were objections to Frank's joining, Mercury has no way to change Bert's decision, so she can only turn around and go out to get the contract and let Frank sign it. Frank turned over the contract and said in surprise, "In addition to being your bodyguard, I also want to be an instructor at the Blood God Security Company." Bert said, "Yes, the Blood God Security Company is an escort company composed of vampires and the familiars of the vampire clan. If you are free, help me train them. In the future, you will also need to lead them to fight for me." It seems that $1 million annual salary is not easy to earn. Frank signed his name and said, "I declare in advance that I am good at tough battles, the kind with a lot of movement. Let me lead the team, and you want to figure out how to end it. Don't worry, under normal circumstances, there is no need to prevent you from taking action." Bert smiled and said, "Mercury, call the snowman and let him take Frank to visit the security company and meet the team members by the way. Natalie, hand over the contract to the legal department." // Natalie is only used when in conversation. Other times the real name is used **//. "Yes, blood god." Natasha and Mercury agreed at the same time. Then, Mercury called someone, and Natasha took the contract to the temporary legal department upstairs. After the contract was delivered, Natasha went to the bathroom and took out a needle from the vanity case. Don't get me wrong, she just drew a little of her blood. "Bert, didn't you think of it? That Nick Fury has long wanted your blood." Natasha smiled slightly. Then, she put the needle back in the vanity case, pressed the toilet, got up, and left the bathroom. She didn't know, but Bert saw everything that just happened. Don't get me wrong, Bert is not so filthy about peeping things in the bathroom. The reason why he can see it is that at a certain distance, he can sense the surrounding situation through his blood. It seems to be even worse. Want my blood? Keep dreaming, my blood is alive. If it doesn't want to be taken away, no one can take it away. Bert sneered secretly, and after a while Mercury walked in with a snowman in a leather coat. This snowman looks the same as Donnie Yen. In fact, in Blade 2, he is played by Donnie Yen and is the subordinate of the big villain, Grand Duke Damaskinos vampire Overlord Ali Damaskinos in the movie. / I thought the name Snowman was a translation problem or something. Turned out it was real and played by the one and only IP man. BTW, it was actually Cosmic Dan instead of Donnie. No idea how Google Translate did it. ****. At this point he was still mixed with the vampire races in North America, and he didn't go to the Grand Duke Damaskinos. Seeing that he was an acquaintance and his strength was good, Bert promoted him to the head of the security company. Bert introduced each other. Snowman, this is Frank. Frank, this is Snowman. You will be colleagues in the future. Let's get to know each other. The Snowman and Frank shook hands and said slightly provocatively, "We are looking forward to Instructor Castle teaching us." "I'm looking forward to teaching you too." Frank grinned. He likes thorns the most. The harder the thorns, the more interesting it is to train. Bert smiled and said, "Okay, I have an appointment, Frank. You should get acquainted with the security company for a few days and then come and help me. As for welfare, Natalie will help you arrange it. You will never be disappointed." "It is good." Frank nodded, followed the snowman to leave the cafe, and headed to the security company. After they left, Mercury said, "Blood God, Kingpin called me this morning and said that he wanted to buy the long-term rental apartment we acquired, and the price could go up by 30%. We have dealings with Kingpin?" Bert was surprised that Kingpin was the underground emperor in New York, Daredevil's #1 enemy, and 40% of all crimes in the United States were related to him. Kingpin was not his real name, but a title, meaning emperor. "Kingpin help us bring some food in from time to time." Mercury said the food for vampires is naturally living. "Human trafficking." Bert sneered. He thought about it, and said, "The one who wants to rent an apartment for a long time should not be that fat man. But the Hand." Mercury frowned. "The Hand Association? Those ninjas who are said to be able to keep resurrecting?" Bert asked. "They don't have business dealings with us, do they?" Mercury said simply, "They have also delivered food, and many vampires are addicts. It's so degenerate, no wonder the combat power is so poor." Bert snorted and said, "Reject Kingpin. That is our future headquarters, and we won't sell it for any money." "It is good." Mercury nodded. "It seems that the Kai in that place is really good. Otherwise, there would not be so many people fighting." She went to check the meaning of Kai last night, but her mind was even more confused. After thinking for a while, Bert said, "Tell that fat man, we are not interested in Hell's Kitchen, and he will not participate in the matter of our meeting with Han." Mercury said proudly, "Kingpin doesn't dare to provoke us. We are the kings of the dark world. Pureblood still hasn't learned the lesson." Bert was used to the superiority of the vampire clan. He waved his hand and motioned for Mercury to leave. Bert turned his chair and looked at the long-term rental apartment outside. His eyes narrowed. He will probably have to fight. They won't give up the keel, and neither will I. Well, Madame Gao's Kai Gong, I have great interest. / bioenergy manipulation, iron palm, and Kai manipulation can be related to Kai Gong since it's written by a Chinese author. I'm not sure what to use. So let's just roll with this. ***//. Bone marrow is a hematopoietic tissue, and the keel can greatly enhance Bert's strength. Of course, he will not give up. You must know that a complete keel might be buried under the long-term rental apartment. There is a very famous Michelin restaurant next to Times Square. On weekdays it is always full of people, but today, there are only 2 guests because Wangbert has reserved the restaurant. Sitting opposite Wangbert is Betsy, the cover girl of the issue of Maxim magazine. The atmosphere between the two was a little stiff at first, but because of Betsy's enthusiasm, Bert gradually let go, and now the atmosphere is quite harmony. The only problem is that Betsy likes to ask questions, always asking Bert what you do, what is your relationship with Universal Pictures, why their director will come to help to ask me out, and what kind of car you drive. Is this a blind date? This woman is too enthusiastic and she doesn't need to be chased at all. It feels no different from those models some time ago, but it's just a bit higher grade, which is a little different from what you imagined. Bert was a little disappointed. It seemed that it was not good to be too rich and he lost the joy of pursuing. In the afternoon, I will take you to Universal Studios to find director Catherine. Wangbert told some of his information, and Betsy immediately became more enthusiastic. At this time, the door of the restaurant creaked open, and a guy with a mustache who looked very arrogant walked in. Mustache guy looked around and said to the waiter on the side, "Why are there only 2 people? Is your restaurant going to close down?" The waiter hurriedly explained, "Mr. Sark, I'm sorry, someone has reserved the room today." That's right, it was Tony Stark who came here. He looked at Wangbert and sneered, "Reservation? Why do some people want to reserve a table? They don't want to be disturbed. Wouldn't it be better to go home to eat? Is this guy here to find fault?" Bert raised his eyebrows and was about to speak when the manager beside him hurriedly came out and said, "Mr. Stark, I'm sorry, our boss wants to have dinner today and doesn't greet guests." Tony Stark was stunned. "Boss?" Bert got up and raised his hand and said, "For me, this is no different from my home, Mr. Sark, let's sit together. Then I'll sit down and bring me a glass of red wine." Tony was a little unhappy, but he walked over and sat down. He was not surprised at all that Bert knew him. There were not many people in America who didn't know him. He is Tony Stark, the most attractive billionaire and genius in America. After sitting down, Tony looked at Miss Betsy with glowing eyes and pretended to say, "I seem to know you." "Hello, Mr. Sark, I'm Betsy, the cover girl of this issue of Maxim." Betsy introduced herself excitedly. Every cover girl wants to date Tony Stark, not only because of his attractiveness but also because it brings a lot of exposure. "Oh, I remember." Tony and Betsy shook hands, then turned to Bert who was sitting down and asked, "This gentleman, I'm surprised you bring a cover girl, but you book a table for dinner, which is not the same as buying millions of dollars. What's the difference between the famous watch and not showing it to others?" Becky nodded in agreement. The cover girl should live under the flash. Bert motioned for the waiter to pour Tony's wine, and smiled. "You came here on purpose to ask me this question?" "Did I come here on purpose? Why didn't I know? I was just passing by." Tony naturally denied it. He came here on purpose. Who didn't know that he liked to look for the cover girl of Maxim magazine, and someone dared to grab it, but what about coming to see it? If Tony Stark doesn't have time, he allows others to steal the cover girl, but as long as he has time, the cover girl must be his because he is Tony Stark. Maybe. Bert didn't expose Tony. He said, "The reason why I looked for her is mainly to try your way of life. However, I am a low-key person and don't like being watched, so I cleared the scene." Tony sneered, "Are you imitating me? Many people are imitating me in this world, but obviously, you are the worst one, and you don't even know that I like hilarity the most." Tony Stark at this time needs to be beaten, and the words with his nostrils upside down are specially prepared for him. Bert snorted coldly, and he sneered, "You like to be in the limelight, right?" Tony said proudly. No, it's the limelight who likes to look for me. I, Tony Stark, never need to go out for the limelight. Yes, Mr. Stark, where are you? Where is the news? Betsy said admiringly. Tony glanced at Bert proudly and chatted with Betsy enthusiastically. I have to say that although Tony Stark's tone is very annoying, he is indeed a very humorous guy who can tease girls very much. In just a short time, his eloquent words made Becky laugh several times. Bert watched Tony Stark's performance quietly and didn't do much because it was unnecessary. Seeing that the other party's limelight was completely taken away by himself, Tony Stark was very proud, and he didn't know what to say to grab the cover girl from himself. Betsy, are you free this afternoon? I know a few directors who will go golfing with me. Tony sends out the invitation. He knows what a cover girl likes most. Tony wanted to pry Becky away from Bert. In his opinion, he was about to succeed. He even gave Bert a provocative look. It was just beyond Tony's expectations, but Becky was a little hesitant. She glanced at Bert and said apologetically to Tony, I'm sorry, Mr. Stark, Mr. Bert has asked me to see Director Catherine first. Tony was taken aback. Director Catherine? Who? A female director. I'm going to let her direct the Twilight I shot at a high price before. Bert said slowly, a youth romance film about werewolves and vampires. Tony looked disgusted. Werewolves and vampires? Will anyone watch this kind of movie? The script is very good and the director's ability is also very strong. As long as you find some handsome men and beauties, the box office will not be bad. Bert said, Betsy is very suitable for a role in it. I believe that Director Catherine will give me this face. After all, I invested in this drama. Betsy introduced, and Mr. Bert is also a shareholder of Universal Pictures. Bert shrugged. Actually, he is a major shareholder, but most people won't believe it. Tony's face was a bit ugly. He knew that he had failed. Although he was handsome, personable, and humorous, people could give Betsy an important female role, which is a little hard. For a cover girl like Betsy, this is irresistible, even if you are Tony Stark. After all, changing women is faster than changing clothes. Bert looked at Tony with a smile on his face, and Tony sensed the other party's ridicule. Dare to argue with me for a woman even with this little skill. Boy, you're done. Tony was instantly angry. Tony Stark, can't fight a country bumpkin? Tony said, see the director or something, you can go tomorrow. Bert, didn't you say you worship me? I'll take you to the Atlantic Casino to see it, where you'll see how I have fun. Bert thought for a while and said, although I don't worship you, I want to see what you do for fun. I just became a rich man and I'm still not familiar with how to live. The life of the rich. Tony exaggeratedly said, it seems that you are the lucky one who inherited a huge fortune. Bert said, aren't you the same? You inherited the Stark Company too. No, it was me who carried it forward. Tony stood up and said impatiently, what are you waiting for? Let's drive a sports car over together. Hurry up, my sports car is not waiting for anyone. Bert said, don't worry, my sports car will wait for someone. I like to save face for the elderly. Old man. Tony's eyes widened sharply, staring at Bert. He dared to say that this genius who is popular with thousands of beauties is an old man. Is he courting death? This must be looking for death, right? Otherwise, Tony will look down on himself. When I get to the casino, I'll teach this kid some manner. In the casino, with Jarvis' help, I'm invincible. Tony sneered secretly. What, he's cheating? No, undetected cheating is not cheating. This guy is really careful, but when you go to the casino with me, he is looking for abuse. Bert laughed dumbly. Tony Stark's prudence is something that everyone in America knows. Before he became Iron Man, he was scrupulous, and after he became Iron Man, he was the same. Speaking of which, he should soon become Iron Man, that is to say, the era of superheroes is coming soon. It seems that I have to speed up my pace. Bert's eyes flashed, his fingers under the table flicked, and a drop of blood flew out from between his fingers and landed on Tony Stark's palm, and then quickly penetrated it. Tony didn't notice it at all. He stood up and said, "Come on, let's go to Atlantic Casino. Who am I, where am I, and what am I doing?" In the bright casino lobby, Tony Stark stupidly looked at the poker on the table. His mind was blank. He shook his head, looked around blankly, and found that everyone around was excitedly shouting something at him. Very neat. Tony shook his head again, and finally heard what the people around him were shouting. "Undress, undress. Why do they want me to undress?" Tony blinked in confusion. After a while, he suddenly recalled everything, and suddenly looked up at Burt Wang, who had a proud face. He gritted his teeth for a while, and he was tricked by this kid. The process is very simple. Tony Stark brought Burt and Betsy to a casino in Atlantic City. At first, they didn't bet against each other, they just made bets and played dice or something. As a frequent visitor to the casino, Tony immediately saw that Burt was a novice and had little experience, so he found an opportunity to play stud with Burt alone. In the first 3 games, Tony Stark won easily, but since the 4th game, he has been losing and never won again, even if Jarvis analysis function is used later, analyzing the opponent's facial expressions, analyzing what the opponent's cards are, what cards the opponent can get, and so on. Generally speaking, Tony doesn't cheat at the casino, and he's not short of money, but occasionally it's harmless. But he didn't expect that even if he cheated, he would still be unable to win against the guy who was just a novice. How can Tony accept this? He is like a gambler who keeps losing, with red eyes, and so kept raising bets, trying to beat the opponent. This is not for money, but for face. He can lose everything except face, because he is Tony Stark. Then, like those gamblers who didn't believe in evil and wanted to keep playing, but lost everything, Tony also lost completely. Of course, what he lost was not wealth, but an unacceptable condition. Take off your clothes and run around the outside of the casino. If this is done, Tony is estimated to be shameless in the future, and his charming body will appear in newspapers across the United States tomorrow. Countless people in America are interested in his body, such as the gamblers around. That's why they shouted so loudly. "You are not a novice." Tony gritted his teeth and said that as he thought. Before he couldn't notice it, but now he's awake from his anger. How could Tony not know that he was trapped by the kid on the opposite side? Tony felt embarrassed to be fooled by such a simple calculation. "I'm just a novice. I have played on the internet, but in reality, I don't play much." Burt said lightly. He didn't lie, he was indeed a novice, but it didn't matter. He could see Tony's whole cards at any time, and even knew what cards were dealt next. If he could lose, he took all the cards get in. Tony asked again, "You cheated, didn't you?" "It's familiar, don't talk nonsense, or I'll sue you for slander." Burt smiled and said, "Cheating doesn't count if you don't get caught." "Isn't that my line?" Tony became more and more annoyed and wanted to punch the guy in the nose. The pride of the opponent and the admiration of Betsy next to him made him extremely unhappy. Tony closed the cards and said, "Today I lost, doubled, and the conditions are fine. What you lose today, I will give you all of it and give you 5 million more. But the conditions are off." Burt sneered, "I have more money, so no." The gamblers went crazy and shouted, "Take off, take off, take off." Tony was embarrassed and angry. He glanced left and right. Before he had time to do anything, Burt said, "Tony, if you want to run away, I will let the people here strip you naked. I believe they will be happy." "Very happy too." It was Betsy who shouted this, and the other gamblers cheered loudly. Want to try the taste of billionaire clothes? Tony's face turned red, and he couldn't stand being undressed, let alone being taken by a group of men. God knows if someone will take advantage of him. No, he is wrong. Someone will take the opportunity to take advantage of him. It's cheap, and maybe they'll pull out something to keep as a souvenir. Thinking of the terrible consequences, Tony chose to follow his heart. He gritted his teeth and said, on another condition, I can promise to do one thing for you. In this world, there are very few things that Tony Stark can't do. Although admitting counsel, his tone is still arrogant. This is Tony Stark. If Bert doesn't agree, he will call the police directly and say that someone has kidnapped him. In this country, no one can force him to do what he doesn't want to do. Bert looked at Tony, and when he started to get a little nervous, he nodded and said, okay. Tony breathed a sigh of relief, but the gamblers were booing, thinking that there was a good show to watch. But this is what happened. Bert pushed out the chips and shouted, the chips here are given to all. Whoever grabs them will own them. There was a sudden silence around. This is millions of chips. If you don't want it, move away. The next moment, all the gamblers rushed towards the table with red eyes. The first few people successfully grabbed a handful of chips, but before they were happy, the people behind them shot at them unceremoniously and robbed them of their hands. Chips on. So, big chaos, a big fight, kicked off. Bert, Tony, and the frightened Betsy hurried out of the chaotic circle. Tony looked at all this excitedly and whistled, Congratulations, Bert, you already have 50% of my true biography. In addition, from today on, you'll be blacklisted from all Atlantic City casinos. It doesn't matter, I don't like gambling. Bert shrugged and said casually. Tony froze for a moment. It's a shame that he, a veteran, would lose to such a rookie. Bert put his arms around Betsy and said to Tony, Let's go to the hotel, we still have a condition to discuss. Tony said angrily, Let's talk in the car, I don't want to stay here tonight, I hate it here. Okay, get in the car. In the white Audi convertible, Bert said to Tony, Tony, I need a good secretary recently. Give me your female secretary, Miss Pepper Potts. You want to rob my little Pepper nickname? Tony immediately refused. No, change the terms. Bert asked, Really? She's just a secretary on your side. Give her to me, she can be the president. No, absolutely not. Tony looked at Bert with an unhappy face. This guy wanted to pry his corner. Without little Pepper, I don't even know what my social security number is, right? Can't you? Then I'll change the conditions. Bert didn't care too much. After all, he was only interested in Pepper's workability. He said, Do you know vampires? Tony sneered loudly, Brother, don't watch so many movies. Where are the vampires in this world? Just pretend it has it. Bert shrugged and said, Vampires are afraid of the ultraviolet rays in the sun, so unless they wrap themselves like mummies, they can't act in the daytime. Tony said impatiently, Do you want to learn about the common sense of vampires with me? Please, there is a genius man in front of you. Bert sneered, Then do you know that you will lose money tonight? Tony's face suddenly darkened, and he said unhappily, Hurry up and say the conditions, don't waste time. I want to ask you to design something that allows vampires to act like ordinary people during the day. Bert said, in simple terms, it is to design something to block ultraviolet rays, but such a thing can't make people feel weird. It should be completely invisible to people. Tony thought for a while and asked suspiciously, This thing is not difficult to do, but why do you want such a thing? Bert expressed his surprise. It's not difficult to do? As far as I know, vampires have not been able to research this thing for hundreds of years. Tony said arrogantly, I don't know if vampires exist, but there is only one Tony Stark in this world. I can design this kind of thing in 3 days. Then design it for me to see. Bert said, by the way, the patent right of this thing must belong to me, because I want to mass produce it, and you can make a price for how much it will cost. Tony asked, the patent rights can be given to you, but I want to know, how on earth did you cheat? Bert smiled and said, I have a see-through eye, so I know what your card is. You think I'll believe it? Tony expressed his disdain. Do you know how much my IQ is, to fool me with this kind of thing that only children can believe? If I was 3 years old, no, even if I was 2 years old I wouldn't believe it. Bert smiled, took out a box of unopened playing cards, and asked Tony to draw a few cards. After Tony finished drawing, Bert pointed and said, 7 of diamonds, 8 of spades, 9 of hearts, isn't that right? Tony was a little surprised. He put down the playing cards, took out his wallet from his pocket, and asked, I still don't believe it, how much money is in it? Bert glanced at it and complained, you don't have one. Also, if you don't put money, why should you buy a wallet? This is a gift from Lil Pepper. That's not the point. You can actually see through? Hey, wait, have you peeked at my body? Tony thought of something, and suddenly covered his bottom and shouted in surprise. Bert gave him a middle finger, opened the door and got out of the car, turned around and shouted, 3 days later, bring the product. No problem, I'll let Pepper. Wait, you kid thinks about Pepper, did you peek at her? Tony was like a furious lion, roaring at Bert with his claws. Bert didn't bother to pay attention to him. He closed the car door with force, and strode towards his sports car. Boy, tell me honestly. Tony stood on the seat and yelled at Bert, who was sitting in the sports car. Bert returned his hand and pointed his middle finger, started the sports car, and took Betsy away like a lightning bolt, leaving Tony to eat the exhaust. Cough, cough, cough. Tony coughed for a while and quickly got out of the car to avoid him. He looked in the direction where Bert was leaving and thought fiercely, this bastard, I can't spare him. No, I must work out a method of preventing perspective, but what is the principle of his perspective? Can the eyes be turned into X-rays? It's not scientific at all. That night, Bert, who was resting, suddenly received a call from James. He said excitedly, Blood God, we have found Kilgrave. What? Bert, who was still a little annoyed, immediately lifted the quilt and said, Where is he? He was shopping with that Jessica Jones, and my eyes are on him, James said. You didn't get close to him, did you? Bert asked while putting on his clothes. James hurriedly said, No, I'm very far away, and he will never find me. Bert said excitedly, Very good, keep watching. I will take a helicopter over there immediately, and find someone to get a few sets of biochemical suits and anesthesia guns, which will be useful later. Yes, Blood God. James nodded, again and again. He knew very well that great achievement was coming soon. Bert's movement awakened Betsy. She turned her head, barely opened her eyes, and asked tiredly, Bert, where are you going? I have something to do. Someone will take you to see Director Catherine tomorrow. Bert left a sentence and went out immediately. Kilgrave is so important, how can he be interested in Betsy? Who is Kilgrave? He is the big villain in the TV series Jessica Jones and likes to wear purple clothes, also known as the Purple Man. Kilgrave has an amazing ability. He can control others with a virus TV version, and once controlled by him, you will do what he asks you to do. If he asks you to hit the wall, you will hit the wall and you will keep hitting the wall until he tells you to stop. If he asks you to draw a gun at some point to kill, you will draw a gun to kill. Very scary. Although Kilgrave can control people, he is no different from ordinary people. This is different from Jessica Jones. She is a strong woman and a future superhero. In addition, Kilgrave's control is time-limited. Bert doesn't remember how long it took, but it should be within 12 hours. After this time, the control will be invalid. Bert wanted Kilgrave's ability very much, so he asked James to find him the first time, and James did not let him down, and found his target in a short time. If this virus can be transferred to me, it will be convenient to do things in the future. Bert was so excited that he contacted the hotel and arranged for a helicopter to return to New York as quickly as possible. Atlantic Casino is only more than 100 kilometers away from New York, so it didn't take long for Bert to arrive at the restaurant where James was. Blood God, they are eating at the restaurant over there. James pointed to the pasta restaurant opposite and said hesitantly, Blood God, that guy is a little weird. Bert asked, what kind of weird method? The restaurant turned out to be closed, but he only said a word, and the restaurant owner opened the door to let him in and called the chef back to make a late-night snack for him. James said, although money can do such a thing, I haven't seen him give money. Speaking of which, he doesn't seem to have given money to buy things before. People like him don't need money to buy things. Bert sneered secretly, so flamboyant, it seems that even without Jessica Jones, James can easily find him. Such a powerful ability, but it is too wasteful to actually use it to eat free. Bert asked James, are the biochemical suits and sedative guns ready? Ready. It's all specially made and very effective. James nodded hurriedly, and then used the walkie-talkie to let the 3 half-bloods come in with the suitcases for biochemical suits. When these 3 younger brothers saw Bert, they were all excited and terrified. This was a blood god, and they could only look up to him. Bert instructed, put them on, and after entering the restaurant, don't talk nonsense, do whatever I ask you to do. Blood god, do you want to go in person? James said, that guy is weird, let others deal with him. Don't worry, he can't hurt me, don't talk nonsense, get dressed. Bert said that although he was confident that he would not be affected by Kilgrave's virus, how could he easily take risks with his tens of billions of net worth? If I die it would all go to waste, no thanks. So, he also put on a biochemical suit. When the preparations were completed, Bert immediately took James and the 4 downstairs and rushed into the restaurant. You know what? My favorite food is pasta. Kilgrave didn't even know that someone was planning against him. He was excitedly having dinner with Jessica, and he took the initiative to introduce his hobbies. Kilgrave has not had this kind of excitement for a long time, because women are too easy for him to get. When he sees a beautiful woman on the street, he says a word, the other party will obediently follows him to the hotel. No difficulty. Jessica is different because, like himself, she is a superhuman, and Kilgrave is very excited to meet her for the first time. Unlike Kilgrave's excitement, Jessica Jones is full of despair at the moment. How can there be such a terrible ability in this world? She will do whatever the other party says, completely unable to resist. Sure enough, you can't be a superhero, and something will happen when you do it. Jessica was full of resentment. She saw someone getting robbed on the road and threw the other party 10 meters away. Who knew that she happened to be seen by Kilgrave passing by, and then she fell into hell. Who can help me? Jessica prayed in her heart. She wanted to cry, but she couldn't even cry without Kilgrave's permission. At this moment, Jessica was stunned to see several people wearing yellow biochemical suits walk into the restaurant and directly raised the sedative gun in their hands at Kilgrave's back. Kilgrave sensed the movement, and before he had time to turn his head, he was shot in the back by 3 anesthesia guns. The bullets in the guns were specially made. Very good. Bert nodded with satisfaction and was about to let James go to catch Kilgrave when other people in the restaurant suddenly rushed towards them with weapons. They want to save Kilgrave, which is the order that Kilgrave gave them before. Kilgrave is quite afraid of death and always sets various backup plans. Shoot them down. Bert sneered and gave the order. James and the others immediately shot at the rushing people. These people were just ordinary people with no fighting power. They were quickly shot down one by one, lying on the ground, and fell into a coma. The only one with fighting power was Jessica Jones. She lifted the iron table next to her and smashed it hard at Bert. If it was anyone else, they would definitely be smashed by a table and couldn't take care of themselves. But Bert just smiled, appeared behind Jessica like teleportation, and then slashed at the back of her neck with a knife. Jessica fell softly, as her vision turned dark. James, carry Kilgrave and follow me. While carrying Jessica, Bert instructed, others close this place and tie up all the people on the ground. If they wake up, give them another shot, and let them go after 12 hours. I'll get some policemen to come and help you. But don't say anything about this. When these people recover, warn them to shut up, understand? Clear. The three little brothers nodded again, and their expressions were very excited. The blood god personally gave the order, and if it was completed, it is estimated that there will be no worries in this life. It is good. Bert didn't waste any time and immediately left with James, who was carrying Kilgrave. There was a car waiting outside. Bert put the two of them in the back seat and drove home as fast as possible. After returning home, Bert threw Jessica to the maid and said to the housekeeper, lock her up for 12 hours. After 12 hours, if she wants to leave, let her go. If she doesn't leave, just treat her as a guest. Yes, blood god. The old butler didn't ask anything. After all, compared to the previous generation of masters, this kind of imprisonment game is completely unpopular. After dealing with Jessica, Bert and James brought Kilgrave to the secret room behind the study, where there was a small elevator. The three took the elevator to the second basement, opened the door, and saw a man who had already gotten his little virus lab ready. There were 2 virus experts in the virus laboratory who were invited by James at a large price. When they saw the 3 of them come down, they immediately came to say hello. Bert nodded to them and didn't say much. These 2 people were inferior characters. Bert didn't plan to let them leave here alive at all. Bert said, James, you go back and deal with the things I just ordered, and then go to Mercury. She will hand over the information center to you. Yes, blood god. Although James was curious about what Bert was going to do next, he put down Kilgrave and immediately turned to leave because he didn't want to die. His heart was full of excitement, and he finally climbed to a high position. There will be more good days in the future. I didn't expect a mixed-race vampire like me would become someone of a high position, and all of this is because he followed a good master. After James left, Bert told 2 virus experts half-truths about Kilgrave's ability. In simple terms, when he opens his mouth to speak, he can release a virus, which can make people feel powerless. After listening to this, the 2 virus experts shook their heads again and again. Boss, it's not that we don't believe you, but humans can't have such capabilities. Bert said beyond doubt, this ability does exist. Don't talk nonsense. You should start checking immediately to analyze which organ is producing the virus. Although the 2 virus experts disagreed, the rich one was the boss, and they could only follow it. The equipment here is very complete. The 2 of them started scanning, extracting body fluids, and doing some experiments with Petri dishes. After a few hours, they finally figured out the situation. The bald virus expert, who was still waiting to slap his face, excitedly said to Bert, Boss, his body can produce some viruses. This is incredible. If the research is clear, I guess I can win the Nobel. Bert, who had not left after waiting for several hours, asked impatiently what organ produces the virus. Another short-haired virus expert said to Bert with a scanned brain photo, Boss, there is a mutant tissue in his brain, and the virus comes from here. Bert asked excitedly, can this mutant tissue be extracted completely? Also, after extraction, can it continue to produce viruses? It can be extracted, but if you extract it forcibly, this person will die. The short-haired virus expert said, after this mutated tissue is extracted, as long as it is alive, it can continue to produce viruses, but it will die soon. This virus is not strong enough to reproduce in other people's bodies. Boss, I don't recommend extracting it. It's too wasteful, like killing a hen that lays golden eggs. The bald virus expert said loudly, we should let it continue to stay in that person's brain, and then extract some for experiments each time. Only in this way can we completely replicate the virus and find out how the virus was produced. Boss, I think so too. The short-haired virus expert nodded and said, give me a little time, I can. Bert interrupted the two experts with a rude wave. He said, extract the mutant tissue in its entirety now, complete and alive. Boss. The two experts still wanted to object. Bert shouted, do as I say. It's too wasteful. The bald virus expert grumbled dissatisfiedly but still said that the riches are the bosses and they can only do what Bert ordered. Although these two virus experts are of poor character, their professional abilities are still quite strong. They first gave Kilgrave general anesthesia, then opened his head and extracted the mutant tissue inside. Bert watched all this silently. He had no guilt about killing Kilgrave because this person deserved to die. Dying so unknowingly was already quite cheap for him. If it weren't for the special circumstances, this kind of person would have been slashed with 1,000 swords. The evil deeds he has done are indescribable in just 4 words. Because there is no need to care about Kilgrave's life or death, the operation was carried out quickly. After a while, the bald virus expert extracted a small group of mutated tissue and placed it in a petri dish. Waste, too wasteful. This could have won me a Nobel. The bald virus expert sighed and gave Bert a dissatisfied look. He was illiterate, he didn't understand anything, and he wasted good things in vain. Bert didn't care what the virus expert was thinking. He looked at the mutant tissues and said excitedly, go back. Although the two of them didn't know why, they still obediently backed away. Then, they saw an extremely frightening scene. Bert's right hand suddenly turned into a mass of blood that kept moving, and the two of them stepped back again and again in fright. What the hell is this? Bert ignored them. He first controlled the blood to absorb all of Kilgrave's blood, and then let the blood wrap the mutant tissue in the petri dish to provide it with nutrients. Normally, it would be very troublesome to transplant this group of mutant tissues, and it would be impossible to experiment within a few years, but Bert is not a normal person, he is a blood god, and he can complete this process with an extraordinary method. This extraordinary method is to swallow Kilgrave's blood and then fuse the mutant tissue with the power of the blood god that contains Kilgrave's life breath. As long as there is no rejection, the transplant can be easily completed. Time passed bit by bit, and the blood-wrapped mutant tissue not only did not weaken but gradually became stronger. Bert laughed, his idea was right, this ability belongs to himself now. Bert took back the blood, re-evolved his right hand, and then transferred the mutant tissue to the position inside his head. The whole process went very smoothly. After all, in the eyes of the mutant tissue, he was Kilgrave. After doing all this, Bert looked up at the two virus experts. The two were terrified and pressed the button desperately next to the elevator. Unfortunately, the button didn't respond at all. Only Bert could open the door of the elevator. Bert said, slap yourself until I tell you to stop. As soon as the two virus experts heard Bert's order, they immediately raised their right hands uncontrollably and then slapped themselves hard. No matter how much they resisted, they couldn't stop this action. Very good, the virus is working. Bert laughed. What did he think? With a flick of his finger, 2 drops of blood flew out and merged into the bodies of the 2 virus experts, providing nutrition for the viruses inside. The reason why Kilgrave's control ability is only more than 10 hours is that the virus can only live that long, but Bert is different from him. Bert can use his blood to keep the virus alive. In this case, his control time is way ahead of Kilgrave. Not only that, Kilgrave couldn't control his abilities, he would control others as long as he speaks, and Bert can use it when he wants to without trouble speaking, like turning a switch on and off. I feel that I am invincible. After I go out, I will control the president first and then the generals of the Ministry of Defense. The whole world is my own. Bert laughed again, but after only a minute, he gave up this seemingly good plan because this plan was not feasible at all. This is not the ordinary world, this is the Marvel world. Do you believe that once the truth of the virus is discovered, those geniuses can configure the antidote in 3 minutes? 3 minutes might be a little high. Moreover, this virus cannot be controlled by anyone. In the original show, Jessica Jones got immune to this virus, and many superheroes are stronger than her. Bert doesn't want to be those stupid villains. This ability can be used, but it must be used quietly so that no one can find clues. Take it as the special ability of the Blood God. It is very reasonable for the Blood God to control others with blood. Bert smiled. Speaking of which, the vampires in this Marvel world are too bad, they don't have magic, and they can't even turn into bats as in the most classic vampire powers. Anyway, there is no one here in North America. I don't know much about Europe. I will have the opportunity to go shopping in the future. Bert said to the 2 virus experts who were still slapping themselves, "Stop. You will stay here and concentrate on researching the virus for me to improve its ability." The 2 virus experts are naturally reluctant, but they have no choice at all. To avoid any accident with the virus, Bert did not leave here immediately, but stayed to do some tests. Be careful, after all, this is a god-level ability. If it is damaged, it will be a big loss! The nights and the cities are always not so quiet and peaceful because there are always people who want to do something. In the basement of a church in Queens, a group of vampires are roaring at a certain false god. Bert Wang is just a god. Half-blood, why should he be a blood god? Only noble pure blood is qualified to be a blood god. Bert Wang doesn't allow the vampires to suck the blood of living people. It's ridiculous. We, vampires, are at the top of the food chain, and humans are just our food. Bert Wang has become a dog of SHIELD. He said that Deacon Frost is an undercover agent of SHIELD, but he is the agent. The vampires cursed loudly. Some of them were pure blood, but more of them were mixed blood. They wanted to suck the blood of living people and thought they were mixed blood that was higher than humans. We must get rid of Bert Wang. Suck every drop of blood from him. A pure-blood vampire shouted, and the other vampires echoed loudly. At this moment, the door was suddenly slammed open. Then, 2 rows of fully armed and goggle-wearing policemen filed in, with anesthetizing guns in their hands. Blade, wearing sunglasses, walked in with a grim face and shouted, "Bapt Vampire American Police Department, you are suspected of treason and sucking the blood of living people, and now you will be arrested immediately, otherwise you will be killed according to the order of the Blood God." It's Blade. It's the Vampire Clan police station. The vampires panicked, and the pure blood who were shouting before shouted, "Don't be afraid of these Bert's slaves, kill them. Go." Before the vampire could say anything, Blade gave an order. He was doing this for a long time. It was just a routine thing before. After all, he is a person who has a job now, so he must pay attention to the procedures. As soon as Blade called to do it, the 2 policemen in the front turned on the ultraviolet lights in their hands. The vampires screamed in agony and ran back frantically to avoid them. However, no vampires died because this was a weakened version. Immediately afterward, the police pulled the trigger and shot bullets from the anesthesia gun toward the vampires. As soon as the vampires were shot, they immediately fell unconscious on the spot. A little garlic essence was added to the anesthesia gun, which was very effective for vampires. Under the radiation of ultraviolet rays, only pure-blood vampires can resist. Pure-blood vampires roared and rushed to kill Blade. Blade grinned grimly, raised his hand and grabbed Pureblood's arm, and smashed it hard. With a slamming sound, Pureblood screamed, and even the sword fell to the ground weakly. Blade grabbed the Pureblood by his neck, squeezed tightly, and the Pureblood fell softly. He wasn't dead, just in a coma. Blade. Vampire Hunter Blade. The remaining two purebloods finally remembered the illustrious name of Blade. They were afraid and wanted to escape from the passage at the back. Blade immediately caught up and entangled one. As for the other, it was blocked by the ambush led by Melinda May. Shoot! Melinda was not polite and ordered the police to shoot on the spot, and a large number of silver bullets roared out. Although the pure blood is fast, the passage is too narrow, they can't dodge at all, and soon falls with bullet holes all over their body. The purebloods were all gone, let alone the mixed blood. After a while the battle was over, and the police threw the unconscious vampires into the police car one by one. Melinda came over and asked Blade in confusion, "I don't understand, why use a sedative gun?" Blade replied coldly, "These vampires are going to return to the arms of the blood god." Melinda was full of question marks. Huh? Blade said a popular version, "The blood god will swallow their blood." What? Melinda was stunned for a moment. She frowned and asked, "Blade, aren't you afraid that you won't be able to subdue him when he becomes stronger?" Blade glanced at Melinda. He asked instead, "Why do you want to subdue him? What crime did he commit, or did he do something wrong to human beings?" Melinda said, "What if? There is a saying in the East, that if you are not afraid of 10,000, you will be afraid of what will happen." // I couldn't find the perfect analogy to use here instead of what the translation provided me. Imagine this is something from cultivation novels ****. As a police officer, look only at the present, and everything Bert is doing now is good for humanity. Blade said, "The presumption of innocence is the principle we should use, Deputy Director Melinda." Melinda replied, "SHIELD uses the presumption of guilt, Chief Blade." Bert said that it is a severe time now, so all of them will be dealt with seriously. Only in this way can we quickly cut through the mess and establish a new order. Blade said, "When the crackdown is over, the criminal vampires will be pulled into labor camps, and the wealth they create will be used to subsidize the law-abiding vampires." Strike hard, reform through labor? Melinda was stunned. Is this an Oriental word? Isn't Bert a second-generation Chinese born and raised? Blade said, "Okay, don't waste time. We have to get rid of these rebels in the shortest time, and then start the next step, which is to register the vampire information and make tens of billions of subsidies." Melinda asked, "Do you believe that Bert's plan can be achieved?" Blade grinned, showing a mouth of white teeth. "Of course, as long as you kill all those vampires who oppose it. When it comes to killing vampires, I am a professional." Melinda was stunned for a moment. Is Blade making a joke, or is he serious? Of course, Blade is telling the truth. His belief has never changed. Vampires who suck the blood of living people should be damned. In a large coastside villa in Malibu, Obadiah Stane, shareholder and CEO of Stark Group, was dissatisfied and asked Pepper Potts, "What is Tony doing making me attend the meeting with the military?" He didn't attend the meeting, and he didn't attend the Summit Awards. Pepper explained, "He's working on a new project. When he starts working on it, he doesn't care about anything." The bald and bearded Obadiah frowned and asked, what is he studying? Shouldn't he concentrate on preparing the Jericho missile during this time? He will go to the Middle East tomorrow to show the missile to the military. If something goes wrong, it will seriously affect the reputation of Stark Group. I'm not too sure, it seems to be anti-see-through or something. Little Pepper said, Mr. Stain, please rest assured, Tony's products will never go wrong. Anti-perspective? Inexplicable. Obadiah glanced at the passage in the basement and wanted to go down and talk with Tony, but remembering the previous unpleasant experiences, he gave up the idea and got up and said, Pepper, I'm going back. Tell Tony that I've been here. Also, be sure to get him on the plane on time tomorrow. Yes, Mr. Stain. Little Pepper sent Obadiah away. Obadiah got in the car and looked back at the villa with cold eyes. Tony Stark is indeed a chicken that lays golden eggs, but he is becoming more and more disobedient now, always doing what he wants. More importantly, Tony doesn't respect me at all. He regards me as some sort of housekeeper. Obadiah has endured it for a long time. This time, he doesn't plan to endure it anymore. The Stark Group belongs to him, not the Stark family. Goodbye, Tony. The next day, Tony was ready to board the plane under the urging of Little Pepper. He held a box and explained, This is what I promised to Burt Wank, you can send it, remember don't do it yourself. Okay, that guy is an asshole. Little Pepper took the box and complained, Is there anyone in this world who is more jerk than you? Boss. Little Pepper, what you said is too much. I even gave you a birthday present before. Yes, although I chose it myself, at least you paid the bill. Anyway, don't go by yourself. Tony explained it again and again, like an old mother. Pepper felt extraordinarily funny. She had never seen such Tony like this. Who on earth is that Burt Wank who can make Tony become like this? Little Pepper was curious, but after thinking about it, she still asked others to send the box over, lest Tony Stark get angry at her when he found out. It's scary when little kids get angry. That's right, Tony Stark is a little kid in the eyes of Pepper. Early in the morning, in a mansion in Manhattan, a gray-haired old man glanced at the empty house, went to the bathroom alone to take care of personal hygiene, then made breakfast alone, and then ate breakfast miserably alone. It was unfortunate. The old man didn't know what to think. He sighed, and at this moment, a mocking voice suddenly came from behind him. In a huge mansion, all alone, you and I are quite the same, Mr. Hank Pym, what do you think? Who? Hank Pym was shocked and wanted to look back. The voice behind him sounded again, Don't look back. Don't touch any alarms and defenses, just sit there. As soon as the voice came out, Pym's neck froze immediately and he couldn't look back. Not only that, but he couldn't touch the defense button placed under the table. He shouted in surprise, Who are you? What? My daughter will be back soon. Didn't your daughter betray you long ago? As far as I know, she kicked you out of Pym Technologies with your apprentice. The mysterious man, namely Wank Burt, smiled and said, Also, you can call me the Professor. Pym is the last generation of Ant-Man, with talents that are not inferior to the father of Iron Man. Unfortunately, he is irritable and withdrawn, so his friends have broke contact with him, and even his apprentices and daughters have betrayed him later. Become a loner. Hank Pym's face became more and more ugly. The other party knows about him so clearly. He asked, What do you want? I want Pym particles and Ant-Man suit. Burt said that the reason why he came here is to take the Pym particles, which make things bigger and smaller with a click of a button. This thing is incredible, and it can be called a miracle in any world. Hank Pym was startled. He said, I don't know what Pym particles are, and I don't know what Ant-Man is. Burt smiled and said, Give me the formula of the Pym particle, give me the Ant-Man suit, and all the PIM particles you have now." Pim didn't want to give it, but his body uncontrollably took out the Ant-Man suit and PIM particle from the basement, and then told the other party the formula completely. Not a word was missed. How? Pim is desperate. He has kept the formula hidden for so many years, and even SHIELD can't get it, and now he took the initiative to give it to a thief who calls himself the Professor. Very good. Bert put away the Ant-Man suit and the Pim particle in satisfaction, and then he said, "Mr. Pim, I'm embarrassed to take your things for nothing. In return, I'll tell you something, Wasp. The woman is not dead, she is still in the quantum world." What? Hank Pym opened his eyes wide and shouted in disbelief. Wasp is the codename of Janet Van Dyne, his wife. To save the world, she had to use Pym particles to shrink to a molecular state and then disappear. Hank Pym always thought that she was dead, but now the thief tells him that she is in the quantum world. What I said is true, believe it or not, it's your choice. Bert said lightly, "Okay, Mr. Pym, I'm leaving. After I leave, all the previous restrictions will be lifted. In addition, you should call your daughter, and when she returns, explain the details of the Wasp. Tell her, poor old man." "Who are you?" Pym was stunned for a moment and then asked aloud, but there was no response. After a minute or so, he found that he could turn back, and hurriedly turned around, but the room was empty. Pym wanted to check the surveillance, but involuntarily walked over to the phone, called his daughter Hope Pym, and asked her to come home. Although Hope betrayed Hank Pym, she still had her father in her heart. Hearing that her father's voice was not right, she agreed immediately. Hanging up the phone, Hank Pym immediately went to the surveillance camera, but saw nothing. The surveillance camera was destroyed by the thief. Fuck. Hank Pym cursed bitterly, just remembering what the thief said before, and his breathing couldn't help but quicken. If that's true, wouldn't he be able to see Janet again? It seems that I have to make it clear to Hope, whether it is to find the thief or go to the quantum world, I need Hope's help. In the Hell's Kitchen cafe, Bert said to James with satisfaction, "James, you've done a good job as the intelligence director. You found the person I was looking for so quickly." Hank Pym is a celebrity, his address is not difficult to find, and the black female doctor, Karen Jensen, was also easy to find. James said, "The only hard thing to find is that university professor. We only know what he looks like, not his name." The black female Dr. Karen Jensen is the heroine of Blade movie and a hematologist. Bert wants to find her to help study the artificial blood. The university professor is Dr. Samuel Stearns from The Incredible Hulk. Bert doesn't remember his name, but there is no doubt that he is also a genius. More importantly, he has a lot of Hulk's blood. // Dr. Samuel Stearns is a cellular biologist and Grayburn College professor who was finding a cure for Bruce Banner. Stearns managed to engineer a temporary antidote for Banner's condition but was also forced to repeat this process with Emil Blonsky, transforming him into the Abomination. **// Bert knew where the Hulk was now, but he didn't want to find him for the time being, so he'd do some experiments with his blood first. Let your subordinates look for it. There are not many Manhattan universities, so it's not difficult to find. Bert said, "Go to Moscow to help me find 2 people." Looking for someone again? James is a little speechless. Is he the intelligence director or the director of finding someone? He asked, "God of Blood, who are you looking for?" "Anton Vanko, Ivan Vanko. These 2 are father and son. Anton Vanko should be dying now. Ivan Vanko has been in prison." Bert used blood to form the appearance of the 2 people. Ivan Vanko is relatively clear. Anton Vanko is very vague. After all, Ivan is the villain of Iron Man 2, and his face is clear in his memory. Find them as soon as possible. Don't be afraid to spend money. After finding them, tell Ivan that I can save his father. Bert continued, if they don't want to come, bring them over by force without hurting them. Of course, this is the last resort. Try your best. James said, understood, blood god, I'm going now. Bert nodded. Go, remember to keep it a secret. Don't worry, blood god, no one can get any information from me. James left happily. When he saw his old boss, Mercury, he greeted her with a proud face. What about pureblood? Now he is the right-hand man of the blood god! Looking at James, who was leaving, Mercury couldn't help but scold. This guy didn't even have the qualifications to look up to her before, but now he is on an equal footing with her. Natasha watched all this coldly, the conflict between pure blood and mixed blood, but she knew very well that the reason why the blood god Bert asked Peggy Carter to be the president was to suppress pure blood. Mercury glanced at Natasha, snorted, took the box and strode to Bert's table and said, this is a box sent by Tony Stark, blood god. How do you know Tony Stark? Had a bet with him at the casino, he lost and promised to make something for me. Bert took the box and opened it. There was a transparent mask as thin as a cicada's wings. This mask is larger than ordinary masks and can cover the neck and ears. In addition, the eyes, nose, mouth, and ears have no openings, all closed, and there is a switch similar to a controller at the edge. Bert picked up the mask and touched it. The texture was very similar to that of human skin. Then, he put down the mask and flipped through the instructions in the box. His eyes lit up. Bert said to Mercury, Mercury, this mask is designed based on your face shape. When you put it on and turn on the power, it will automatically fit your skin, making it impossible for people to see that you are wearing a mask. Can't see I'm wearing a mask. Mercury was a little surprised. She picked up the mask and put it on, then turned on the switch. The mask shrank for a while and fit her face and neck completely. Mercury took out a mirror and looked at it. Except for the controller, there was really no mask. What's even more amazing is that although the mask is closed, her vision, breathing, and speech are completely unaffected. Mercury put down the mirror and asked inexplicably, it's an interesting mask, but blood god, what use does it have? Bert said, put on your UV protective hat and go out there to bask in the sun. Bathing in the sun? When Mercury thought of something, her eyes suddenly lit up. She hurriedly put on her hat, and then walked into the sun with a little excitement and a little trepidation. Nothing, the skin on Mercury's face, showed no signs of dissolving at all. The clothes on her were UV protected. Mercury asked excitedly, blood god, can this mask block ultraviolet rays? Yes, as long as you cover the controller with your hair, no one can see you're wearing a mask. Bert smiled and said, in this way, even if our blood clan does not completely cover ourselves, we can still move freely during the day. This is a good thing. Tony Stark is indeed a genius. He can invent such things. Mercury was very excited. With this mask, she could follow the blood god at any time in the future, and she no longer had to worry about the sun. Natasha looked at the Mercury in the sunlight and frowned secretly. This thing can greatly increase the strength of the blood clan. Bert thought of something. He glanced at Natasha. This mask is a bit similar to Black Widow's disguise mask in Captain America 2. Is it the same technology? If this thing can be developed, maybe it can become a disguise mask. A genius is a genius. In just a few days, he can invent something that others can't invent in a lifetime. Bert sighed secretly. He picked up the power of attorney in the box and shouted to Natasha, Natalie, check the power of attorney. If there is no problem, we will find a way to mass produce it. Okay, blood god. Natasha skillfully picked up the authorization letter and looked at it. After a while, she said, blood god, something is wrong. Although we have a patent for this thing, if we want to produce this mask, we must use the exclusive Stark group. Some new silicones and tiny batteries. Tony Stark is such a shrewd guy. Bert couldn't help but laugh. This is obviously because Tony is not convinced, and he specially created an obstacle for him. He said, "Check this, a new type of silicone and micro batteries at Stark Group is up for sale." "It is good." Natasha immediately used her laptop to inquire. After a while, she said, "It is up for sale, but the price is very expensive. I calculated that one mask will cost about $80,000 worth of silicone and batteries. In that case, it will not be mass-produced for the time being." Bert shook his head and said, "Place an order with Stark Group and buy more. In addition, Mercury, you can find someone to set up a factory with a design map and strive to produce as soon as possible. By the way, you should pay special attention to the chips. If others left any backdoor in the technology." Mercury came out of the sunlight, put the mask back into the box, and said, "Got it, Blood God. I will complete the production of this mask as quickly as possible." Bert said, "Well, after production, first popularize the product using the guards of security companies as a benefit, and then sell it for $200,000. Oh, it is only sold to registered vampires. Those who have not registered will not be allowed to buy." "Yes, Blood God." Mercury nodded. Natasha couldn't help but glance at Bert. This guy is bad, and he made twice as much profit as he changed hands. The price is still too high. Find a way to get this silicone and battery technology. Bert touched his chin, thought of something, and asked Mercury, "By the way, have you built a few offshore companies?" Mercury said, "It's done, Blood God. Are you planning to enter the stock market?" Bert said, "Well, let our financial companies start shorting the Stark Group." "What, short the Stark Group?" Mercury and Natasha were both stunned. Natasha reminded, "Blood God, Stark Group's stock price has been rising because of the Jericho missile. We will lose a lot of money by shorting it at this time." Shorting, in simple terms, means that when the stock price rises, you lose money, and when the stock price falls, you make money. I saw Tony a few days ago and found that his yin-tang was blackened, and there might be an upcoming disaster for him." Bert said lightly, "Tony Stark is the core of the Stark Group. If he was in an accident, the Stark Group's stock will definitely dive. At that time, we can make a lot of money." Yin-tang turned black, upcoming disaster? The two women are confused. What does this mean? I don't understand, please translate. Anyway, do as I say. Bert said. Mercury hesitated and said, "Blood God, Stark Group is the most powerful military industry group in the world. We short them, and SHIELD may have an opinion." "What if they have an opinion? We don't break the law." Bert snorted coldly, "No one can stop us if we don't break the law. Shorting the Stark Group is just the beginning of my big plan, you just do it." After a pause, Bert added, "You don't have to care too much. I have a good relationship with Director Fury." "Yes, Blood God, I will immediately instruct the financial company to do it." Mercury no longer objected after hearing the words and went to the next room to make a phone call. "Big plan?" Natasha's eyes flickered. She approached Bert, bent down, and asked, "Blood God, what do you need me to do with your big plan?" Bert's eyes looked down unceremoniously, but his tone was very strict. "After a while, you will know." "Then I'm waiting." Natasha straightened her waist and walked gracefully back to her seat. Without any information, she can't accuse Bert of anything. This matter must be reported to the director. Tony Stark is very important to the safety of the world. Bert probably got some news. At this time, the phone rang. Natasha picked up the phone to answer, and after a while, she said to Bert, Blood God, lawyer Michael Murdoch, Matt Murdoch, and lawyer Foggy Nelson, who are in charge of the long-term rental apartment, want to see you. The timeline of this world is messed up. Daredevil made his debut so soon. Bert narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "Please come in." Soon, two lawyers walked in accompanied by the lady at the front desk. To Natasha's surprise, Matt Murdoch was a blind man. Well, can a blind man be a lawyer? Bert squinted slightly. Matt is not an ordinary blind man. He is the superhero Daredevil who has recently become popular in Hell's Kitchen. Matt Murdoch, when he was a child, was blinded by chemical pollution, but he also gained a strong sense of hearing, smell, and touch. These powerful senses make Matt no different from a normal person, which is why he can become a lawyer. Later, Matt found out that studying law could not save Americans, so he worked as a lawyer during the day and dressed in red at night as Daredevil to fight crime. Seeing Daredevil, Bert couldn't help but think of Jessica Jones, who was also a street hero. This woman was too boring. After sobering up, she flew away from his castle without even saying thank you, breaking his window. Next time we meet, I'll be sure to ask her to pay for that. Bert got up and shook hands with the two. Attorney Murdoch, Attorney Nelson, how are you? Hello, Mr. Wenk. After some courtesies, Matt went straight to the point. Mr. Wenk, my clients agree with your conditions in principle, but I hope you can pay more compensation. Lawyer Murdoch, can you find another owner as generous as me in America? Bert said, I specifically found an apartment building for them to move in. Matt said, Mr. Wenk, you are indeed very generous, but my clients are financially poor, and relocation will be very troublesome, so more compensation is needed. That is to say, a big eater? Bert laughed and said, well, if they can move out within 3 days, the compensation fee will be increased by 50%. If they move out within 7 days, the compensation fee will increase by 20%, and if you move out after 7 days, the compensation fee will not increase. How about that? Matt was a little surprised. Mr. Wenk wants that building in such a hurry. I want to build my group headquarters there, the sooner the better. Bert smiled. Matt and Foggy discussed it and said, Mr. Wenk, I will tell my clients about your conditions. If there is no problem, we can officially sign the contract tomorrow. Very good, trouble you. Natalie, help me deliver them. Bert got up and shook hands with the two of them again. Matt and the others were about to leave when Mercury walked out from the next room. Matt heard footsteps, his expression changed slightly, and he stared at Mercury, who came out in shock. What's the matter? Why doesn't this woman have a heartbeat? Matt was very puzzled. He could hear the heartbeat. He usually used this ability to determine who was around, but he never expected to meet someone who had no heartbeat but could move. Vampires don't have a heartbeat, but Bert does. Mercury naturally didn't know what Matt was thinking. She stood beside Bert and waited for the outsider to leave. Matt had returned to normal at this time and left with a guide stick accompanied by Natasha, but his ears were pricked. Get up and eavesdrop on the conversation between Bert and Mercury. Mercury said, Blood God, Mrs. Gao called me. She is coming to visit us. Bert asked, when? Mercury said, it's now, she's almost here. Mercury, take out your samurai sword, let's go to the underground martial arts field and wait for them. Bert sneered and said that the underground martial arts field was remodeled from the basement of the coffee shop. After he became a blood god, he did not stop practicing for actual combat. This world is very dangerous. Mercury said excitedly, okay, just in time to meet those ninjas. Mrs. Gao. When Matt heard the name, he frowned secretly. Mrs. Gao is not a good stubble. She monopolized the legal drug business in Hell's Kitchen and recruited many people to dispense drugs for her. She is not good. This blood god group doesn't seem to be easy. Matt thought to himself. When he came to the door, he happened to see a little old lady on crutches and an Asian in a suit getting out of the car. He was secretly shocked. Why did Mrs. Thou follow him? The Asian guy is the leader of the Yakuza, and Matt fought with him before. Matt didn't know that both Mrs. Gao and Nobu Yoshioka were part of the hand. Mrs. Gao was one of the 5 fingers of the hand, and Nobu Yoshioka was Murakami's confidant, the other finger of the hand. Natasha said to Matt, "Lawyer Murdoch, I will send you off, let's go." Matt came back to his senses and smiled. "Well, next time can we have some coffee together?" Natasha smiled and said, "Is this asking me out?" Matt was about to answer when he heard Yoshioka and the guard clashing, and the guard said firmly, "You must be searched to make sure you are not carrying dangerous weapons." What else Yoshioka would say? Mrs. Thou waved her hand, and when everyone thought she was going to compromise, she pushed the guard in the air. The guard seemed to be hit by a hammer, and involuntarily flew out and hit the wall up and down. "Let's go." Mrs. Gao leaned on a cane and walked in tremblingly. If one hadn't seen the scene with their own eyes, no one would have thought that such an old lady who would fall to the ground when the wind blew was a master. "There is trouble coming to the door." Natasha ignored Matt and hurried inside. Matt shoved the briefcase to Foggy, who wanted to say something, and said, "Foggy, you go back first, I'll go shopping nearby." "Matt, you didn't see it just now, that old lady." Foggy wanted to say something, but found that Matt had already run towards the back alley, and could only return alone in depression. Not only Foggy and Matt saw this scene just now, but also 2 women, that is, Trish Walker and Jessica Jones, who were out. "They are a pair of unrelated sisters!" Trish Walker shouted to Jessica Jones excitedly. "Jessica, did you see that? That old lady just now knows Qigong or something, and I'm going to worship her as a teacher. I told you earlier that Kung Fu is real. You saw it wrong, that old lady, you can beat her 10 times. Jessica, who has a pair of dark circles under her eyes, has no interest in this at all. She said weakly, "There is a bar in front of us. Let's go there." "You drink before noon?" Trish asked in confusion and dissatisfaction. "Jessica, what happened a few days ago? You disappeared for one night and turned into an alcoholic when you came back." When Jessica heard the words, she suddenly remembered what happened a few days ago, and deep fear flashed in her eyes. Whether it was the purple man who could control others or the yellow man who easily knocked her unconscious and locked her for more than 10 hours, it made her terrified. Jessica lost her temper and walked away. "If you don't go, I will go by myself." "Jessica." Trish hurriedly chased after her. On the way, she looked back at the cafe and memorized the name of the cafe. When she had time, she would come to the old lady to learn her skills. She likes Kung Fu the most. Not to mention what happened outside. After Madame Gao and Nobu Yoshioka forced their way into the cafe, they saw Mercury waiting for them with a samurai sword. Mercury said coldly, "The blood god is waiting for you at the martial arts hall below." It seems that the blood god is very interested. Madame Gao smiled and took Yoshioka towards the underground martial arts hall, while Mercury stopped Natasha, who wanted to follow, and whispered in her ear, "Natalie, the blood god said, Lawyer Matt is here, got lost in the back alley, take him away from the street." Natasha was stunned and wanted to ask clearly, but Mercury went up with Madame Gao and the others. "Is this to throw me out, or is there something wrong with Lawyer Matt?" Natasha frowned, and turned to look for Lawyer Matt, only to find him listening intently in the back alley. He really had a problem. Natasha laughed. "Looks like I'm going to have a date with him." In the underground martial arts hall, Bert looked at Madame Gao, who came in, and said coldly, "Madame Gao, you hurt my people. Are you provoking me?" "Blood god." Madame Gao walked sideways, and then said, I didn't hurt your person, I just pushed him away. Yeah. Bert snorted, motioned to close the door to Mercury, who was coming, and then said, Madame Gao, what do you have to do with me? I am willing to pay twice the price of the building that your blood god group acquired. Madame Gao said, in addition to this, we can also give you 100 living people to you vampires for free. I have to say that Madame Gao is still very sincere. Mercury couldn't help but glance at her. What is the magic of that building? So many people want it. Bert was non-committal. He said slowly, Madame Gao, I am Chinese and I am very interested in your Qigong. I wonder if you can teach it to me? Madame Gao said, this is Kunlun Qigong, and only people from Kunlun can practice it. Forgive me, I can't say more. You can cultivate as a Kunlun trader, why can't I? Bert sneered. The 5 fingers that joined hands were all Kunlun traders. They stole the elixir and defected to Kunlun for longevity. What do you know? Madame Gao lowered her face and shouted, there are not many people who know that she is a traitor to Kunlun. It seems that we still have to fight first. Bert shook his head and said, Madame Gao, if you beat me, the building will be given to you. But if you lose, your fate will be miserable. Madame Gao said, I don't want to play with you, but if you are interested in it, blood god, I can play with you. Then have fun. Mercury, say hello to the ninja next to you. Bert raised his hand. Mercury nodded, took the samurai sword, and walked to the side with Yoshioka. Mercury asked Yoshioka, I heard that you ninjas are fast. Yoshioka said proudly, faster than you vampires. Then let's take a look. When the first word was said, Mercury was still more than 10 meters away, but when it came to the last word, Mercury had already arrived in front of Yoshioka, and she drew her sword and slashed Yoshioka with a light slash toward his waist. That's right, what Mercury learned was the swordsmanship of Japan. Although Yoshioka was a little surprised, he reacted very quickly, escaped, and appeared behind, leaving only the slashed coat left by the sword light. Yoshioka, now dressed as a ninja in red, threw 3 flying knives at Mercury. When Mercury resisted, he appeared behind Mercury like a ghost, and a short spear with a hook and sickle with a chain slashed toward Mercury's back. Mercury turned around and raised the sword to block Yoshioka's short spear, then turned the samurai sword, deflected Yoshioka's short spear, and slashed toward his wrist. Yoshioka's chains blocked Mercury's katana, and then quickly backed away to try to distance himself. Mercury immediately chased after him, and the sword light continued to slash at Yoshioka. Yoshioka stepped back while resisting. Suddenly, he threw out the hook and sickle spear. Mercury was startled and then hurriedly turned sideways to avoid it. Both of them stopped and looked at each other with caution. It was obvious that the other party was very strong. After a while, the 2 of them rushed toward each other at the same time, fighting fast and fiercely. Their speed was far beyond that of ordinary people, and it looked like it was accelerating. Your hand is stronger than I thought. Bert said very frankly to Madame Gao, this ninja is only your 5-fingered subordinate, but he is comparable to my captain of the guard. It seems that I have to reevaluate your strength. Nabu is the #1 expert under Murakami's subordinates. Your captain of the guard can draw a tie with him, which is quite good. Madame Gao said as she thought that she was at the same level as the blood god, which was why she dared to come alone. Hearing the conversation between Bert and Madame Gao, Mercury and Yoshioka was very annoyed, and the fight became more and more fierce. They wanted to prove that they were better than the other. Let me see your Qigong, Madame Gao. Bert raised his hand towards Madame Gao, and the 5 fingers first turned into blood, and then shot out like a spear. Madame Gao seemed to be weak, but her speed was exaggerated. As soon as Bert's blood spears fired, she had already moved a step to the right, easily dodging Bert's attack. Bert sneered, the blood spears turned in the air and attacked Madame Gao from behind. Madame Gao didn't dodge anymore. She slapped behind her with a backhand, and the corners of the edges of blood spears burst open at the same time. The broken blood spears directly turned into blood and fell on the ground. What a trick to split the empty palm! Bert became more and more interested, and both hands turned into the blood at the same time, and then turned into blood spears and shot at Madame Gao densely. You read too many martial arts novels. Madame Gao taunted as she moved. Her movements looked very slow and stiff, like a real old woman, but for some reason, she precisely avoided every blood spear and even came to Bert. Immediately afterward, Madame Gao stepped on the ground with one foot, rising from the ground, shot forward with her whole body, and slammed her palm toward Bert's chest. This palm was as violent as a landslide, and there was even a sound of thunder in the air, making it completely unexpected that it was an old lady. Bert looked solemn. His body suddenly turned into blood and then split in two, just to avoid Madame Gao's palm. Madame Gao was a little surprised. She shouted, and a powerful kai burst out from her arm, sending Bert's blood into the air. Seeing this, Bert simply controlled the blood and turned it into two big hands and wrapped it around Madame Gao. She wanted to retreat, but found that her feet were bound by a mass of blood that had moved under her feet. At some point she had fallen to the ground. Madame Gao burst out of blood again, but this delay made her unable to escape Bert's bloody hands and was wrapped in it. Bert's blood immediately invaded Madame Gao's limbs along her skin and merged with her blood. Madame Gao's complexion changed drastically, and she quickly turned her kai into an awl, trying to break through from the front. But to her shock, her hands and feet were not obeying her orders. The reason is very simple. The muscles of Madame Gao's hands and feet were controlled by Bert's blood. It's the blood. Madame Gao immediately controlled her kai and wanted to force the blood out of her body, but the blood had already fused with her blood and could not be forced out at all. Madame Gao could only use her kai to block them in her limbs so that they could not corrode other places. Madame Gao, how is my blood shadow magic? Bert's laughter sounded from the blood, and Madame Gao couldn't help but complain. I said, read fewer martial arts novels. Yours is a vampire ability, not martial arts. Bert said, I said it is the blood shadow magic art, then it is the blood shadow magic art. Surrender, you lose. I did lose, but you don't want me to surrender. The big deal is that we will perish together. Madame Gao knew that she lost and underestimated the blood god, but she did not intend to give up. She said, you should know that even if we die, we can be resurrected. If that's the case, don't blame me for being rude. Bert snorted coldly and released the purple man virus, Kilgrave's virus, to erode Madame Gao. She sensed something was wrong and hurriedly used her energy to protect and strengthen her brain. Her intuition told him that the opponent's attack target was her brain. Bert's purple man virus was blocked, and Madame Gao could not be controlled. Although Bert was a little disappointed in this situation, he could accept it. Jessica can block the purple man virus in the later stage, and other people naturally have this possibility. If Kilgrave met Madame Gao, he would be dead. But Bert is not Kilgrave. His purple man virus is controllable and far stronger than Kilgrave, but he did not stop spawning more viruses to erode Madame Gao, and Madame Gao's kai is consumed at an alarming rate. Madame Gao was a little panicked and shouted, Blood God, let me go, or we will die together. Then let's die together. Bert is not afraid. He has thousands of lives, so what's the harm in dying once or twice? Besides, Madame Gao may not be able to kill him. He is not that easy to kill. Madame Gao was only intimidating Bert. She could not die together now because her kai was used to resist the virus. She survived for a while. Her kai was completely exhausted, and the purple man virus took the opportunity to invade her brain. Keep her under control. Madame Gao, stand there obediently, don't move, don't resist. Bert laughed. The blood gathered next to him and turned back into a human form again. The clothes were there, and when he turned into blood, the clothes would be hidden in the blood. Madame Gao wanted to run away, but her body didn't obey her orders at all. She could only stand there obediently, waiting for Bert's trial. Blood God, I'll return to life. After Bert returned to human form. The tattered Mercury was covered in blood, and the unconscious Yoshioka was thrown at his feet. She won this fight. The reason was very simple. She could heal herself, but Yoshioka couldn't. In addition, Yoshioka's sword is not a silver sword. Mercury, your strength makes me a little disappointed. Bert glanced at Mercury and said, "You are my #1 general." Blade is stronger than Mercury, but he is not a general under Bert, he is Bert's friend. Mercury was a little embarrassed. Vampires wanted to improve their strength, and they had to suck the blood of living people. The problem was that now Bert wouldn't allow them to suck the blood of living people, and even that kind of willing blood servants asked to be cancelled. In this case, Mercury has not sucked the blood of a living person for a long time, which made her strength not only not improve, but decreased. Otherwise, she would not have fought so hard in this battle. Bert knew what Mercury was thinking, and said, "In this world, the only way to improve strength is not only blood-sucking." Mercury said, "Our vampires can only improve their strength by sucking blood, and it must be the blood of living people. I will change all this, and there is a great opportunity in front of me." Bert looked at Madame Gao and asked straight to the point, "Madame Gao, how can you cultivate your Kunlun Qigong?" Madame Gao didn't want to say anything, but she still said uncontrollably, "If you want to practice Kunlun's Qigong, you must first hone your body and spirit, and when you meet the conditions, the elders will pass the ceremony and let the practitioners fuse the elixir fragments. With the elixir fragments, you can convert your energy into Kai and store it in your body. In the initial stage, Kai can only be used to strengthen yourself. Only when you cultivate it further can you release it from your body and attack others." After a pause, Madame Gao said proudly, "I don't know the current situation of Kunlun, but I am the only one who can let it out of my body." "Do you need to fuse the elixir fragments to cultivate and vent?" Bert frowned, which was a little different from what he thought. "Yes, everything is because of the elixir." Madame Gao nodded and said, "How many fragments can be fused, how much energy can be contained? However, it is not that the upper limit will be reached immediately after the fusion. It is necessary to cultivate slowly so that the body gradually absorbs the fragments. In the beginning, it took me years to completely fuse the first fragment. According to Kunlun's rules, after thorough absorption, you can apply for the fusion of the second piece, and so on. There is a limit to the number of elixir fragments that humans can fuse, about 5 to 9. However, most people simply don't have that much time to cultivate to the limit they can accommodate. Time is always the enemy of mankind, and those Kunlun elders are all determined to not allow warriors to use the elixir to prolong their life. This is why I defected Kunlun. Is everything because of the elixir?" After hearing what Madame Gao said, Bert sighed. This was completely different from the Qigong he imagined. This is the Marvel world after all, not the martial arts world. Bert asked, "Madame Gao, your aptitude should be very good, right? You lived for hundreds of years, but your strength is still so low. You should have cultivated to your limit already, right? If it were 50 years ago, I could easily kill you, because at that time I had 9 elixir fragments in my body." Madame Gao snorted and said, "But not now. There are only 3 elixir fragments in my body, and the rest have turned into my life essence. Otherwise, I would have died of old age." Bert asked, "You already run out of elixirs stolen from Kunlun?" "It's used up, so the strength of our hand association has been declining for decades." Madame Gao sighed and said, "We have been looking for a new elixir for all these years, and now we have finally found it. We will never give up because that is equivalent to giving up our lives. Looks like you guessed something. I do know that the elixir is under that building. Bert said with a smile on his face. Mercury on the side blinked. Although there were still a lot of things she didn't understand, she knew one thing. What is the blood god doing with this piece of shit? Mercury is very puzzled. In her opinion, the elixir is a useless piece of shit. Vampires can live forever even without it, so what's the use? Madame Gao made a condition. We can cooperate. I will tell you how to use the elixir, and you give us half of the elixir. No, I want it all, whether it's the elixir or the method of using the elixir. Bert smiled and asked again. In addition to making people live longer, the elixir can also resurrect people, right? Half right and half wrong. The elixir alone can only make people live forever. If you want to be resurrected, you need to add one more thing. Madame Gao said, the beast. The beast? Yes, the beast. An extraterritorial demon god worshipped by the Han. Madame Gao said, with the help of his power and the elixir, we can revive people, but it is not without a price. Every time you use the power of the beast, we need to pay a lot of souls. The reason why our Han did so many bad things is actually for the soul. In addition, every time you resurrect, a part of your soul will be taken away by the beast. The more you resurrect, the more incomplete you will become. In the end, it will become a puppet of the beast. Speaking of this, Madame Gao sighed and said, when the Han Society was first established, it was not as evil as it is now. We just wanted to form a group to fight against Kunlun's pursuit, but since we believed in the beasts, we unknowingly have to become unconscionable. This is the end of using the power of evil. // Many of the Han's mystic powers, such as resurrection, presumably come from the beast. It rarely takes an active role in the Han's activities, but generally influences the clan towards nihilism and annihilation. Electra Assassin #7 Earth 616 **/ Don't say that you are so pitiful. The things you did are more than enough for you to go to the 18th layer of hell. Bert was dismissive, and he asked, what exactly do you need for your resurrection? Part of the body tissue and elixir. Madame Gao said, we each left some body tissue in a safe place, so, blood god, you can't kill me, because I will be resurrected, and those who will fight with a Han will not end well. Ew, I'm so scared. Bert snorted. This is a bit different from the TV series he has watched. In the TV series, just cutting off their heads can kill them. However, this is nothing, since if you kill them, they will be resurrected, so don't kill them. Freeze them and throw them in the Arctic Ocean to accompany Captain America. After thinking for a while, Bert said, don't talk about this. I have searched that apartment underground. There is a layer of strange energy protecting the elixir inside. What is that energy? Energy? It should be the power of Kunlun Iron Fist. Madame Gao was taken aback. Immediately said, the power of the Iron Fist is unmatched. If there is Iron Fist's energy protection, then if you want to get the elixir, you must cooperate with our Han, because only in this way can we find the Iron Fist of this generation and let him unlock the protection. Track him down, that weak Iron Fist of this generation? Bert looked disdainful. He had seen the series Iron Fist. To be honest, he was looking forward to it at first. After all, it was related to Kunlun. After watching it, he just wanted to greet the ancestors of the screenwriter and director. Danny Rand, the protagonist of Iron Fist. Since it is named after Iron Fist, they should at least make Iron Fist stronger. Turns out Danny Rand's Iron Fist is a glowing hammer. Weak. Madame Gao was shocked and angry. She shouted, how can the Iron Fist be weak? We must gather the strength of 5 people to deal with Iron Fist every time. Bert was too lazy to answer. Danny Rand will probably come back to New York from Kunlun soon. With his IQ and strength, Bert had more ways to let him crack the protection. Seeing that Bert didn't speak, Madame Gao took a deep breath and said, "The difference between Iron Fist and us warriors is that he has a dragon's soul, which can break through the limitations of the human body and accumulate a large amount of Kai, and at the same time, the power of the dragon's soul will greatly strengthen the Kai." According to records, the old generation Iron Fist Wu Fangji once killed the Phoenix Force who invaded K'un-Lun with one punch. // The author might be a fan of One Punch Man. Not sure about Iron Fist destroying Phoenix, but something similar happened in the comics. The most powerful Iron Fist who ever lived was Wu Fangji. There is a simple explanation for this: she was also the Phoenix. Like most Phoenix hosts from Earth, she had stunning red hair, having been born of one parent from K'un-Lun and another from a regular human of Earth. Fangji successfully becomes the Iron Fist and later bonded with the Phoenix. She confronted the Phoenix Force and became its host. The Phoenix Force attempted to overwhelm Fangji and turn her into a Dark Phoenix, but she managed to maintain control of it. Determining that she needed to leave Earth to prevent the possibility of losing control from coming to pass, Fangji ventured off into space, never to be seen again. She might be One Punch Woman with both of those powers. Phoenix Force. Bert was taken aback. Isn't Phoenix from the X-Men? Is there another one? But in the name of Phoenix, it shouldn't be the same, right? Fangji beats the Phoenix. Are you sure you're not kidding me? Bert asked suspiciously. How can Iron Fist be so strong? This is a fact. Madame Gao said, every time the dragon's soul is inherited, it will become weaker, so the Iron Fists of the past dynasties have become weaker and weaker, but there is a limit to how weak they are. The Iron Fists of this generation should be out of the mountains soon. So, how about we cooperate? Not interested. Bert was very disdainful. He thought about it for a while and then asked, in addition to the Iron Fist, is there no other way to open the protection barrier? Yes, elixir. Madame Gao nodded unexpectedly. The elixir can counteract the power of the barrier. If you have a lot of elixirs, you can open a gap in the protection, but this is impossible unless Kunlun is willing to give it to you. Can the elixir open the barrier? Bert narrowed his eyes and asked, do you still have elixirs in your hands? If not, can you dig the elixirs out of you? The absorbed elixir cannot be dug out. Madame Gao said, we only have some small portion left of the elixir fragment in Hand Union, which is specially reserved for looking for Iron Fist, let alone we will not give it to you. Even if we give it to you, you can only open a small hole maybe as thick as a chopstick. It is useless. Small gap, huh? Bert is very happy. For other people, such a small gap is not enough, but Bert is not an ordinary person. He can turn into blood. As long as there is a small gap, he can penetrate it. Bert also used this trick to explore the underground of the apartment. He turned himself into the blood and drilled a small hole. With this method, you don't have to wait stupidly for Danny Rand. God knows when he's coming down the mountain. It seems that we must start a war with Hand. Bert said, all right, anyway, your hand is full of evil, and I will act instead for the heavens. As I said, read fewer martial arts novels. Madame Gao complained. She said, your vampire race has undergone drastic changes before. With your current strength, you can't destroy our Hand Union at all. Take some steps back. Even if you can destroy us, it will hurt both sides. Blood God, cooperation is the best way for us to get along. When human beings want to destroy you in the future, we will be able to help you. Bert was too lazy to answer. The Hand group is indeed difficult to deal with, but that is only for others. For him, destroying a Hand group causes small damage. Mercury is also not afraid. She stepped forward and said loudly, Blood God, I am willing to be a pioneer. You are indispensable. Bert smiled. and he said to Madame Gao, tell me the method of practicing Qigong and the information about the hand association. Madame Gao didn't want to say it at all, but she couldn't help it. Under the influence of the purple man virus, she obediently told Bert everything. Mercury couldn't help but glance at Wang. Bert, the blood god's ability is amazing. On the street next to the cafe, Etesha, the Black Widow, said to Matt Murdock with a smile, Lawyer Murdock, then we'll meet tomorrow. I look forward to seeing you again. Matt turned and left politely, but he sighed secretly in his heart. Because of Natesha's obstruction, he couldn't hear what Madame Gao and Mr. Wang said, which was a bit troublesome. There is a connection with Madame Gao. Is Mr. Wang a good person or a bad person? Also, when Natalie lied, her heartbeat didn't change at all. Who is she? Matt frowned. He decided to spend more time paying attention to Mr. Wang and Madame Gao in the future. After Matt left, Etesha found a secret place to call Director Fury, and then reported the conflict between the Blood God group and the Hand. Monitor closely, anyway, the Hand Union is not a good thing, just look at the Blood God's means of how he plans to deal with them. Director Fury said, I have never been able to see through this person. I can't see through either. Natesha said, by the way, he also intends to short the Stark group. Director Fury was shocked and hurriedly asked, what, shorting the Stark group? Natasha was a little surprised. Director, your reaction is a bit big. Director Fury was silent for a while and said, during the day, Tony was attacked in the Middle East. Now he is missing. It should fall into the hands of terrorists. Natasha was also startled. She asked, is this Blood God's plan? Director Fury thought for a while, shook his head, and said, it shouldn't be him. He has nothing to do with Tony, and, if he did it, he wouldn't be so ostentatious, but he must know the inside story. Yeah, the Blood God wants Tony Stark to help design things and won't kill him. Natasha said, Director, I can't ask for this information unless you allow me to increase my relationship with him. Director Fury said, no, I will let MS. Carter ask. She has a close relationship with the Stark family and she will not stand by as something happens to Tony. Then I will continue to be the secretary. By the way, Director, how much rebate did you get from the vampire clan? Never am I, Nick Fury, the kind of guy who gets rebates. Director Fury hung up the phone righteously, and Natasha sneered. This guy not only took it but took a lot more. Natasha shook her head secretly. Director Fury, you embezzled so much money, what exactly do you want to do? After listening to Madame Gao's narration, Bert walked aside and called Frank's phone. After the call was connected, he said, Frank, prepare. There may be a tough battle in a few days. I need you to bring the security company to fight. All dispatched. The scale is not small. Frank asked excitedly, what about the opponent's intelligence? I need detailed intelligence to formulate a battle plan. Bert asked in surprise, aren't you going to ask, who am I gonna hit? I trust you. Frank said, it's not that he is flattering, and he doesn't know how to do it. He trusts Bert because the other party saved his whole family. Nick Fury has sent information about Frank's old boss. After reading it, Frank almost vomited blood. To avoid suspicion, those bastards were going to pretend to kill his whole family accidentally. At that time, Frank wanted to use Gatling gun to shoot this group of bastards. Not only silencing him is enough, but wants to kill his entire family. Are they still human? Therefore, Frank is very grateful to Bert. Without him, his family would be doomed, and because of this, Frank gave up on pardoning Billy Russo. He is not worth saving. You can kill me, but if you dare to touch my family, I won't let you go even if I'm a ghost. That's good to hear. Don't worry, this time we are dealing with an organization that has no conscience and does all evil. The bad things they do are no different from the devil. Bert smiled and said, I'll bring the information in the afternoon. You can tell the snowman in advance, and we'll talk about it later. Frank nodded, okay. After hanging up the phone, Bert instructed Madame Gao, call the other fingers and tell them, you are defeated, the blood god knows about the elixir, and he wants half of the elixir. Madame Gao felt a chill in her heart. Do you want to gather us together and catch us all? Bert snorted coldly, so what? Call, what to say, I don't need to teach you. Madame Gao couldn't resist, she could only pick up the phone and dial, pressing the speaker button. Soon, the call was connected. On the opposite side was the leader of the Hand Association, Alexandra. After listening to what Madame Gao said, Alexandra smiled and said, Blood God, the elixir can be given to you, but I want to formally meet and negotiate with you. Bert said, okay, let's meet at a neutral place. By the way, before we meet, Madame Gao will stay with me as a guest. Alexandra said, okay, Madame Gao will stay with you, but you have to return Yoshioka to me. He isn't dead, right? There is still some breath, I will give him back to you. Bert glanced at Yoshioka, who was unconscious on the ground, and said, Hand, don't disappoint my sincerity. Alexandra said with a smile, don't worry, we are very sincere at the Hand Association. Putting down the phone, both Alexandra and Bert sneered, sincerity my ass. Alexandra immediately started calling the others and need half of the elixir. In your dream, she wouldn't even give others a fragment. After all, the elixir represents the life of the Han Union. Alexandra said, Bakudo, So and Murakami, it's time to reunite the five fingers. Bert didn't call anyone. He just used the purple man virus to control Yoshioka, and then asked him to leave here and return to Murakami's side. Mercury looked at Yoshioka, who staggered away, and asked a little worriedly, Blood God, after he leaves, will your control ability still be effective? Effective. As long as it is not discovered, it will always be effective. Bert said, the Hand Association should not be able to find out that Yoshioka is being controlled. After all, they are warriors, not magicians. That's good, Blood God, this move is really powerful. Mercury said with envy, she had no doubts at all. Isn't it natural for the blood god to control others with blood? Bert laughed, that's right, my blood shadow art is the best in the world. Madame Gao complained, I said, that's not martial arts. Bert rolled his eyes and said to Mercury, pack up, let's go to the security company. Are you saying that the people of the Hand Association know Qigong, and they have lived for hundreds of years, and can even be resurrected? Frank looked at Bert as if he were teasing him, and Snowman beside him also asked in confusion, Blood God, isn't this a bit wrong? Ninjas are from Japan and Qigong is from China, right? It's not the same system at all. A transnational crime syndicate can't work. Bert said angrily, that is how Marvel set it up, what can he do? Although the main force of the Han Union is the ninjas from Japan, their leaders are 5 traders from Kunlun, China. In addition, they also believe in the evil demon beast, and they have done many things that are devoid of conscience and indignant. Bert briefly introduced a sentence and then said, and our goal is to eliminate the Han Union. Frank said with some embarrassment, Bert, the most important thing in war is to know the strength of both sides. In your Chinese art of warfare, if you know the enemy and know yourself, you will be victorious in every battle, but Qigong, ninja, etc. are beyond my imagination. It is impossible to accurately judge the strength of the hand. It's simple, Madame Gao, you fight with Snowman. Bert smiled and said, Snowman, be careful, your strength is roughly equivalent to the subordinates of the hand, and Madame Gao is one of the 5 fingers. Snowman looked at Madame Gao, who seemed like she can be blown down by a gust of wind, and said in disbelief, Blood God, are you sure I can't beat her? Frank has the same doubt. Westerners have a deep-rooted idea the more muscles, the stronger, so their beauties always like men with muscles, and the bigger the muscles, the more they like. You'll know when you hit it. Bert didn't say much, and with Mercury, Frank backed away, leaving the battlefield to Snowman and the expressionless Madame Gao. Madame Gao turned to Bert and asked, "Can I be serious? I want to hit people right now." Bert smiled and said, "Whatever. A vampire can't be beaten to death anyway." "That's good." Madame Gao nodded. She was shaking with anger in her eyes, but she was still under Bert's control. After all, the virus had invaded her brain. "Old lady, be careful with your tongue." Madame Gao's words made Snowman a little annoyed. He practiced free combat. He came to Madame Gao quickly and tried to punch Madame Gao in the face. Madame Gao, who seemed to be extremely vulnerable, immediately stepped aside after Snowman attacked and then pushed out her palm like a thunderbolt, and Snowman flew out like a kite with a broken string. He slammed into the wall with a loud bang, denting the wall. This was not over yet. Madame Gao was full of anger. She finally had a chance to vent, and immediately slapped Snowman on the wall with a palm, and with another bang, Snowman directly broke through the wall and flew out. After a while, there was a thumping sound from outside, and Bert asked Mercury silently, "How many floors are here?" Mercury answered expressionlessly, 7 floors. "Take someone to rescue him." "He didn't believe what I said, he deserves it." Bert said angrily. Mercury immediately went out and called someone. "This is a high-level conference room, only a few of them were here." Bert thought to himself, he is really weak. Should I let Snowman learn Wing Chun? Donnie Yen learned Wing Chun, so can he. // IP Man, also known as Yip Man, was a Hong Kong-based Cantonese martial artist and a grandmaster of the martial art Wing Chun. **// The scene just now made Frank's eyes almost fall. A weak old lady beat someone through the wall. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never believe it. This is a Kunlun elite warrior who has lived for hundreds of years. In fact, this is not her strongest strength. If it was decades ago, she could blow up the tank with one palm. Bert smiled and said to Frank. Frank said with a wry smile, "I believe what you said now. Are all hands at this level?" "No, only 5 fingers are at this level. The rest of the ninjas are divided into upper, middle, and lower level ninjas. The upper ninja has Kai, and the level is about the same as that of Snowman. As for mid and lower ninjas, although they have no Kai, they are not too bad. After all, they have lived for so many years." Bert said, "In addition, they can be resurrected, so they are not afraid of death, and often die with the enemy with bombs." Frank made an estimate and frowned. "This battle is not so easy to fight." "It's not that hard to fight. I can deal with the 5 fingers of the hand." Bert smiled and said, "And we have Madame Gao, and the Hand Association doesn't know that she is under my control." "If that's the case, then the situation is completely different." Frank rejoiced, "But it requires strict arrangements. The Hand Society has done so many evil things and has not been eradicated. It is not so easy." Bert laughed and said, "Then I will trouble our instructor Castle. The $1 million annual salary is not so easy to earn." Frank said so, but his expression was quite excited. For a man of iron and blood like him, what he liked most was the battlefield. For the sake of his family, he left the army to become an instructor, but that doesn't mean he doesn't want to relive the old gunpowder. Frank said skillfully, "I need more information, the specific strength of the Hand Association, and the manpower they can bring." Bert said, "Madame Gao, come and tell him the information he asked for." Madame Gao nodded expressionlessly. Frank glanced at her and asked Bert, "Is your means of control firm?" Bert said, It is 100% firm. My blood is controlling her body. That's good. Frank didn't doubt anything. It is the blood god who uses blood to control others, which couldn't be more reasonable. When Frank asked Madame Gao for information, Mercury had already brought someone to rescue Snowman. Although Snowman was not seriously injured, he regained his mobility after drinking some blood. Mercury asked coldly, "Do you know what you did wrong?" "My mistake was to underestimate the enemy. I didn't expect that old lady to be so powerful." Snowman smiled bitterly while clutching his aching chest. Several of his ribs were broken, and he needed time to recover slowly. "Your mistake is not in underestimating the enemy, but in not believing in the blood god." Mercury shouted coldly, "The blood god said she is very strong. You dare not believe him? Who gave you everything you thought you had today?" "What?" Snowman was stunned for a moment, and then he broke out in cold sweat. He hurriedly said, "I know I was wrong. I will immediately go to the blood god to admit my mistake and ask for his forgiveness." Mercury said, "Don't make such a mistake again. No matter what the blood god says, you must believe it. Everything you have is given by the blood god." Snowman nodded very seriously, and then he asked hesitantly, "Why are you saying this to me? You are pureblood, and I am just a mixed blood." "You are indeed mixed blood, but mixed blood is also a vampire." Mercury said, "I don't want the security company to fall into the hands of humans. You must hold the position of the person in charge, and you must not let someone else rob it." Snowman knew who Mercury was talking about. He said, "Frank is very good and very capable. I admire him very much, but the position of the person in charge can only be mine." "That's good." Mercury nodded with satisfaction, and then she returned to the conference room with Snowman. Madame Gao was introducing the situation of hand. "This time, the other 4 fingers of hand will be all together in the meeting, and there are about 200 ninjas they can use." Bert saw Mercury and Snowman coming back, motioned them to listen, and then said to Madame Gao, "200 ninjas? Your hand union is quite powerful in New York." 200 ninjas don't sound like much, but the ninjas are all direct descendants, and there are a large number of sideline thugs in the Hand Association. If necessary, they can draw thousands of people in minutes. Bert's vampire clan security company plus the guards under Mercury can only bring up to 150 or so good players who can be used in a short period. The main force of the vampire clan is in the vampire police station, busy every day like a dog. After all, a new order has to be established, Wank Bert's new order. This time the negotiation is related to the elixir, and Han will only use the direct line. Madame Gao said, "The Hand Association still has a large number of people in Japan and other places. I suggest you negotiate with them as soon as possible so that they don't transfer people from other places." "Of course." Bert nodded and continued to ask, "Besides, how many upper and middle-level ninjas can they bring, and where will they choose to negotiate?" "The Ran group has a dock in Hell's Kitchen, and they should choose to negotiate with you there because the Ran group has been controlled by our hands." In the following time, Bert and Frank carefully inquired about all kinds of information, and it took more than an hour before they finished speaking. Madame Gao was very upset. These bastards did not even give the old lady a chair to sit on. Where have the manners of respecting the elders gone? Snowman didn't know what Madame Gao was thinking, otherwise he would complain, "You an old lady. My ribs are still broken." Frank drank some water and said to Bert, "We can win this battle." "Then it's up to you." Bert laughed loudly. Punisher's promise is quite reliable. After listening to the information, Snowman finally had the opportunity to apologize to Bert. He bowed his head and said, "Blood God, I should have believed your words, please forgive me." Seeing that Snowman took the initiative to admit his mistake, Bert's anger subsided a little, and he said, "Mistakes can be corrected, so don't make the same mistakes again in the future." "Yes, Blood God." Snowman nodded quickly, and at the same time gave Mercury a grateful glance. Without her guidance, this should not be easy. Mercury ignored Snowman because her phone was ringing. She walked to the side to answer the phone, came back a moment later, and said, "Blood God, MS. Carter is over there in the cafe. She wants to see you." "I'm going to see her." Bert nodded to Frank, letting him concentrate on strategizing, and he took Mercury back to the cafe. Seeing Bert, Carter, who looked exceptionally capable in a lady's suit, asked straight to the point, "Are you going to short the Stark group?" Bert sat down, nodded, and said, "Yes, is that wrong?" Carter stared closely at Bert and said, "Tony was attacked in the Middle East. I don't know if he is alive or dead." Bert smiled and said, "It seems that my judgment is correct, Mercury. We can start the financial company." "Yes, blood God." Mercury immediately went out to make a call. At this time, shorting the Stark group would make a lot of money. The judgment of the blood God was accurate. Carter asked again, "You knew this would happen?" Bert said, "I received some inside information, MS. Carter, you don't have to stare at me like that. I didn't do this. I don't have such a big grudge against Tony. He helped me design a mask few days ago." Carter said, "Then do you know who did it?" "Tony is my nephew. I don't want him to have any accident." Bert didn't answer quickly and asked, "MS. Carter, as we all know, the US military likes to use Stark group weapons the most, so do you know what weapons terrorists like to use the most?" "What weapon?" "It's also the weapon of the Stark group. The weapon that attacked Tony may have been designed by him." Carter said loudly, "That is impossible. Stark group will not sell weapons to terrorists." Bert said lightly, "MS. Carter, the times are different. Tony's attack is the fault of the Stark group itself. There's only so much I can tell you." Carter was stunned for a moment and asked thoughtfully, "You mean, the Stark group is behind this?" Bert didn't say anything more. He changed the subject and asked, "MS. Carter, is the formation of the Blood God group going smoothly?" When Carter heard the words, she could only put down her doubts and nodded. "It's good, and it has gone from chaos to the right track, but there is a problem with the blood department. If you want to study artificial blood, you must find a real expert, and such experts are already hired by other companies or looking down on us, as this is a new company. I plan to go back to England in a few days. I have a lot of connections there and should be able to hire some good experts." "That's good." Bert thought for a while and asked, "Have you heard of the Rand Group?" "I've heard that it is a large company with a market value of nearly 10 billion, mainly engaged in medicine, and also has various businesses such as real estate." Carter nodded. To be a good president, she did lots of research. "The Rand Group has been controlled by the Hand Union. I will eliminate the Hand in a few days, and then we will be able to take over Rand Group." Bert said, "You prepare a plan to hollow out the Rand Group's medical department, and then use them for our blood department." "Control the Rand Group?" Carter was stunned for a moment. "A large group with a market value of nearly 10 billion. What does it mean to control it? By the way, it looks like you can make a lot of money by getting the Hand Union this time." Bert touched his chin and muttered to himself, "What can I do? I'm already so rich, but now I'm going to become even richer." Hearing Bert's words, Carter was speechless. The blood god was fine with everything else, but sometimes he would get carried away. "It's a good plan to hollow out the Rand Group?" Carter asked. "However, even if it's under Hand's control, it will not be easy, right? Those shareholders won't sell their shares. Hand has been using Rand Group to sell illegal drugs and to launder money. As long as we get evidence, those shareholders must sell the pharmaceutical company to us at a low price if they don't want their stock to become waste paper." Bert smiled and said, "Very low price." Carter asked again, What about the funds? The funds of the Blood God group seem to be used to short Stark Industries. If we win against Hand, we will naturally have funds. We will not be short of money. Bert took a cup of tea and took a sip. She thought about it and asked, "Can you find Tony?" "Yes, but I don't have the time and I don't want to go to the Middle East, Ms. Carter, you don't have to worry so much. I know Tony's fortune, he won't die so easily." Bert said lightly, "You kidding me, right? The beautiful Manhattan is here for me, and you want me to go to the Middle East to eat sand? Besides, this is a necessary experience for Tony Stark. Only in this way can he become the real Iron Man." "Well, I'll go back first and prepare to hollow out the Rand group." Carter didn't say anything more, got up, and left. She had already obtained the information she wanted. As for asking Bert to find Tony, that was something that SHIELD should consider. Bert asked Natasha to escort Carter, while he looked up at the TV in front of him, where the news of the Osborne Group was playing. The Osborne Group has officially completed the transformation of the power grid in the city. From tomorrow, Osborne Group will use biopower technology to provide electricity to the whole city. Biopower generation is not only cheap but also environment-friendly. Looking at Norman Osborne, who was smiling like a flower on TV, Bert shook his head. When Iron Man returns, the good days of the Osborne Group will come to an end. Bert murmured to himself, "Osborne." 2 nights later, the moon is bright and the stars are thin, and the Rand group is on the pier of Hell's Kitchen. 2 groups of people are carefully checking everything on the pier to avoid an ambush. The vampire clan is responsible for the inspection, Snowman along with 50 well-armed elites, while Han Group inspects the bandaged ninja Nobu Yoshioka, who brought 50 ninjas. These ninjas are also fully armed, and they look a little weird. After a while, the 2 groups were all checked, and then they confronted each other while radioing to inform their boss that everything was safe. Soon, 2 cars drove into the pier from different directions. The car on the left was an old-fashioned Rolls-Royce. After parking, Bert walked out with Mercury and Madame Gao. The car on the right is a black Toyota with the 4 fingers of Hand, Alexandra Reed, Bakudo, Soand, and Murakami. More than 100 people from both sides confronted each other on the dock. This is the time, place, and number of people they agreed on. "Welcome, everyone from Hand Association." Bert laughed and walked forward with Mercury and Madame Gao, and the 4 of Alexandra greeted them with smiles. "Blood God, we finally meet." "Blood God is still too young. Does he think we will negotiate with him?" Alexandra Reed, who looks like a lady on the outside, sneered in her heart. This pier is a neutral site on the surface, but in fact, it is owned by their Hand. To receive illegal drugs, they secretly built some basements on the pier. At this moment, more than 100 ninjas are hiding in those basements. As long as she gives an order, they will rush out and kill the vampire clan with ultraviolet rays and silver bullets. They want to divide the keel. Dream on. At the same time, a figure quietly came to the pier and carefully hid behind the container, but it was Daredevil, who followed those ninjas over. Seeing such a big tension between the 2 sides, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Tonight, there will be a battle. On the pier, 2 groups of people walked to the middle and shook hands with each other. Alexandra said to Bert, "Blood God, please send over Madame Gao." "Sure." Bert knew what Alexandra meant and nodded. Madame Gao walked to Alexandra tremblingly with the cane. Alexandra asked her with her eyes, and Madame Gao responded with a nod. Alexandra was relieved immediately. In this battle, the only variable is the strength of the Blood God. Nobu Yoshioka was already got knocked out by Mercury before and did not know how strong the Blood God was. Now Madame Gao agrees with her plan, which means the Blood God can't handle them all. Soon, Madame Gao walked behind Alexandra. Alexandra was just about to speak when suddenly 3 explosions came from the ground and the pier shook because of it. Then, a lot of flames and smoke came out from 3 places. This is? Alexandra was shocked when she saw the smoke because it was where the ninjas were hiding. Before she could react, she suddenly sensed danger and hurriedly turned to the side, but it was still a little late, and blood-red daggers pierced her back from behind. When Alexandra was stabbed in the back, 2 things happened at the same time. The first was that a sniper rifle bullet came from the left and hit Soan's left thigh, which shattered the thigh in an instant. Flesh and blood blew out as Soan's attention is drawn to the explosion. Another thing is that 5 people surfaced under the sea at the pier, each carrying a rocket launcher on their shoulders, and then they pulled the trigger in unison and the rockets roared and crashed among the ninjas. The ninjas were bombed with launchers and they were shattered into flesh and blood, and many of them died on the spot without even screaming. Before the remaining ninjas could react, the vampire race elites who had been prepared for a long time immediately raised their rifles and shot them frantically. The ninjas screamed and fell one after another. At the same time, vampires sprang up from the sea to join the battle. Vampires can go without breathing for a long time. From the explosion of the basement to the shooting of the ninjas, it only took a few seconds, but in just a few seconds, Han suffered heavy casualties. "Cow, you betrayed us." Alexandra, who was stabbed in the back, let out a roar, jumped up, and kicked Madame Gao. Madame Gao released the dagger and used her arm to resist Alexandra's attack. With a bang, she took a few steps back. "Would you believe it if I said I didn't?" Madame Gao sighed, holding her crutches, and started attacking. Alexandra was about to fight back when the dagger that pierced her body suddenly came to life and stabbed her heart. It was a dagger made from Bert's blood. Alexandra hurriedly used her kai to block Bert's blood and at the same time barely coped with Madame Gao's fierce attack. She was in a tough spot. At the same time, the others also started to fight. Mercury and Snowman teamed up to deal with one of the 5-finger Bakudo. As for Murakami, he was besieged by Yoshioka and several elite-level vampires. Murakami shouted angrily, "Nabu, you betrayed me. What about your forbearance?" "I don't want to, but I can't control it." Nabu Yoshioka sighed helplessly, but the knife in his hand moved faster and faster. Although Murakami's strength was superb, he was besieged by so many people and soon fell into a disadvantage. There is also the same for Soand of the 5 fingers. He has it the worst. After being shot by a sniper rifle, broke his thigh and was shot several times again. He fell into a coma. If Bert hadn't said that he wanted them alive, Frank would have killed him with the first shot. That's right, it was Frank the Punisher who shot, with Natasha as an observer next to him. As for the other ninjas of hand, there are 7 or 8 dead, and even if they are not dead, they are not far from death. Daredevil in the dark perceived that the front was full of corpses, like a scene from hell, and his whole body was chilled. Is he on the battlefield? The script is wrong. Shouldn't this be a gang fight? The reason why Han will lose tonight is because of this. They thought it was a gang fight, but they didn't know that Frank was fighting it as a war. Whether it is a bazooka or a time bomb buried in the basement in advance, they are the top military products produced by Stark Group. After the initial fear, deep anger surged in Daredevil's heart. What did these people take a human life for? Although angry, Daredevil is a little powerless. He can't bear such a big scene as a street hero. It seems that there is only one thing he can do: call the police. The superhero calling the police sounds a bit dark and humorous, but other than that, Daredevil really can't help it. But what makes him depressed is that the surrounding signals are blocked, and he angrily threw his phone to the ground, gritting his teeth, quickly ran towards the sniper's location. It went better than expected. Bert nodded with satisfaction. Although the current situation does not require him to take action personally to be just in case, and to end the battle as soon as possible, he still stepped forward to besiege Alexandra together. With such a big movement in the dock area, the police are probably already coming. Bert didn't talk nonsense. His arm turned into a 3-meter-long blood sword, and he slashed toward Alexandra. Madame Gao waved her cane and turned into a shadow to attack Alexandra while complaining, "Why don't you call the name of the move now?" Bert replied, "Because some people said that I am a big boss, so I shouldn't shout my moves like a middle schooler." Alexandra is not in such a good mood, as Madame Gao complained. She was already in a tough spot before, and now there is Bert who is stronger than Madame Gao joined the fray, and she is in danger. She already got attacked by Wang Bert several times. Extreme sword cuts. It was thanks to Bert's poor fighting skills, otherwise she would have been defeated. Just as Alexandra was trying her best to resist, Bert's blood sword exploded, turning into countless blood arrows and shooting out. Alexandra was shot into a hedgehog on the spot. What's even more terrifying is that after these blood arrows hit Alexandra, they drilled into her wounds like blood snakes, making her scream in pain. Madame Gao smashed Alexandra's knee with her cane, causing her to fall to the ground screaming, and then sighed, "Your ability is much stronger than martial arts." One is fantasy, the other is martial arts, of course, it's different. Bert's 5 fingers flew out, and 3 of them turned into 3 short spears, piercing Alexandra's hands and right leg, pinning her to the ground. Alexandra screamed miserably, and she no longer had the demeanor of a lady before. While she tried her best to fight against the blood that belonged to Bert in her body, she roared, "Blood god, Madame Gao, you will pay the price." Bert said seriously, "We will indeed pay the price. When I receive your handicraft inheritance, I guess I will be very busy, and I may have to work overtime." Everyone next to him laughed. At this time, the battle was over. Murakami followed in Soen's footsteps and was seriously injured and comatose. His strength was good, but Nobuyashioka lost his life. In the end, Nobuyashioka died and Murakami was seriously injured. Bakudo was defeated by both Mercury and Snowman, and the wound on his chest was bleeding like no tomorrow. Although Mercury and Snowman were slightly injured, they looked very excited, and they proved their worth. As for the other ninjas, they were all killed, not a single one left. It can be said that everything went smoothly, just like Frank's previous tactical deduction, but it was not without accident. Daredevil found Frank, and the two fought. Daredevil roared, "What do you think of human life? They are human too, you butchers. This is war, Red." Frank had a disdainful expression on his face, holding a tactical dagger, and started fighting Daredevil. One of the two had a keen sense of hearing and amazing predictions, while the other had experience in battles and deep-rooted combat skills. Black Widow quietly stood there and was quite surprised at the boldness of the vampire clan to use landmines and bazookas in the heart of America like Manhattan. Are they not afraid that Washington will trouble them? What is there to be afraid of? The big deal is to spend more money. Anyway, it is Han that will die, not the American citizen. There seems to be an accident over there. Snowman, bring a few people to check it out. Bert glanced at Frank and said to Snowman. He nodded and brought a few of his men over to help. Bert turned his attention back to Alexandra. He tried his best to increase the Purple Man virus and strive to control the opponent as quickly as possible. Alexandra shouted with a ferocious look, "Do you think you won?" Bert shrugged. "Could we still lose?" "Of course, you lose. Han will never lose. Beast, please accept my sacrifice." Alexandra roared in the sky, her body lit up with a dazzling red light like blood, and then, her whole body quickly turned red and swollen, and the blood spears on the ground were directly crushed and turned back to blood again. Not only that, the blood that Bert put in Alexandra's body was also forced out bit by bit. What's the situation? Madame Gao, you never said anything about this. Bert asked in astonishment and quickly controlled his blood to hide in Alexandra's organs, so as not to be forced out by her. I've never seen this trick before. Madame Gao was also very shocked. She thought of something and shouted, I understand. Alexandra sacrificed all the souls of those dead ninjas to the beast in exchange for the beast to give her power. How dare she do this? This will make those ninjas unable to revive again, and she will have terrible sequelae herself. Hand Union is almost gone, who cares about that? You are dead, you are all dead, ha ha. The ninjas on the ground laughed horribly. It was the first time that Hand Society had suffered such heavy damage, but no one could defeat their Hand Society because they had the demon beast. The person who can kill me has not yet been born. Bert snorted coldly, raised his finger and pointed at Alexandra, and shouted, Attack! A group of men immediately shot Alexandra on the ground, but shockingly, all the bullets were deflected by the red light. It's useless, vampire clan. Today is the day I exterminate your clan. Alexandra climbed up from the ground and shouted fiercely. At this moment, the red light on her body has disappeared, and everyone can clearly see what she looks like now. The former Alexandra was a noble woman, but now she is a demon nearly 3 meters tall, with scarlet scales all over her body and eyes full of evil, fury, and cruelty. I'm going to kill you. The power of the beast is extremely strong, and Alexandra couldn't control her emotions at all. She stepped on the concrete floor and jumped high, like a gorilla, and slammed into Bert. Is this a copycat version of the Red Hulk? Bert appeared more than 10 meters away like teleportation. Alexandra landed on the ground with a bang, and the ground sunk into 2 big pits. Seeing that she missed Bert, Alexandra became angrier and charged wildly at Bert all the way, and the ground crumbled everywhere she went. Shoot and stop her from getting close to Blood God. Mercury hurriedly shouted, and the group of men fired again, but it was no different from the last time. All the bullets were thrown away, which did not cause any damage to Alexandra at all but made her even angrier. Crazy attacks fell on Bert like a hammer. Seeing the change below, Frank didn't care about fighting Daredevil anymore, and hurriedly picked up the Barrett M82A1 sniper rifle next to him to prepare for sniping. Daredevil felt the monster and hesitated, saying, Why is everything so strange tonight? Totally out of line. Bert relied on his speed to avoid Alexandra's attack again and again. Alexandra became more and more violent. Seeing that she could not hit Bert, she turned around and prepared to deal with others. Only killing could heal her anger. This can't be done. My subordinates are very precious. Seeing Alexandra shifting the target, Bert shook his head and said, Alexandra, please die. You? Alexandra roared, but the next moment she fell to the ground in pain and then exploded with a bang. In the firelight and thick smoke, her flesh and blood fell everywhere like rain. In this case, Alexandra can't die any longer. Everyone was stunned. What's the situation? Such a terrible monster, how did it explode? Madame Gao turned her head and asked in shock, Blood God, what have you done? Bert said casually, I didn't do anything, maybe her spirit has gone crazy. Madame Gao said speechlessly, this is not a martial arts novel, and it's not a matter of cultivating the spirit. Bert shrugged and didn't say much. The matter was very simple. The dagger Bert gave Madame Gao was not only made of blood but also has a special C4 explosive produced by Stark Group. Well, the explosives are big. How did I mix it with blood and put it in the dagger? Simple, don't you know that there is a thing called PIM particles in this world? Just now, Bert did 2 things. One was to remove the PIM particles, and the other was to detonate the explosives, at the cost of losing a little blood of his own. New. Seeing that Alexandra turned into a monster and died tragically, Bakudo knew that Hand Association was completely defeated today and passed out in despair on the spot. Bert was about to sneer. At this moment, the sky suddenly cracked a pitch-black gap, and an angry, brutal, and evil aura gushed out from the gap, and everyone on the pier felt icy cold and couldn't help but shiver, like when a rabbit met a ferocious tiger. Not only that, but all kinds of crazy evil thoughts popped up in everyone's mind, the kind of things that you usually think about but don't dare to do at all. And this isn't just one breath. Bert's situation is much better than others. He endured the evil thoughts of controlling the world in his heart and raised his head to look at the crack in the sky. He saw an indescribable creature behind the crack, which made people feel extremely crazy, brutal, and evil. At this moment, this unknown creature is full of rage, and it wants to squeeze into this world and kill everyone. Bert couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Before he could come up with a countermeasure, suddenly a golden magic circle composed of many patterns appeared out of thin air at the crack, blocking the evil aura on the opposite side, and even started repairing the cracks with golden silk thread. The unidentified creature, who was still aggressive just now, was like a mouse seeing a cat. It instantly restrained all its aura and fled back. At the same time, it shouted with mental power, "Kui, I'm just passing by." Although he knew he shouldn't laugh, Bert wanted to laugh. Is this guy too cowardly? I'm sorry, you need tolls to pass through this world. Accompanied by this sound, a colorful sword light that almost filled the entire world lit up and slammed heavily on the unknown creature across the space, and the unknown creature made a shrill scream. Then it was gone because the space crack was healed by the golden circle. As soon as the crack closed, many people collapsed to the ground, sweating profusely. Everything just now was too exciting for them. Bert ignored the others. He looked up at the sky and said with a look of longing, "One sword shines across the 19 continents, and the sword Kai extends across 30,000 miles. Master Gui is really amazing." // In all of the Chinese fanfics of Marvel, they always use Gui as Ancient One's name. But there is no mention of her name in the movie. No idea why they give her a name like that, but in almost 100 plus Chinese Marvel fanfics I've read, she is Gui. In the comics, the Ancient One was an ancient Tibetan magician named Yao. ****// Don't think about martial arts, it is Sorcerer Supreme's magic, the sacred sword of Emperor Vishendi. Madame Gao was also amazed. As she thought of something, she asked in surprise, "You know the name of the Sorcerer Supreme?" Bert snorted coldly, "How do you know that?" "Camertage and Kunlun are allies, and I once hosted Camertage's mages." Madame Gao thought of something and said, "By the way, Dracula, the ancestor of the vampire, once had a conflict with Camertage. Maybe that's how you know." "Ah, what's the matter? Didn't Dracula get killed by Master Gui?" // Can't take it, I may use Ancient One instead of Gui, so no more confusion. */ Bert was stunned for a moment and asked curiously, "Madame Gao is speechless. Where exactly are you from?" Mercury breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but ask Bert, "Blood God, what was that just now?" Bert said, "That is the beast that Hand Society believed in. Its little minions were wiped out by us, so it came to find revenge." "Oh." Everyone suddenly realized, at this moment, Frank's voice came from a distance, "Who stopped the beast? How do you know that the golden circle is magical?" Bert turned his head and saw Frank, Natasha, Snowman all rushing over, and Daredevil was also far behind. "It is the Guardian of the Earth, the Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One, who stopped the beast." Bert said respectfully, "With her here, no gods or demons would even think of entering the earth with their bodies." This is why the earth has been stable for so many years. Guardian of the earth, sorcerer supreme, ancient one? Everyone was stunned. Obviously, except for Madame Gao, no one else has ever heard of this strange name. Bert said with a look of longing, yes, the guardian of the earth is also the most powerful person on the earth. If her sword just slashed on the dock is probably gone. The others did not see the sword light, and their expressions were very dazed. Natasha couldn't help but ask, Blood God, how strong is the Ancient One? Please call her Sorcerer Supreme, she has guarded the earth for hundreds of years. Bert was a little displeased, he said, if I wasn't a vampire, I would go to her to become her disciple and learn magic. Madame Gao secretly complained, are you talking about martial arts? Bert continued, okay, don't talk about this, the police are coming soon. Mercury, hurry up and drive the truck I specially prepared. Snowman, prepare to set fire to the corpse, otherwise these ninjas will be resurrected. Yes, Blood God. Although everyone still wanted to hear about the Ancient One, Bert didn't plan to talk about it. They could only execute the order first. Set fire to the corpse? When Daredevil heard this word, his brows were deeply wrinkled, and he couldn't help but ask, who are you? Snowman shouted displeasedly, who allowed you to talk to the Blood God like this? It's okay. Bert raised his hand and said to Daredevil, we are a cooperative unit of SHIELD. When Natasha heard this, she couldn't help but glance at Bert. Why does this guy use the name SHIELD? Daredevil looked blank. SHIELD. Bert smiled. SHIELD is a special agency under the World Security Council responsible for managing weird events around the world. Its predecessor was the Strategic Science Corps, which is the agency where Captain America was. It turned out to be the institution where Captain America is located. Daredevil is awe-inspiring. In this world, American children grew up watching Captain America documentaries, and many people revere Captain America. Hand Society is an evil organization that believes in evil gods. Our mission this time is to destroy it. Bert continued, you may not believe it, but these ninjas are actually not dead and can be resurrected, so we must burn them, otherwise there may be a plague. This is also the reason why we were ruthless before, they are no longer human, dead and resurrected. Daredevil was surprised for a while, he thought for a while, and said, although it's hard to believe, even the heretic god appeared just now, it doesn't seem impossible. I hope you don't say anything about what happened tonight. You can't let the public know about this kind of thing. Bert said again, speaking of which, Daredevil, do you want to join SHIELD? Director Nick Fury likes strong men like you. Daredevil was horrified when he heard the words, and he waved his hands again and again. I don't want to join any organization. This was a misunderstood. I'm leaving. After speaking, Daredevil turned around and left. Too much happened tonight, he had to go back and think about it. Daredevil, if you need help, you can come to us at any time. Bert shouted from behind Daredevil, the reason why he said so much. On the one hand, it was fun, on the other hand, it was to establish a relationship in advance. Daredevil is the head of the Defenders are a smaller version of Avengers. Daredevil didn't answer, and the figure disappeared quickly. Frank asked from the side, aren't you afraid that SHIELD will trouble you for using their name? How can it be said indiscriminately? We are indeed working with SHIELD now. Bert shrugged and continued, besides, I guess Director Fury won't care about this. Instead, he will take the credit, and then apply to the council for funds to prevent the evil spirits. Frank and Natasha were speechless because they knew that Nick Fury could do such a thing. In fact, Nick Fury did it afterward. After the World Security Council knew that there were evil gods in this world, they gave a large amount of money to SHIELD to strengthen their defenses. Then, Nick Fury directly took 1/3 to build his secret bases. In his opinion, the more bases he has, the safer the world will be. By the way, the Hydra lurking in SHIELD also quietly took away 1/3 of the funds. That is to say, the total funds that can be implemented into the real project are only 1/3 in total. This SHIELD will end sooner or later. Mercury drove the big truck over, and Snowman took the men up to open the door at the back. There were 5 sleeping compartments lying inside. Frank glanced at it and asked, "What is this?" Bert said, "The freezer. Put them in the freezer and use them after decades, and they will still be alive." Frank was very surprised. Isn't that something only exists in science fiction movies? Can technology do it now? Also, how did you have this? This Marvel world is filled with black technologies. // Black technology is the technology that is far more advanced than those of the real world. They are created by a category of humans called the Whispered. ****. Bert smiled and said, "As for how I got this, it's very simple. I bought them on the black market for $50 million. In this country, there are very few things that money can't buy." Bert deeply suspects that Hydra is the seller because this style is very obvious. Hydras are people too, and they also need money. Frank asked in astonishment, $50 million? What are you doing with this amount of money? Bert said, "The 5 fingers of hand union can be resurrected after death. I plan to freeze them all and then find a place to bury them, so that no matter who they believe in, they can't be resurrected. Because they are not dead at all." Madame Gao smiled wryly. She did not expect the resurrection of hand to be deciphered in this way. "No wonder you didn't let us kill them." Everyone was stunned, and Frank reminded Bert, "Their leader seems to be dead." "Fortunately, there is only one, and resurrection takes a lot of time." Bert said, "During this period, Han will be without a leader. If we release the news, there will be many people who want to trouble them. Han has countless enemies. This is indeed worse." Madame Gao sighed. "However, Han will not be destroyed so easily. When Alexandra is resurrected and finds Black Sky, she will come for you to get revenge." "I'm waiting for her." Bert sneered and said to Madame Gao, "Madame Gao, I will trouble you to take us to receive the inheritance of Hand Association, especially the keel. This is what I am determined to get. The elixir is in the city, I can take you to get it." Madame Gao said helplessly, "As for the property of the Hand Association, I can help you get it, but only in North America, and I can't touch the property in Japan." "In this city? Let's get it right away." Bert couldn't wait. He said to Mercury, "Mercury, I'll leave the finishing touches here to you. What should be frozen, and what should be burned. As for the police, don't pay any attention." Mercury nodded. "Yes, blood god, leave it to me." "Everyone, this evening, we eliminated the evil hand victoriously. This is very worth celebrating. I decided that tomorrow night, we will hold a celebration banquet." Then, Bert shouted to everyone, "In addition, everyone present will get an extra 3 months' salary as a bonus. Long live the blood god." Everyone cheered, and even Frank had a smile on his face. He was planning to move recently and needed money urgently. "Is this the elixir?" Bert took the piece of white bone that Madame Gao handed over, only 10 centimeters long, and frowned. "Why is it only a fragment, and that too small? We only have so much left. In fact, if it wasn't for searching Black Sky, we wouldn't even have left this part. This is equivalent to our lifespan." Madame Gao sighed. "Don't underestimate this little bit. It's enough for 2 people to resurrect, and it can be fused at least 5 times. The elixir is quite durable, otherwise, our hand will not last for so long. Like this." Bert wrapped the elixir with blood and found that the blood became very active. It seemed that the blood couldn't wait to absorb this elixir. Sure enough, Bert was overjoyed, but he didn't absorb it, and he had to rely on it to open the barrier underground. Bert put away the elixir and said, "Go back. After receiving the inheritance of hand, I will freeze you up like everyone else. I expected it long ago." Madame Gao did not beg for mercy and accepted her fate calmly. She glanced in the direction of Kunlun and sighed in her heart. She could never return to Kunlun. Hand had 5 fingers. Everyone's dream was different, and Madame Gao, her dream was to return to Kunlun, but unfortunately, Kunlun will never accept her again. // elixir or the substance or dragon bones are all the same. **// Because of Bert's high compensation, all residents moved out of the rental apartment in just 3 days, and the big word demolition was written on the wall, and it will be completely demolished in a few days. Under the moonlight, Bert took Madame Gao to the first floor of the long-term rental apartment silently. He didn't waste time and asked Madame Gao to guard the surrounding area. Quickly moved to the location of the barrier. The ability of Blood God is really useful. Madame Gao was stunned. If they were replaced, they would have to get a construction team to dig down. It was very troublesome. For the Blood God, it's easy to go down. After reaching the position of the barrier, Bert examined the surroundings, restored the shrunken elixir fragment to normal, and then controlled it to touch the glass-colored barrier like an energy shield. It must work, otherwise I can only grab that silly iron fist to do the job. Under Bert's nervous eyes, the elixir and the barrier melted into each other, like a red-hot iron rod being put into the snow. Bert was overjoyed. He increased his strength. The elixir moved forward, and while it kept disappearing, the barrier gradually dissipated at the place elixir was touching. The resistance in front suddenly disappeared, and the barrier opened. Although it was only a small hole thinner than chopsticks, it was enough for Bert. Bert excitedly flowed through the small hole in his blood form and entered the sealed land. It was not dark at all, because there was a complete dragon bone emitting a faint red light. It was like a dream, very magical. That's right, a complete dragon skeleton, and it is very huge. After Bert returned to human form, he was smaller than the rib of the other party. The dragon bones still glow? Bert laughed. With so many elixirs, not only could he improve his strength, but he could also cultivate a large number of warriors. In the Marvel Universe, there is never too much power. In the future, you will follow me to conquer the world. Bert walked to the front of the head of the elixir, patted the sharp dragon teeth with his hand, and said with a smile, "As the saying goes, extreme joy leads to sadness." Suddenly, Bert's eyes flashed and he entered a world full of flames. In the sky, there was 100-meter-long, winged Chinese dragon. The mighty dragon shrouded the whole world. What the hell? Isn't this dragon dead? Bert was shocked. At this moment, the dragon flew in front of Bert, and the scarlet red dragon eyes bigger than a human stared at Bert as if he was looking at a piece of food. Bert felt a little nervous and asked, "Who are you?" The dragon opened its mouth and made a thunderous voice, "Humans, food, servants." Bert, who was still a little nervous, suddenly laughed angrily, and he scolded, "You guys are sick, right? Everyone is food and a servant. I hate you guys on the top. We are humans, and we will never give in." The dragon seemed to be provoked and let out a roar that pierced through everything, shaking the world. Bert got hit by the storm. He flew out on the spot and rolled over 100 meters on the ground before stopping. Bert was not afraid. At the same time, he recalled in his mind the magnificent sword light of Ancient One that filled the whole world. This mere dragon wants to treat human beings as food. Did he ask the Ancient One for permission? Just when Bert thought of that sword light, a giant 7-colored sword light suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. with a terrifying power enough to split the world, and slashed at the dragon. The dragon looked at the light in disbelief and shouted, "This is impossible. How can humans have such power?" The next moment, the dragon and the whole world were split in half by the colorful sword light, and then the world collapsed and disappeared. Bert's consciousness suddenly became blurred. He seemed to have become a dragon, born, played, hunted, and invaded. Various memories flashed one after another like a marquee. These memories are very unclear, just like a dream, and in the real world, the red light on the real dragon's skeleton is gradually sinking into Bert's body from the position of the dragon's teeth, making him gradually glow. These red lights are the remnants of the dragon's soul. After it died, it never dissipated. It was attached to the elixir and lingered. After Bert touched it, they took the opportunity to introduce Bert to his spiritual world. Dragon's soul originally planned to destroy Bert's spirit through intimidation and then occupy his body. Who knew that Bert was not only not frightened, but was very angry? Then, this anger turned into the strongest attack he had ever seen, the sacred sword of Emperor Vishandi. Then the sword shattered the residual consciousness of the dragon's soul. After all, this is just a ray of the remnant. If Bert doesn't come, it will dissipate by itself in a few years. After the consciousness of the dragon's soul was broken, the dragon's soul naturally entered Bert's body. This is what happened. He don't know how long it took. Bert slowly opened his eyes, but they were not human eyes, but fiery red dragon eyes. At the same time, the red light on his body converged behind him, evolving into a huge fiery dragon phantom, lifelike, just like the real thing. Immediately afterward, Bert, who felt full of power, and the fire dragon phantom behind him opened their mouths and let out a roar at the same time. The entire Manhattan Island shook, countless glass shattered, and countless cars sounded crazy alarms. This is not over yet. The originally brightly lit Manhattan Island suddenly turned dark, the power went out, and the city that never sleeps was completely shrouded in darkness. This is an earthquake. The people on the island were stunned and panicked. Some people saw that the surroundings were completely dark and couldn't help but feel scared. Soon, chaos befall Manhattan Island. Putting these aside, Madame Gao sensed the powerful fluctuation in the apartment and opened her eyes in disbelief, whispered, "Iron Fist." That's right, Iron Fist. Bert, who has a dragon soul, is qualified to be called Iron Fist. It should be noted here that although the Manhattan earthquake was indeed caused by Bert, it does not mean that he is strong enough to cause an earthquake. The reason why Manhattan had an earthquake was because Bert resonated with the power of the dragon. This real dragon skeleton was buried underground for thousands of years, and the bones had already been integrated into Manhattan Island's foundation. Manhattan is an outstanding place, and this place is because of the real dragon bones. The TV series The Defenders tells the story of the hand who planned to dig the elixir, and once the elixir is dug, Manhattan Island will collapse, so Daredevil and others desperately try to stop the hand. To put it simply, Manhattan Island is his home ground for Bert, where the power he can use is far more than anywhere else. Beside the elixir, Bert slowly closed his mouth, his eyes gradually returned to normal, and the phantom of the dragon's soul behind him also flew into his body and disappeared. Bert didn't know that he caused the earthquake in Manhattan. He recalled everything just now, took off his shirt, and on his chest, a fiery red dragon with wings was flying recklessly. It was a symbol of the Iron Fist. I've become the Iron Fist, the world wonderful. Iron Fist plus blood god, it's a bit interesting. Bert was a little speechless. When he thought about it, the dragon tattoo quickly disappeared. He didn't like tattoos, and this thing was on his chest. He would have to explain it every time he got a beauty in the future. Then, Bert's mind moved, and his body gradually emitted a red light. This is the power of the dragon's soul. At present, it is not too strong because Bert has not yet practiced. Of course, this is not a problem. After all, a whole real dragon skeleton is in front of him. Possessing a dragon soul, he is still the blood god Bert, and the elixir that can be refined is far more than others. Maybe I will be the strongest Iron Fist. Bert smiled slightly. Then he put away the power of the dragon's soul, put on his clothes and jumped on the skeleton of the real dragon, and then removed the head of the real dragon. After thinking about it, he removed a rib. I will refine the dragon head myself, break the ribs into pieces, and fuse it for others. Next, Bert used PIM particles to reduce the size of the skull and ribs, and then left here along the holes drilled before. The reason why he didn't take it all was because it would cause an earthquake, and he wasn't afraid of this being stolen anyway. Although Iron Fist could break the seal, if he want this, he has to come down and had to hollow out the ground first, and this piece of land was now owned by Bert. The place will become the residence of the Blood God group in the future. Without Bert's permission, who could dig in his territory? Back on the ground, Bert returned to his human form. Seeing the darkness around him and a faint roar in the air, he asked Madame Gao in surprise, "What happened?" Madame Gao looked at Bert with complicated eyes and replied, "There was an earthquake just now." Earthquake? I didn't take all the elixir away. Could it be because of the dragon's soul? Bert was shocked for a while, that is to say, can he create an earthquake in Manhattan? Madame Gao didn't care about the earthquake. She asked with a bit of hope, "Blood God, have you become the Iron Fist?" Bert raised his right hand, his fist lit up with a faint red light. Madame Gao was immediately excited. Yes, it was the fluctuation of the dragon's soul. The blood goy became an Iron Fist. Madame Gao put down her crutches, knelt in front of Bert's knees, and said, "Blood God, I am willing to serve you as Lord, as long as you promise to take me back to Kunlun in the future." Through the purple man virus, Bert knew that Madame Gao was telling the truth, not afraid of being frozen. He asked inexplicably, "Why do you want to go back to Kunlun so much? Aren't you a traitor from Kunlun?" Madame Gao said sincerely, "Because Kunlun is my home since I defected, I have wanted to go back. The longer I live, the more I think, even if the people of Kunlun do not accept me, as long as I can be buried in Kunlun, I will be satisfied." Bert put away his iron fist and said lightly, "I robbed the elixir, and I have a hostile relationship with Kunlun. That is to say, if I want to enter Kunlun, it will be a bloodbath." Madame Gao said, "It's okay, I just want to go back to Kunlun. As for the people in Kunlun, all the people I know died long ago. People in Kunlun are not allowed to use elixirs to prolong their lifespan. The only ones who can live for hundreds of years are Shulao. It is the dragon of Kunlun." Bert was stunned. "Kunlun still has dragons?" "Yes, but it has never appeared in front of people. The dragon soul of Iron Fist belongs to Shulao." "A real dragon attaches its dragon soul to a human?" Bert frowned, and he asked, "How much do you know about Shulao?" "I don't know much about it. Only Iron Fist understands Shulao because the inheritance of the dragon soul needs to be carried out by Shulao himself." Bert pondered. Madame Gao was not lying, but she had done too many bad things before, to the extent that it was hard to forgive. Madame Gao nervously waited for the sentencing. She knew that this was the closest chance she has to go to Kunlun. Bert the Blood God and Kunlun were destined to meet. At this time, the lights were lit up around, the power of Manhattan Island was restored, and there were cheers all around. Bert felt it, and said to Madame Gao, "I can't forgive you, but I can take you back to Kunlun!" Madame Gao was very puzzled by Bert's words. "You can't forgive me, but you can take me back to Kunlun? Blood God, what do you mean?" "You've committed too many crimes, I can't forgive it." Bert said, "But I can make a deal with you. You will be the head of the vampire clan, and you will be responsible for teaching the elite vampires how to practice Kai, and I promise to take you back to Kunlun in the future, but in the process, I will not relieve you of your control, and you can only stay in a limited place, like a jail." "I am willing to accept such punishment, thank you, Blood God." Madame Gao fell to the ground, expressing her gratitude. As long as she can return to Kunlun, she can accept everything. What age is this? You don't need to do this, and I just made a deal with you. Bert waved his hand. He thought of something and asked, has your soul been taken away by the beast? Madame Gao straightened up, picked up her crutches, and stood up, shaking her head, said, no, I'm careful, I've never been resurrected, and I don't believe in the beast. Good. Bert nodded and said, Madame Gao, I will trouble you in the future. I want to make Kai a regular force for the elites of the vampires. Madame Gao said, teaching is not a problem, but it requires a lot of elixir. That, I have more. Bert put his hand into his chest and pulled out a rib that was taller than a human being. Complete ribs. How many elixirs are down there? Madame Gao with her eyes wide open. They didn't steal so many elixirs from Kunlun back then. This elixir is very durable, such one is enough for the vampires to use for decades. More than you can imagine. Bert put the dragon rib on the ground, thought for a while, took out his phone, and called Mercury, change the cafe into a tea house, drink tea on the first floor, and practice martial arts on the second. Make a new sign and call it Dragon Subduing Tea House. Putting down the phone, Bert said to Madame Gao, from now on, you will stay in the tea house, and you are not allowed to leave without my order. Madame Gao said respectfully, yes, blood god. Seismologists said that this earthquake in Manhattan is not a precursor to a major earthquake. Please, citizens, don't worry. Listening to the news on the TV, Natasha secretly complained. She was not worried at first, but after hearing this, she started to worry. At this moment, 7 or 8 hours have passed since the earthquake, and the chaos caused by the earthquake has subsided. After all, this is Manhattan and there are lots of police forces. At this time, a secret phone in Natasha's arms suddenly vibrated. She looked around vigilantly and confirmed that there was no problem, and then took out the phone to answer. Natasha, we have found the source of the earthquake. It's in Hell's Kitchen. Nick Fury's voice came out. The long-term rental apartment that Bert bought is the area of the epicenter. Do you suspect that the earthquake was caused by the blood god? Natasha said in amazement, Director, as far as I know, he has no such ability and will not do such a thing. There's something wrong with that apartment, otherwise the vampires and the hand will never fight for it. Director Fury said, Natasha, I am now officially changing your mission from the original short-term observation mission to a long-term latent mission. Long-term lurking? Director, isn't this a waste of time? Natasha asked. She is a top agent, the first of the female field agents of SHIELD. Not a waste. In addition to finding out whether the earthquake is related to the blood god, you have to find out another thing. Chief Fury said, find out everything about the Ancient One. I see. Natasha understood, and she smiled. Director Fury, use the honorific title that is the Guardian of the Earth. Director Fury said coldly, we SHIELD are the Guardians of the Earth. Anyone with a potential threat to the planet must be monitored. To be honest, the existence of Ancient One made Director Fury quite restless, because Ancient One was too strong, and more importantly, he had no understanding of Ancient One at all. What if one day Ancient One can't think about it and suddenly wants to destroy the world? SHIELD is such an organization with persecutory paranoia. Natasha naturally knew the character of Director Fury. She said, it is not so easy to get the information of Master Ancient One. The blood god respects her very much, and respects her sincerely, although he is a vampire. I don't care how you complete the task, I just need you to complete the task. Director Fury left a sentence and hung up the phone directly. Natasha rolled her eyes. Believe it or not, this lady can change jobs on the spot. The salary here is 3 times higher than SHIELD. Natasha put down the phone, stood in front of the mirror and looked at herself obsessively. Is there any woman more beautiful than herself? It looks like I'm going to give Bert a little sweetness. There is no man I can't handle in the world because I am so beautiful. More than half a month has passed in the blink of an eye. The previous earthquake in Manhattan was quickly replaced by the disappearance of Tony Stark. Now everyone cares about whether Tony Stark is dead and who inherits his legacy. No one talks about that little earthquake again. Bert, who had been shorting Stark Industries early in the morning, made a lot of money. In addition to the legacy of the Hand, his assets were more than when he first took over the vampire clan. He couldn't help but sigh, what? When will the money run out? Everyone who heard the sentence wanted to give Bert a middle finger. Blade really did, and then asked Bert to give all the vampire police an extra month's salary. During this time, the vampire police station was too busy. Bert waved his hand and directly approved the 2-month bonus. Anyway, it was not bad, and he even gave out the high-tech mask developed by Tony Stark as a benefit. The vampire police station cheered and worked harder to eliminate the traitors. Everything is developing in a good direction. In the backyard of the tea house transformed from the original coffee shop, Bert, who was wearing a training suit, exhaled and slammed his red fist on a large stone 10 inches thick. With a bang, the stone shattered. It turned into several pieces and smashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. In this punch, Bert only used 20% of the power of the Iron Fist, not the power of the Blood God himself. Blood God, you are cultivating very quickly, and the Kai you have now is comparable to that of a third-time fuser. Madame Gao sighed next to her. The speed of the Blood God fusing the elixir was too fast, not only because he had a dragon soul, but also because of the Blood God's ability. Bone and blood are a part of the body. The elixir that takes others years to completely fuse, Blood God can fuse within a month. Bert himself was not very satisfied. He said, there is still a problem with the control. The force I just exerted is too great. I just want to break the stone, and I don't want it to fly around. Your thinking is right. The West pursues the greater the power, the better. In the East, we pay attention to control. A little controllable power is more important than a very uncontrollable power. Madame Gao smiled and said, but it's not urgent. You can study every day slowly. No matter how talented you are, Blood God, you still have to slowly grind this kung fu. Further polish your control. Bert said, then grind it slowly. When I hit the egg with an iron fist and the egg doesn't break, then it's done. Which martial arts novel is this from? Madame Gao was speechless. She said, Blood God, in addition to control, you must continue to hone your Kai and strive to reach the realm of reading Kai. This is the basic skill. Bert nodded and said, basic skills must be practiced naturally, and only with a solid foundation can I reach a higher realm. Madame Gao nodded in approval. At this moment, Bert thought of one thing and asked, by the way, can Mercury cultivate Kai? No, her physical fitness is enough, but her spirit is still a lot worse. Madame Gao said, I have taught her to meditate, and I have taught her how to use the spirit to sense the energy Kai. As long as she calms down and cultivates for a month, she can initially meet the requirements. The key is meditation. It's hard for Westerners to understand our visualization and meditation. Bert shook his head and Madame Gao smiled. Mercury and Snowman are fine. They can more or less understand the thoughts of the East, but Frank can't do it, let alone meditate. He can't sit still quietly for 5 minutes. With Frank's temper, it's no wonder he can't sit down. Bert laughed. He said, Madame Gao, thank you for your hard work. After we teach Mercury and Snowman, we will spread the elixir to the elites of the vampire clan. At that time, the elites of the vampire clan can improve their strength without sucking the blood of living people. Madame Gao said humbly, this is my duty. At this time, the intercom on the side rang. Blood God, Director Fury of SHIELD is coming. Nick Fury came over in person? It seems that there is a big event, let him wait for me in the living room. Bert said, and then he cleaned himself and went to the meeting room to see Director Fury. Bert and Director Fury shook hands and said, Director Fury, a rare visitor. It's really rare. I've seen many clubs that ask for membership cards, but this is the first time I've seen a tea house that asks for membership cards. Director Fury said, Aren't you afraid of the closure of the tea house? It can't go out of business. I have already bought the place, so no need for rent. Bert smiled. He asked Director Fury to sit down and asked, Director Fury, you are here, what do you want? Director Fury went straight to the point. I want you to save Tony Stark. He is very important to the safety of the world. Bert said, I can save him, but I don't want to go. I'm a vampire and can't face the sun. Director Fury has a look of contempt. How dare you say that you can't face the sun, a guy who plays with beautiful women on the beach every day? Director Fury threw his chips. I heard that you are buying the RAN Group's medical department. I can make it smoother for you. You mean, if I don't promise you to save Tony, we can't buy the RAND Group? Bert asked with a cold face. Director Fury instantly felt that he was being targeted by a giant beast and could die at any time. Director Fury said very calmly, I'm talking about smoother. Your bid is very low, and you are buying the most important medical department of the RAN Group. There are many speculations from the outside world. I can make you completely immune to outside influence. Is that so? Bert took back his momentum. He took a sip of the tea he had just brewed and said, I can help you in saving Tony, but I hope to reach a consensus with you. Director Fury asked, What consensus? Bert said, In the next few months, I will operate the stocks of the Stark Group, and even buy a large amount of the stocks of the Stark Group. You want to buy Stark Group? Director Fury squinted and said loudly, Bert Wang, this is impossible. If you do this, there will only be one result, the kind of war that will never end. No matter how confusing human beings are, vampires can't control their strongest military-industrial group. I know, I didn't intend to do this, I just wanted to take the opportunity to make a lot of money. Bert said, After my plan is successful, I will sell all the stocks in my hands, and I will not keep a single share. Director Fury asked, What's your plan? Acquisition of another big company with a market value of more than 100 billion. Bert didn't hide it, he said, If I want to control this big company, I must prepare at least $50 billion of funds. Although I can get it now, it will affect the operation of the Blood God Group. Therefore, I plan to start to take money from the stock market. Director Fury frowned. A large group worth more than 100 billion? Blood God, this is a bit too much. Bert smiled and said, It's just a bit too much. If we give enough benefits, you will still agree, right? Director Fury said, Blood God, if you do this, it will increase our vigilance. Bert said, I will make up for it afterward. My vampires will never be the enemies of humans. Director Fury looked at Bert expressionlessly, and Bert drank tea leisurely, which let Nick Fury know that whether he agreed or not, the other party would complete his plan. I'm just letting you know, not asking for your consent. After a while, Director Fury said, Acquisition is possible, but it must abide by the law, and cannot use excessive means, such as assassinating the other party's chairman or turning the other party's executives into vampires. Don't worry, I know the rules of the game. Bert smiled, said, Speaking of which, Director Fury, do you want to invest? I can promise you twice the return. Director Fury shook his head directly. I will not use the funds of SHIELD to gamble. Bert looked at Director Fury with a bit of surprise. How could this old corrupt guy be so righteous and awe-inspiring? Director Fury did not explain, nor did he try to explain that his corruption was not for himself, but to build a base to protect the world, which is different from misappropriating SHIELD funds to gamble. For an old-school guy like Director Fury, the stock market is a gamble. Director Fury said, "This consensus SHIELD can agree, but I want 10% of your profits." Dream on. 1% is the most, don't forget, you want me to help to save Tony. Bert categorically refused. This kind of Nick Fury is normal, the previous one was like being taken away. 1% is too little, at least 9%. Nope, 1%. Did you suggest the counteroffer like this? Do you want to get 5%? Keep dreaming. Do you know that each percentage point is calculated in billions? If you want to have it, just 1%. Don't think I don't know, you will take this money into your private fund. You are slandering. Chief Fury snorted and said, 1% is enough, but you must save Tony immediately. Okay, you ask the US military to prepare for my arrival at the Middle East base, and I'll take a private jet over there. Bert said, by the way, help me apply for the next flight, it's very troublesome. Okay. Chief Fury got up and said, be sure to save Tony safely. Bert said insincerely, I'll try. After sending off Nick Fury, Bert called Frank, can you fly a helicopter? Yes, then it's easy to handle. I'm going to the Middle East, you pack up and come with me. After hanging up the phone, Bert called Mercury in and instructed, take all our remaining funds to short the Stark group. Mercury was puzzled. Blood God, aren't you going to save Tony Stark? Just do it. Bert said, by the way, have you checked the things I asked you about? Check it out. Mercury nodded. Obadiah Stane has 2 sons. If he dies unexpectedly, the shares of Stark Group will be jointly inherited by these 2 sons. Obadiah Stane's 2 sons are trash, they can only eat, drink, and have fun. Obadiah looks down on them very much, and their father-son relationship is quite bad. Set up the bureau to catch them, and let them owe a lot of debt. Bert said, make sure that after Obadiah Stane dies, they will transfer Stane's shares to us. Mercury was stunned. This is a small matter, but Blood God, Obadiah Stane will die? Isn't Tony Stark in danger? I'm going, how can he be in danger? Bert smiled, got up, and prepared to rush to the Middle East. Speaking of which, if it wasn't for the embarrassment of his vampire status, he would have been able to buy the Stark Group shares himself. Of course, it would be impossible to make Tony work for me. How can Tony Stark work for others? It's impossible. In a dark cave in the Middle East, Tony Stark, with a scruffy beard and tattered clothes, looked at the arc reactor on his chest and looked a little dazed. He, the dream lover of all the beauties in America, would have such a devastating day. About a month ago, after Tony and the military reached an agreement worth $1 billion for the Jericho missile, he returned to the base in a jeep. On the way, he and several soldiers happily joked and enjoyed their chats. Suddenly, a missile came down and blew the jeep, and what made him even more depressed was that the missile was produced by the Stark Group. When Tony woke up, he found that he had been kidnapped by a group of terrorists. There was a big hole in his chest, and there was an electromagnet powered by the car battery. Even though he doesn't like this, without this electromagnet, which kept the missile shrapnel from reaching his heart and taking his life away. After that, the group of terrorists asked Tony to make Jericho missiles, but Tony was naturally unwilling. As a result, his head was stuffed into the pool of water. Tony, who had never been so miserable before, could only compromise. It's just a temporary compromise. Tony Stark is not a person who will admit defeat. With the help of Dr. Ho Yinsen, who is also a prisoner. Tony used the materials sent by the terrorists to make a small arc reactor and then used it to replace the electromagnet and battery. Now it's much better than before. This arc reactor is not an ordinary thing. It is a cold nuclear reactor, which was created by Tony's father Howard Stark and Anton Vank. However, their finished product is an oversized reactor, which is of little significance. Stark Industries has spent decades trying to make the arc reactor smaller, but it never worked, and Tony Stark, in a cave like this, did it with a pile of scraps. That's genius, a peerless genius that is enough to influence the whole world. The arc reactor can release 3 billion joules of energy in 1 second. Tony made it not just to replace the electromagnet, he has another big plan. It will be completed in 2 days. At that time, you will know that a genius cannot be underestimated. At this time, he saw the pool beside him vibrating from the corner of his eye. He couldn't help but turn his head to take a look, and then he was stunned. What the hell is this? He saw that the water in the pool formed a line of English words. Tony, I'm Bert Wank, who is more attractive and richer than you. Tony couldn't help but rub his eyes, and when he found that the line was still there, he was immediately amazed. What the hell? How did the water suddenly turn into words, and what does it mean to be more attractive and richer than me? Is there such a person in this world? Bert Wank, that nasty, see-through kid. Tony took a peek at the camera and found that he was blocking it. He breathed a sigh of relief. He thought for a while and asked in a very low voice, "Cheating kid?" The water surface shook, and a line of words reformed. "It's you who cheated. You buried a hole in the mask for me, selling the silicone and batteries for an unreasonable price. I only said, I'll give you the patent for the mask." Tony was a little proud, and now it is certain that the water surface is really under the control of that kid. In other words, that kid can both see through and control water. Isn't this too unscientific? The water surface changed again. "Don't talk nonsense. Someone asked me to rescue you. I can bring the army over tomorrow." Rescue me? Tony was stunned. If the other party said to save him a few days ago, he would be ecstatic. The problem is that now his plan is almost completed, and there is no need for others to save him. Tony doesn't want to owe favors, and he doesn't want to be pitiful, waiting for someone to save him like a refugee. No need, I can escape by myself. Tony refused outright. He was an arrogant man in Bert's language. The water surface changed again, exclamation. "Just wait outside and pick me up." After thinking about it, Tony still left some room for himself. The symbols on the water disappeared immediately, and Tony instantly understood what the other party meant. "I'm too lazy to care about you. This guy is annoying." Tony gritted his teeth secretly, and Dr. Yinsen heard the voice and couldn't help but turn his head to ask, "Tony, what's wrong?" Tony said excitedly, "It's nothing, Yinsen. If there is no accident, we can escape soon." "Hope so." Yinsen nodded, but an accident occurred immediately, as these parts they made were not like Jericho missiles at all. The leader of the terrorist group, Raza, saw this and brought his people in for a while to coerce them and gave them a time limit to finish the missiles by tomorrow. "Give them what they want or he will send us to hell." Tony had a hard look on his face, but he can't go begging Bert, so he could only work overtime with Yinsen to try to get his armor done by tomorrow. That's right, the armor, that is Iron Man's first armor, Mark I. On a hill near this base, Bert, who was sitting in a gunship, sneered. "Is it fun now? That Raza wears the ring of the 10 Rings gang on his hand, which means that the real deal is in this world." Bert narrowed his eyes. In the movie, Mandarin is a British actor named Trevor, who is completely oblivious to the acts the Mandarin has carried out. The Mandarin is Aldrich Killian's creation, but in the comics, Mandarin is real existence. He is also Iron Man's #1 enemy. With 10 powerful rings, he dominates most of the Middle East and the terrorists. Forget it, I probably won't meet Master Mandarin. After saving Tony, go straight back home. I'm not interested in helping Tony deal with his mortal enemy. Bert thought to himself, and Frank, who was driving in front of him, asked, "What's the situation? Did you find that billionaire?" "I found him. He seems to have some plan to get out of trouble and doesn't want me to save him." Bert said that he is the blood god and can control blood, and most of the components of blood are water, so he can also control a little water, but it is not powerful. At most he can make a few words like before. And the reason why he could hear Tony speak was that Tony had his blood in his body. Once he got here, he made contact with blood. He knew everything that happened to Tony during this time. He's a willful fellow, so what should we do? Frank asked disdainfully. He didn't like Tony Stark that much, although the Stark group's stuff was really useful. Whether he wants us to save it or not, it's none of our business. Bert said, "Contact Colonel Rhodes and ask him to bring someone here. We will start tomorrow and try to go back as soon as possible. I hate this place, it's too hot, and there are no beautiful women. I've served here for 10 years and I still hate it here." Frank laughed. Then, he picked up the phone to contact Colonel Rhodes. Rhodes was very surprised that they found him. Before, he was searching for months but still couldn't find him. Rhodes hurriedly said, "I'll bring people over immediately, don't startle the snakes. When I was killing terrorists on the front line, you were still nailing in logistics." Frank hung up the phone with a look of disdain. Rhodes was speechless, but he couldn't provoke Frank, the super soldier king. He could only put down the phone, go out and organize a rescue team, and try to get there as soon as possible. The next day, Tony Stark, who had stayed up all night, finally finished building his battle armor. Then, he put on the leather and asked Dr. Yinsen to help install the battle armor part by part. It went well at first, but soon the terrorists realized that the two were not visible on the monitor. They were hiding behind wooden boards and immediately sent people to investigate. Looking at the nervous Yinsen, Tony smiled. "Don't worry, there's no problem. Just start the power system now." Yinsen asked, "How to start?" "Press F11 first." Yinsen operated the computer as Tony said, and a progress bar appeared soon. He breathed a sigh of relief and turned back to help Tony screw the screws. At this moment, the door was knocked open and the bombs tied to it exploded. The gang was killed on the spot. "It's too late." Yinsen glanced at the door, put down the wrench, and said to Tony, "Tony, I'll go out and delay them to get some time for you." "No need, we have time, and we will go according to plan." Tony hurriedly shouted, but Yinsen didn't listen. He picked up the gun dropped by the terrorists on the ground and went out. He didn't know how to shoot, so he shot randomly with the gun. Fortunately, the terrain was narrow, and the terrorists were frightened and fled back. "Yinsen!" Tony shouted anxiously, regretting for the first time in his heart. He knew that when someone came to save him but he refused, then Yinsen died, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. Will Yinsen die? Under normal circumstances, of course. Not long after he ran out of bullets, he was shot by the terrorists. Yinsen fell to the ground, but there was no fear, only relief because his family had been killed by the terrorists long ago. Just as Yinsen's eyes gradually sank into darkness, a voice sounded in his mind. "Do you want to know the meaning of life?" I'm sorry, I've messed up the words. A good person like you doesn't deserve to die like this." Yinsen fainted before he could hear it. No one knew that the bullets that shot him were all stuck in his muscles. Bert, who was on the helicopter, smiled slightly. He transferred some of his blood to Yinsen early in the morning. Such a good person should not be damned. The terrorists killed Yinsen and immediately rushed in to find Tony. Just at this moment, the lights suddenly dimmed, as the electricity was used to start the Mark I. Next, it was Tony's time. He was so angry that he drove the rough and rudimentary Mark I and killed everyone. The terrorists couldn't stop him at all. Yinsen. Tony looked at Yinsen, who was covered in blood on the ground. He was angry and guilty. He roared and rushed out of the cave. Countless bullets greeted him, and his armor clacked. Tony was not afraid because these bullets could not penetrate his armor at all, and all were bounced away. He raised his arms, the flamethrower was activated, and the flames were blazing from both hands. The terrorists were burned in an instant, crying and screaming, and their leader Raza was in a hurry. It doesn't matter if the terrorists die, anyway, they can be recruited at any time, but their weapons are all piled outside. By the way, these arms are all produced by the Stark Group. Seeing that the guns couldn't kill Tony, Raza gritted his teeth, took out a bottle of red potion from his pocket, and drank it with his head up. Soon, Raza's muscles immediately swelled up a bit. Feeling full of strength, he pulled out his machete, rushed to the front of Mark I from the side, and cut it off with a single knife. The gas pipe on the right side of Mark I was directly cut off. What? Tony was a little surprised and hurriedly aimed the flame on the left at Raza, but Raza flexibly circled from behind Tony to the left. Another slash, and all of Tony's flame jets were finished. At this time, Tony didn't have any combat training, and the silly control armor slammed into Raza, and Raza escaped easily. Then, Raza stabbed the scimitar into the gap of Tony's left leg connector and clicked. With a bang, Tony got down on one knee. The Mark I is too rudimentary, and there is no armor protection at the connection position, so it is easy for Raza to succeed. Seeing that Raza succeeded, the terrorists cheered one after another. Raza was furious. He picked up the machete on the ground and stabbed it in the gap in Tony's armor. Tony hurriedly fought back, but the cumbersome armor is not that flexible. He was cut several times in succession, but fortunately, he was protected by leather, so he didn't suffer any serious injuries. Damn, the material is too poor. Seeing that the situation is not good, Tony intends to detonate the arsenal and run away. Mark I can fly. At this moment, a helicopter suddenly flew out from the back of the mountain. Then, a figure jumped from the sky and knelt on one knee. It landed on the ground with a bang, kicking up a puff of dust. The perfect superhero landing is a bit of a knee-breaker exclamation. It was naturally Burke who landed. He stood up and sneered, looking at the embarrassed Tony. Tony, is this your way of saving yourself? Tony was depressed and angry. Why didn't you come earlier? Because someone won't let me come. Why did you do something wrong, and you want to blame others? Bert sneered. Tony was speechless. At this time, Raza looked at him vigilantly and shouted, "Who are you?" Bert said, "The person who came to rescue Tony Stark. Want to save him? Dream on, kill him for me." Raza gave the order directly. The terrorists were about to shoot. Inside the gunship, Frank pulled the machine gun's trigger and shot down excitedly because he knew there was going to be a battle. Several terrorists were shot dead on the spot, and other terrorists were startled and shot upward while looking for a place to hide. At this time, 2 more armed helicopters flew over to join the battle in the sky, and the U.S. military launched an attack under the mountain. The base was suddenly chaotic, and there were gunshots and explosions. Raza was frightened and angry, and he ignored Tony and stepped forward, and the machete slashed at Bert with a violent smashing sound. What exactly was the potion he drank before? His physical fitness is at least 2 or 3 times stronger. Bert turned sideways to avoid Raza's machete and punched Raza's elbow. Raza raised his arm to parry, and the two of you went back and forth, fighting. Why did it suddenly change from a sci-fi movie to a kung fu movie? Tony complained. He tried to get up, but because the armor was too heavy and one of his legs was abolished, he just got up and fell to the ground, making a fool of himself. Tony went mad. I must destroy this incomplete product afterward. It's too embarrassing. You are just a novice, not my opponent at all. After a few seconds, Roz immediately understood his situation, sneered, and the scimitars attacked Bert one after another as fast as lightning. Bert blocked a few times and fell back. Roz seized the opportunity and slashed his chest with the sword. At this moment, Bert's right fist lit up with a dazzling red light, and then he punched out, like a thunderbolt, and directly hit Roz's machete, breaking it and pressing it against his chest. Roz screamed in agony. With a bang, he vomited blood and flew out and slammed into the mountain wall. I still can't control it, otherwise I should be able to hit the sword into his body. Bert shook his head. Raza fell to the ground, pulled out the machete from his chest, ignoring the bleeding wound, and angrily shouted at Bert, "Who are you?" "Iron Fist. By the way, I just used 20% of my Iron Fist." Bert put his hands behind his back and said like a master he didn't lie, he was really the Iron Fist. As for whether the other party would think of the Kunlun Iron Fist, that's not his problem. Iron Fist. Kunlun Iron Fist. Raza thought of it, and he shouted angrily, "You from Kunlun, do you want to go against our Ten Rings gang? Is Kunlun afraid of the Ten Rings gang?" Bert sneered. He still didn't lie. Kunlun was indeed not afraid of Mandarin. Raza gritted his teeth. He turned his head and saw that the terrorists were retreating under the siege of helicopters and the U.S. military. After thinking about it, he shouted in the local language, "Detonate the gunpowder depot, and we escape through the secret passage." When the terrorists heard the words, they retreated to the cave and threw the torches at the Stark arsenal. "Oops, Bert, hurry up and get on my back, everyone else retreat too." Tony knew the power of his weapons very well. He got up and shouted. Bert glanced at Mark I and said with disgust, "Too ugly, I refuse." Tony was angry, although the Mark I was indeed ugly. But at this time, "Do you care about these? Put down the rope ladder and meet me at the entrance of the cave." Bert ignored Tony, turned, and rushed into the cave to carry Yinsen's corpse. Then, he returned to the outside of the cave and used his feet to leave 2 deep footprints on the ground. He rushed up, grabbed a rope ladder that had been lowered from the helicopter, and hung in the air. Seeing Bert coming up, the helicopter immediately fled to the distance at a high speed. At the same time, the U.S. military also quickly retreated under the command of Colonel Rhodes. "I hate this guy," Tony scolded, activating the flight system. A lot of flames and thick smoke emerged from the foot of Mark I, and slowly rose into the sky. As soon as the Mark I took off, the Stark arsenal exploded. In the explosion, several large clouds formed by flames rose, and there were many air columns around them. Bert looked back, admiring, much more brilliant than in the movie. Compared with Bert, who was still in the mood to enjoy the blockbuster, Tony was much more miserable. His Mark I was lifted by the airwaves, and then smashed into the sand like a meteorite, causing a lot of dust and sand to fly away. When the dust settles down, Mark has shattered, leaving only Tony buried in the sand. The helicopter flew straight above Tony. Bert let go of his hand, jumped down with Yinsen, and sneered, "This is the quality of your Stark Industries, isn't it great? This is a temporary made by me, it doesn't count." Tony got up from the sand. He wanted to say a few words to Bert, but when he saw Yinsen's corpse, he was completely depressed. Bert sneered, "Why do you pretend like this? Wasn't he killed by your own hands?" Tony defended, "I didn't kill him if he would follow the plan." "Until now, you still refuse to admit your mistakes. Tony, he was killed by you. If you are not so self-willed, and your love for saving face, he would have never died." Bert rebuked loudly. Tony wanted to defend himself, but looking at Yinsen's body, he covered his head decadently and said in pain, "Yes, I killed him. I should have accepted your help early in the morning." Bert patted Tony on the shoulder and said, "Tony, cherish your life," and he sacrificed himself for your life. Tony solemnly promised, "I will cherish life, and I will never let Yinsen die in vain." In this way, Yinsen can rest his eyes in the spirit of heaven. Bert said with relief. Tony was just about to say something, but he was horrified to see the dead Yinsen turning his head to look at him, and he was shocked. "Is this corpse fraud?" Yinsen looked at Tony and said weakly, "Tony, I'm touched by what you said, but I'm not dead." Bert put Yinsen down carefully and laughed loudly. "Awake. I thought you were going to be in a coma for a while." Tony shouted incredulously, "Didn't die? It's impossible, you've been shot so many times." Yinsen said, "It should be your friend who saved me, although I don't know how he saved me." Bert laughed, "A not-so-scientific method." Tony finally reacted, pointing at Bert and saying angrily, "You played me." Bert sneered. Tony gritted his teeth angrily. He wanted to thank him for saving Yinsen, but now, don't think about it. Of course, don't thank him. Tony remembers this favor and will pay it back in the future, but this kid is so rich, this favor is not easy to pay back. In the past, Tony was throwing money directly, but now it doesn't work. At this time, the U.S. military helicopter came over, and Colonel Rhodes was the first to jump out of the plane. He looked at the embarrassed Tony and said angrily, "Will you take my Jeep next time?" Tony lay on the sand and said, "Can you buy me a cheeseburger? I'm exhausted." Rhodes was speechless. This place was too close to the terrorists' nest. He didn't dare to stay any longer, and after sending Tony and Yinsen to the helicopter, he immediately retreated with everyone. Bert didn't remind Rhodes to bring back the parts of Mark No. 1, because he wanted Iron Overlord to appear, which is why he didn't kill Raza and the others. If Bert did his best to kill all the terrorists, he could finish within a minute. But this time, from start to finish, he was just having fun. One-day tour of the filming site of Iron Man. Bert sneered, "If Obadiah didn't become the Ironmonger, how can I swallow his shares?" On the plane, Tony asked Bert a question. "Bert, who asked you to save me?" "Peggy Carter and Shield," said Bert. "Aunt Carter? Shield." Tony was startled for a while. This kid is related to Aunt Carter? Isn't Shield a spy agency? Why would they find someone to rescue him? Peggy Carter is a good friend of Tony's father Howard, so Tony and Carter have a very close relationship. Bert said with a smile, "Their connection with Shield is far beyond your imagination." Tony said unhappily, "Do I have anything to do with Shield that I don't know myself?" Bert looked at Tony with pity. Tony was very annoyed. He wanted to ask but couldn't, so he could only get angry. Bert laughed dumbly. What a little kid. On the third day, everyone took the military plane back to New York. Pepper and Tony's bodyguard Happy were already waiting at the airport. Bert's assistant, Mercury, also came to pick him up at the airport with a high-tech mask. Tony, who was wearing a bandage, suddenly changed his face when he saw Pepper, and hurriedly stopped in front of her, and at the same time shouted to Bert, who came down, "Bert, don't look." "Tony, what are you doing?" Pepper's face was full of question marks and she glanced at Bert at the same time. It turned out that this was the Bert that Tony said. "He is so young, but why did he come with Tony?" "Hello, Miss Potts." Bert ignored the anxious Tony. He walked to Pepper, stretched out his hand, and said, "I'm Bert Wank from the Blood God Group. Nice to meet you." "Hello, Mr. Wank." Pepper wanted to shake hands with Bert but was stopped by Tony. He glared at Bert and shouted to Happy, "Happy, hurry up and stop Pepper." "Tony, that's rude." Pepper was very dissatisfied and Tony explained, "I'm protecting you, That kid can see through. See through? Are you sure you're not kidding me? Pepper looked suspicious. Bert withdrew his hand and smiled. Miss Potts, I want to ask you to be the vice president of the Blood God group. Mr. Stark knew about this, and he was afraid that I would take you away, so he made this up. A lie that even a 3-year-old wouldn't believe. Vice president? Pepper was stunned, and then said to Tony dissatisfied, Tony, it's too much, it's up to me to decide whether to agree or not. Tony hurriedly explained, that kid said it himself, he can see through. I didn't, it wasn't me, don't talk nonsense. Bert categorically denied it, and he said to Pepper, Miss Potts, if you are interested, we can make an appointment and have a cup of tea and chat. Thank you, Mr. Wang, for your kindness, but I don't plan to change jobs for the time being. Pepper pushed Tony away, took the initiative to shake hands with Bert, and said, also, please forgive Tony, he likes to be petty sometimes. Tony was furious. Pepper completely believed in the kid but didn't believe in himself. He turned his head to see Mercury, his heart moved, and he stepped forward and asked, Are you an employee of the Blood God group? Mercury glanced at Tony and replied blankly, I'm Mr. Wang's assistant. Come and help me, the salary is negotiable. Tony said. Mercury gave him a contemptuous look, didn't bother to answer, and strode towards Bert. Tony blinked. Was she looking at a bug just now? He, Tony Stark, the dream lover of thousands of beautiful women, actually regarded by her as a disgusting bug. Tony is going crazy. Tony! Pepper shouted in dissatisfaction, and then said apologetically to Bert, Mr. Wang, sorry for this. Tony has encountered something, and his mind is a little unstable. You're welcome, I know him well. Miss Potts, take your leave. Bert smiled and left there with Mercury and Frank. Before leaving, he gave Tony a provocative look. This kid is annoying. Mercury asked, Blood God, Tony Stark is back, do you want to stop shorting? No, in fact, it's time to make big money next. Bert smiled and said, Our Mr. Stark will announce something that will shock the whole world at the press conference. Frank smiled and said, So exaggerated, could it be that he wants to shut down the Stark Industries? Bert turned his head in surprise. How do you know? Your expression is so accurate. I almost believed it. Frank sneered. Tony Stark can't shut down the Stark Industries even if his brain is kicked by a donkey. Bert shook his head and said, What he wants to close is not the Stark Industries, but the weapons manufacturing department. What's the difference between that and shutting down the Stark Industries? Frank didn't believe it, and Mercury didn't believe it either, but it didn't take long before they saw Tony Stark announce on TV in front of the world, from today on, the official closure of Stark Industries' weapons department. Frank was speechless. He said, I suspect now that Tony Stark hit his head when he was running away. Mercury said excitedly, Blood God, we made it. Bert said it. In just one day, Stark Industries' stock price fell by 40 points, and the market value evaporated by hundreds of billions. Bert, who was shot in advance, made a lot of money, and his net worth skyrocketed. Bert instructed, when the stock of Stark Industries drops by another 10 points, buy the stock and return it to the broker to end the short sale, and then use the name of the Blood God Group to buy the stock of Stark Industries. Not too much, 4% will be enough. Any higher, there is a possibility of being investigated. It is too troublesome. Blood God, you won't buy the Stark Industries, will you? The human government won't allow it. Mercury was startled and hurriedly shouted, even she knew what the Stark Industries stood for. Bert smiled and said, Don't worry, I just want to make money. The Stark Industries is of no value to me. Mercury breathed a sigh of relief, nodded, and went out to instruct the financial company to do the same. At this time, Bert's phone rang, and James said excitedly, "Blood God, I have found Anton Vank and Ivan Vank, and they agreed to come to New York to see you, but their identities have bit of a problem. I can't get them into America." James, well done. I will let someone bring you the temporary pass, and you will bring them back as quickly as possible. Bert said excitedly, murals, candlesticks, chandeliers, maids, the perfect aristocratic restaurant. The old butler looked at the bearman who was gobbling down and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Why did the new owner entertain such a barbarian? Bearman, the old butler mentioned, is a strong-looking, long-haired Russian with a scar on his face. He held a knife and fork, stuffed the steak directly into his mouth, and blew on the bottle of red wine. "This can't get any wilder," sighed. "The limited Kobe steak, and a red wine worth tens of thousands of dollars. This is too wasteful," sighing. The old butler's blood pressure was soaring, and in comparison, the other two people at the table were a little better. Of the other two people, one is Blade, except that he eats a little faster. Everything else is fine. The other is the vampire clan patriarch Wang Bert. His steak is a bit special. It is full of peppers. It's a little weird, but it's better than eating like a savage. The old butler thought to himself, he always wanted to train Bert to be noble like the previous owner, but unfortunately, Bert has no interest at all. "I am so rich, can't I live freely?" is what he said. At this time, the Russian, that is, Ivan Vanko, shouted to the butler, "More beef, this tastes good. I want more." The butler reluctantly asked the maid to go up to collect the dishes, and then brought him a new steak. Bert smiled and said, "If it's not enough, you can continue to order. Our Eastern etiquette is to let the guests eat and drink well." Ivan burped and said, "I won't be polite with you. You are a good vampire. When others eat with me, they will say good things, but they are full of disdain and contempt in their eyes. They treat me like a fool. A rich man of my level doesn't need to wear a mask." Bert laughed. He swallowed the melt-in-your-mouth steak and said to Blade on the side, "Do you know what is the greatest benefit of being a blood god?" Even when eating, Blade, who is still wearing sunglasses, said coldly, "You control your body freely?" "That is one, and the other is that I can eat whatever I want without worrying about my body being affected." Bert smiled and said, "For example, I can eat spicy food every day, and I don't have to worry about anything." Ivan said loudly, "Eat whatever you want. That is really good. When I was a child, I had a dream that I don't eat food, but only drink vodka." Bert asked, "You drink vodka at such a young age, didn't your father beat you?" "Of course not. He was very happy and said that I finally grew up. Then he locked all the vodka in the house in a box. Only when I got good grades on the test would he let me have a few sips." Ivan shrugged. Bert and Blade were speechless. They use vodka to lure children to study hard. This is too frightening, right? Bert thought of something and said, "When you work for me in the future, you can't drink." Ivan asked, "How can I work without drinking?" "But, can you save my father?" "I'll talk about it after eating," Bert said. Soon, after the three of them finished their meal, Bert motioned for the butler to take someone to put everything away and then asked James next door to push Anton Vanko, who was undergoing an infusion, over. "Ivan, there are two ways to save your father," Bert said. "The first one is to turn him into a vampire so that he can recover and live forever." Before Ivan could speak, Anton said weakly, "I'm not interested in becoming a vampire." Bert didn't care. He continued, "Second, send him to the most expensive hospital and find the best doctor for treatment, so that he can live a few more years. Now technology is advancing with each passing day. Maybe there will be special effects in a while." Ivan asked, "There is no free lunch in this world. What do you want me to do?" "Use your wisdom. Develop all kinds of things I want for me," Bert said. "For example, the miniaturized arc reactor." That is impossible, Anton said with great certainty, and Ivan also said, no one can do that. Bert nodded to James when he heard the words. James picked up the remote control and turned on the TV. The picture that appeared on it was Markai fighting the terrorists. Bert said lightly, "You said that's impossible. Tony Stark built that in a cave, and with a box of scraps." // doctor, I'm sorry, I'm not Tony Stark. Sorry, reference to the Iron Man movie. Also, if you want someone to build something cool in the cave, just ask the Batman. Let's continue. */ That is impossible. Anton and Ivan were both shocked. They stared at the TV closely. When they were sure that Tony had completed the miniaturization of the arc reactor, they both cursed angrily. The Stark family is a bunch of thieves. Yes, they are still butchers, liars, they have no glory. Blade looked at the two of them speechlessly. This sounded like the howl of a defeated dog. However, who are these two people who have such a big hatred for the Stark family? Ivan shouted, "Isn't it the shrinking of the arc reactor? Just give me a little time, I can do it too. What Tony Stark can do, my son can do it too, he's the best." Anton, who was about to die, shouted, "Ivan, when it's done, you also build a power armor, and then go and kill Tony Stark for me." Ivan shouted, "Dad, I will kill him and avenge the Vanco family." Bert had a headache. He motioned James to turn off the TV, and then said, "It takes a lot of money to make a battle armor. Ivan, you have no money. Even if you complete the small arc reactor, you can only get 2 electric whip-like weapons to attack Tony!" Exclamation. Ivan laughed. "Electric whip? Good idea. I'll use the electric whip. I'm going to split Tony Stark's hip in half." Good idea. If you sneak attack on Tony, there is a high chance of success. Even if you don't succeed, let people know that you have completed the miniaturization of the arc reactor, and there will be people who will come forward to cooperate with you. Bert said, "At that time, you can use his money and resources to create a real battle armor for yourself, and then wear this armor to go to Tony. By the way, remember to add an explosive device to the armor. If you can't beat him, you will die with Tony. In short, if you don't want your own life, you can kill Tony." Good idea. Explosive devices must be added. Ivan and Anton clapped their hands in excitement, and Blade looked at Bert speechlessly. What does he want to do? Raise terrorists? After the two of them calmed down, Bert said to Anton, "Mr. Vanco, this sounds good, but is this really what you want? Your son died as a terrorist, and the Vanco family ended, without leaving a legacy." Ivan said disdainfully, "Who cares about that?" Anton was silent. As a father, he didn't want his son to die at all, not to mention, it would lead to the complete extinction of the Vanco family. "I can offer you another way," Bert said. "I will help you become a shareholder of a listed company, and then you will use your wisdom to defeat Tony Stark and let everyone know that you are more powerful than the Stark family. Isn't this just us working for you?" Ivan sneered. "This is the way of revenge for the Sisses, not mine." Bert smiled and said, "If you choose this path, you will become decent billionaires, and the Vanco family will also attract worldwide attention and be admired by thousands of people. Also, when you have children in the future, they will feel great about the Vanco family. Proud." Ivan was completely uninterested in it. A guy like him would never care about having children. But Anton was a little moved because he was guilty that he couldn't give Ivan a good life, and he also made him a criminal. Anton took a deep breath and asked, "You being so good, let us be shareholders. I have seen a lot of people like you, and when you use us up, you will drive us away. You underestimate your wisdom. Talents like you are the treasures of mankind. Only idiots will use them up and discard them." Bert said, "I not only want you to help complete the miniaturization of the arc reactor, but I also want you to continue developing various technologies and even help us immigrate to other planets." Ivan sneered. "Immigrate to other planets? You think far enough. This can't be done within a few hundred years." Bert smiled and said, "What about hundreds of years? I am immortal." Ivan was speechless. This guy can wait for hundreds of years. Anton took a deep breath and said, "I will seriously consider your proposal. In addition, please help me prepare for the ceremony to become a vampire." Ivan was stunned for a moment and hurriedly shouted, "Dad." "Ivan, in my life, the person I'm most sorry for is you. Please let me make it up for you." Anton looked at Ivan and said guiltily he became a vampire to be a hostage. Only in this way can vampires truly trust Ivan. Ivan stood up in front of Anton and said, "Dad, I don't need a decent life, I just want you to live a healthy life." Anton placed his hand on Ivan's shoulder and said, "You need it. The Vanco family also needs it, and your children need it even more." Ivan was silent. He couldn't bear to disappoint his father. Bert watched all this silently and nodded secretly in his heart. Ivan was a lone wolf, and he hated the Stark family deeply. If he was the only one, Bert could not use him, because this guy would never be obedient. But with Anton, everything is different. In this world, only love can overcome hatred. A father's love for his son and a son's love for his father can surpass hatred. "Mr. Vanco, Ivan, you can think about it slowly. Please believe in my promise and your wisdom." Bert motioned for James to send them back to rest, and when they left, Blade, who had watched the entire scene, asked, "Are these two worth your effort to win over?" The genius, second only to Tony, of course, has such value. Bert said, "Actually, Ivan's wisdom may not be worse than Tony's, but his education is not as good as Tony's, and his understanding of various high-end technologies is not as good as Tony's, so as a whole he is one level worse than Tony's." Family gap. Blade asked again, "Do you want to immigrate to the alien planet with the vampire race?" Depending on the situation, if humans can accommodate the vampire clan, I will naturally not leave. If I can't tolerate it, I will take all the vampire clan to the outer planet, so that it will be beneficial to both humans and the vampire clan. Bert said, "But the premise is to get artificial blood. If this problem is not solved, the vampire race will never be able to get rid of humans, and it will always be on the side of evil. If it works, it's good for both vampires and human beings." Bert and Blade had a cup of tea, and then he asked, "Why aren't you going home and working overtime at the police station every day? Many people have complained that you oppressed them." Blade sighed and said with a depressed face, "Whistler and my mother are together." Bert almost spat out a mouthful of red wine. He asked in shock, "How is that possible? Didn't you complain that they were arguing every day? Also, doesn't that old Whistler hate vampires the most?" "How do I know how they got together after arguing? I'm so annoyed." "Blade is unhappy and authentic. I take you as a friend, but you want to be my father." "I didn't expect that the old guy Whistler is still young." Bert laughed a few times with Schadenfreude, and before Blade went wild, he said, "Well, give yourself a day off and do something for me by the way." / Schadenfreude, pleasure derived by someone from another person's misfortune. **. Blade asked, "What's the matter?" "I hired a blood specialist, Dr. Karen Jensen. Help me bring her, and tell her about vampires by the way." Bert smiled and said, "Blade, that's a beautiful woman, don't miss the chance." Blade sneered disdainfully, "Is he the kind of vulgar man who is attracted to women?" The next day, Blade saw Karen Jensen. His heart beat violently like never before, and there were only two words left in his mind: "She's beautiful." "Tony, Stark Industries has dropped more than 50 points. Are you sure you will continue to stay in the basement and not come out?" Pepper asked helplessly. Tony said while eating pizza. It's not a big problem. I'll come up with something. I'm Tony Stark. Tony is confident that as long as the arc reactor is announced, the stock will soar. But now is not the time. Recently he is designing the Mark Roman 2 with Yinsen. The Mark I was so ugly, so he had to come up with perfect steel armor. At this time, Obadiah came and brought bad news. Since your accident, someone has been shorting the Stark Industries on a large scale. Who? Tony and Pepper immediately became vigilant. This sounds like a mastermind behind the scenes. Obadiah said, according to my investigation, it is the Blood God Group. By the way, they seem to have aggressively acquired the stocks of the Stark Industries. Blood God Group. Tony and Pepper were both stunned. It was Burt Wank. How is this possible? Tony and Yinsen were able to escape, thanks to him. Yes, the Blood God Group. Obadiah misunderstood the surprise of Tony and Pepper. He said, it's normal that you haven't heard this name. This is a group established by vampires recently, and some time ago, they acquired the Rand Group at a super low price. The medical sector has directly cut the market value of the Rand Group in half. Tony asked in amazement, vampire? Stain, is this an adjective? No, the owner of the Blood God Group is a vampire. Obadiah said, vampires do exist. Many high-level executives know about them. They used to be relatively low-key, but since the mysterious Blood God came to power, their actions have increased. There are vampires in this world. Pepper looked in disbelief. That Burt Wank was a vampire. He doesn't look like it at all. His face is not white, and his temperament is not gloomy, but he is quite handsome. Tony frowned and said, it should be true. No wonder that kid has superpowers. No wonder that kid asked me to help him design something with UV protection. Obadiah was stunned. Who are you talking about? Tony said simply, it's the Blood God you mentioned. I met him and went to the casino together. Then it seems that he has been eyeing you from the beginning. The vampire may want to annex our Stark Industries. Obadiah said unhappily. He had long regarded the Stark Industries as something in his pocket, but now someone has come out to grab his food. Tony said in disdain, that kid. Obadiah warned, don't underestimate the vampire clan. The wealth accumulated by the vampire clan for hundreds of years will surpass you and me. That kid is really rich. Tony snorted. He thought for a while, then shook his head and said, however, it shouldn't be that kid who is plotting against me. He knows Aunt Carter, and Aunt Carter won't plot against me. Is it Peggy Carter? Obadiah hesitated for a moment and said, recently, there were rumors that Ms. Carter took refuge in vampires in exchange for eternal life and youth. She is the president of the Blood God Group. That's impossible. Aunt Carter isn't that kind of person. Tony shook his head again and again. How could that woman become a vampire for eternity? Pepper had a different idea. She asked in surprise, can we live forever? It's just a rumor, and I'm not quite sure. Obadiah stood up and said, Tony, no matter what the purpose of the Blood God Group is, we are all in danger now. I need you to give the board something to increase the board's confidence in you, lest they kick you out. The Stark Industries is mine. Who can kick me out? Just ignore them. Tony said stubbornly. Obadiah tried a few words but failed to persuade the other party, so he could only leave. He decided that he would initiate a motion on the board of directors to kick Tony out. Stark Industries, it will only be his, Obadiah's. After Obadiah left, Pepper suggested, Tony, you and Bert are friends. Why don't you call him and ask him what's going on? Who is his friend? Tony denied it directly. He thought about it and said, however, I can invite him and Aunt Carter to our house. I want to see Aunt Carter and ask her about her condition. Pepper said, okay, I'll call him. Okay, Ms. Carter and I will be on time for our appointment. Bert put down the phone and said to Carter opposite, Tony invited us to his house as a guest. It seems that our actions were noticed by him. It's your action. Carter said, I had a lot of people calling me and asking what our vampires were going to do. Bert shrugged and said, didn't I already reach a consensus with SHIELD? Thanks to this consensus, otherwise we would not be so comfortable now. Carter said, however, those people have left a warning. Rest assured, I will no longer buy Stark Industries shares in the stock market. Bert smiled and said, although I'm looking forward to Tony working for me, it's impossible. He won't work for anyone. Tony is prouder than anyone. Carter said, Blood God, you should be able to tell me now, which company is your target? That company. Bert motioned Carter to watch the TV above. Carter turned back and saw the news of the Osborn Group being broadcast on the TV. Since Tony Stark closed the weapons department, all the stocks related to the military industry in the world are soaring, and the Osborn Group is the best among them. Norman Osborn, chairman of the Osborn Group, said recently that the high-tech weapons developed by the Osborn Group have been initially recognized by the Department of Defense. You want to buy the Osborn Group? Carter was very surprised. The Osborn Group is a large group focusing on the military industry, genetic engineering, and energy. Yes, Osborn Group. Bert nodded. The Osborn Group has a lot of good things and he will not miss it. Moreover, the military industry and genetic departments of the Osborn Group are all something he needs. Carter shook her head and said, this is unrealistic. The stock price of Osborn Group has been rising recently, and shareholders will not sell stocks. Bert smiled and said, rising now does not mean that it will continue to rise in the future. I saw Norman Osborn's face, he is going to go downhill. This one again? Carter is speechless. You a dignified vampire patriarch, why do you talk about this kind of Taoism every day? It is not scientific at all, okay? No, vampires are unscientific. Bert said, others aside, Osborn Group's main business is energy. Once Tony's arc reactor goes public, its stock price will drop a lot. It will. Carter was still a little hesitant, however, the Osborn Group is too large, and humans may have opinions. Get more benefits to send them. In this country, there is nothing that can't be done with money. Bert said, the Osborn Group is taking a high-end line weapon, which is different from the Stark Industries' entire series. Carter said, the problem is that high-end weapons rely on the Ministry of Defense procurement. Once we control the Osborn Group, the Ministry of Defense will not deal with us again. Don't worry, they will beg us to sell our weapons. Bert said confidently, once Ivan's battle armor research is successful, it is possible for those in the Ministry of Defense to kneel and lick our foot. Seeing that Bert was so confident, Carter couldn't say anything else. She said, then I'll prepare to go to Stark's house for the banquet with you tonight. That night, at the coastside villa in Malibu, Tony looked at the bright and charming Peggy Carter and said incredulously, are you my Aunt Carter? Aren't you Sharon disguised as Aunt? Carter smiled and said, do you need me to tell you about your 3-year-old tractor repairs, only to fall into an oil drum? Aunt Carter, you are joking. Tony asked Carter to come in with an embarrassed look on his face. As for Bert, he didn't pay attention at all. How many times has this bastard tricked him? Pepper and Yinsen replaced Tony to welcome the guests. Yinsen couldn't help but ask, Bert, are you really a vampire? Bert put the red wine gift aside, then opened his hand, and the palm of his hand turned into blood, forming a YES pattern in the air. Pepper and Yinsen both exclaimed, and Tony turned around to see this and called out, that is unscientific. Bert smiled and said, don't worry, vampires are not as scary as you think. I've been cracking down on them recently. Any vampire who dares to suck the blood of a living person will be arrested by the vampire police. Tony couldn't help but ask, the vampire clan and police. Who gave you the license? NYPD. From SHIELD. It's SHIELD again. No, you have a license? Tony complained. Bert gave him a pitiful look. Tony was angry, and it was this look again. I, Tony Stark, a billionaire, the dream lover of thousands of beautiful women, need your pity. Bert ignored Tony, who was staring at him, and said to Pepper, Miss Potts, my invitation is still valid. If you are willing to join our blood god group, I can give you youth and immortality for free. Real? Pepper's eyes brightened. Tony was shocked, and hurriedly stepped in front of Pepper and said, he must be lying. Okay, Aunt Carter, I have prepared your favorite Wellington steak. You must try it. Sure, Carter said with a smile. Pepper rolled her eyes secretly, but she was a little happy. Then, everyone was seated, and the invited chef brought out the prepared food. Everyone chatted and laughed, and the atmosphere was good. After eating, Pepper gave Tony a wink, and Tony said, Bert, it's so wise for you to take my stock at a low price. Stark Industries' stock price will soon rise. Bert said, of course. Otherwise, I wouldn't buy it. Tony smiled, and Pepper asked, Mr. Wank, are you buying the Stark Industries stock to make money? Bert said frankly, yes, including shorting Stark Industries before. Tony, you can rest assured that I will not buy your Stark Industries, although I have the ability. Who's worried? No one can buy my Stark Industries. Tony snorted coldly, but he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, and then he was unhappy for a while. This kid has more money than him. Pepper couldn't help but ask, Mr. Wank, how did you know that Stark Industries' stock price would plummet? Others also stared at Bert closely. Bert said, because I can see fortune. I saw Tony that day and found that his yin-tang was black and there was a bloody disaster, so I chose to short the Stark Industries. Yin-tang is black, that is a sign of disaster? Tony, Pepper, and Yinsen have question marks all over their faces. They know all the words, but they don't know what they mean. Tony said unhappily, I think you are playing with me. Bert ignored Tony and said to Pepper, Miss Potts, do you mind if I help you take a look? Pepper asked curiously, is it all right? Let's see, is it like a tarot card? More or less. Bert looked at Pepper and said, Miss Potts, you are a lucky person. Your dream for many years will come true. That man will marry you, and he will treat you very well. Pepper said in surprise, really? Wait, what dream? Pepper, who is that man? You have a man you want to marry. Why didn't I know? No, I won't allow it. Tony was furious, and shouted out loud. In fact, he always liked Pepper, but there are too many women around him, so he didn't even realize his intentions. It wasn't until he was locked in the cave that Tony thought about Pepper day and night. At that time, he didn't know how important she was to him. That's why he is so furious now. He even wants to fight with Pepper's dream lover. What nonsense are you talking about? Pepper said shyly. Carter sighed and said, Tony, you are much slower than your father in this regard. The first time he saw Maria, he put aside all women and concentrated on pursuing her. What? Tony was so confused that even Yinsen couldn't stand it any longer. He said, Tony, who has been with Pepper for all these years? Tony said in hindsight, who's with her? Of course it's me. That man is me. Yes, that scumbag is you. Bert laughed, and everyone laughed. Only Pepper's face was flushed, but Pepper Potts was Pepper Potts after all. She said to Tony, if you want to be with me, you can't have other women by your side in the future. Compared to Pepper, Tony, the prodigal son in love, was a little overexcited. He nodded again and again. No problem. There will be no other women around me in the future, Jarvis, and I won't even answer other women's calls in the future. Recorded. The voice of the advanced artificial intelligence Jarvis sounded, and Tony was stunned for a while, a little regretful, but when he saw Pepper's happy face, he immediately felt that it was not bad. Pepper remembered something, and continued to ask Bert, "Mr. Wank, what about after that?" Bert said, "After that, you will be the president of Stark Industries." "It's impossible, I don't have that ability, and the president of Stark Industries is either Tony or Mr. Sane and no one else." Pepper shook her head, again and again, not believing it at all. Bert said, "Tony will engage in a very great career in the future. He has no time to manage Stark Industries, only you can do it. However, this is not a good thing, because you have to sleep with him and make money for him to spend, which is a loss." Tony said dissatisfiedly, "Bert Wank, who do you think am I? How could I let my woman make money for me to spend? You are slandering me." Bert ignored Tony, and he continued to Pepper, "And then, you will have some conflict with him because of his great career. At this time, your destiny will have two branches." Tony complained, "Future still has a branch line?" "No, how can you even see the branch line? Do you send drones to monitor the future?" Pepper asked curiously, "What branch?" Bert said, "The first branch line. You really can't stand the profession he is in, so you ran off with his driver." "His driver? Happy?" Pepper was stunned, and Tony was also surprised. He shouted, "That guy Happy seduces you? I'm going to fire him." Pepper is speechless. "Tony?" Carter asked, "What is the second branch?" Bert said, "In the second branch, you accepted his career, married him, and gave birth to a daughter, a very cute daughter who would cry out that she loves you 3,000 times. Wow. Tony and Pepper's eyes lit up before they became happy. Bert continued, "Then Tony will sacrifice his life because of that profession. You bring his daughter and remarry his driver. In other words, his driver seems to be very cool. What, Tony will sacrifice? What? Running with the driver again?" Tony and Pepper were both stunned, but they were shocked for different reasons. Tony shouted, "Jarvis, call Happy, I'm going to fire him." "Tony, this is just a joke." "Why are you so excited? Shouldn't you?" "Tony, I'm going to be mad." Tony shut up instantly. Carter said, "Bert, this joke is a bit too much. If you don't believe it, it's a joke. If you believe it, it's fate." Bert smiled lightly. He stood up and said, "Tony, Miss Potts, I am very happy tonight. I am leaving. You can rest assured about Stark Industries. I will not buy it, although I have the ability." Seeing that Bert was leaving, Pepper hurriedly stood up and said, "Mr. Wank, why don't you stay and visit the workshop underground? Tony has lots of good techs." Tony was a little nervous. He didn't want Bert to see Mark Roman 2, which was about to be completed, because he wanted to shock him once with Mark Roman 2. "How dare you say that my battle uniform is ugly and useless? If I don't prove him wrong, am I still Tony Stark?" Bert glanced at Tony and said with a smile, "I don't need to, for the time being, maybe in the future." "Tony, thank you for the Wellington steak." Carter also stood up. Tony got up hastily and hugged Carter. She whispered in his ear, "Be careful of Obadiah." "What?" Tony was shocked. Aunt Carter told him to be careful of Obadiah. Did Obadiah want to kill him? That is impossible. Obadiah is very good to him and has been helping him since his father died, and Tony also regards the other party as his half-father indeed. Tony often asks Obadiah to help him clean up the mess, like a father helping his son. Carter didn't say much, nodded at Pepper, turned around and left with Bert. In the car, Carter asked Bert, "Blood God, do you know how to read the future or are you faking it?" "You mean to ask about Captain America?" Bert smiled and said, "Well, MS. Carter, let's talk about science." Carter was speechless. He acted like a magician just before, but now he wants to talk about science. Bert said, "Some time ago, I bought 5 sets of devices on the black market. If I guessed correctly, this should be the freezing device of the former Soviet Union's Winter Soldier program." Carter was stunned. The Winter Soldier plan? Didn't that plan fail? Half failure and half success. Bert said, "The enhancers they created are not very stable, so they used special devices to wash away the memories of the Winter Soldiers, then put them into the freezer and release them for missions when they are needed. This is using them as tools." Carter snorted coldly, and Bert smiled. "Let's not talk about that. I bought the freezing device in the Winter Soldier program. I have experimented with it after freezing a rabbit and bringing it back. It's still alive." "You mean Steve fell into the sea of ice and could be frozen, like the Winter Soldier?" Carter asked. "Isn't it possible the temperature of the natural environment is not the same as the temperature of the artificial machines? You didn't find Captain back then, which means that he is deep in the Arctic Circle, where the temperature is much lower than in other places." Bert said, "In addition, you have forgotten about the physique of the captain. He is different from ordinary people." "That is to say, Steve might not be dead?" Carter was excited. She could not believe it. Bert smiled and said, "Scientifically speaking, there is a high probability, and theoretically speaking, he might not be dead." "Great." Carter was so happy that she lost her temper, but she quickly calmed down and said, "Blood God, I want to send someone to the Arctic Circle to find Steve." "Okay, I will grant you some money in the name of the scientific examination." Bert said, "However, don't be impatient. The captain may not appear before that time comes." Carter puzzled. "That time?" Bert said, "God's righteous people will never appear for no reason." Tony was disturbed by what Peggy Carter said at the party, plus he had not been out for many days. He decided to go out to relax, so he got in his sports car and headed to Manhattan for a charity dinner. At the banquet, Tony learned from a female reporter who had an affair with him before that the terrorists have the Stark Industries weapons again, and they also harmed Jensen's hometown of Gulmira. Tony was furious and went to Obadiah to inquire about this situation, but learned from him that the board of directors had kicked him out, and Obadiah proposed this. Tony never thought that Obadiah, whom he regarded as a half-father, would treat him like this. He returned home in a daze and searched for news from the Middle East. The bloody situation in Gulmira made him make a decision. He is going to destroy the Stark Industries weapons, and he will never allow his Stark Industries to commit sins again. Jensen fully supports it. After all, it is his hometown that has been harmed. So, Tony wearing Mark Roman 3-2 was eliminated because of the high-altitude icing problem officially appeared. He not only destroyed the terrorists' weapons but also made them cry. The F-22 fighter jets came to end and the military lost hundreds of millions of dollars. Excited, Tony didn't know that the scenes of his battle were secretly recorded by Bert and showed them to Vanco and his son. Bert pointed to the golden red Iron Man and said, "This is Tony Stark's latest invention, Mark Roman 3. Although Ivan was shocked, he still scolded, "This kind of armor is only used by sisses, it's as thin as paper." Anton nodded, and he shouted, "That's right, only sisses like the Stark family can use such armor." Bert was speechless. This father and son are a virtue. Mark Roman 3 made the Vanco father and son completely determined. Anton Vancos said, "Blood God, I want to become a vampire. I hope you will keep your promise, and us father and son will keep our promise and help you design all kinds of things." Exclamation. "Don't worry, my reputation has never been a problem," Bert said with a smile. He did not mean to deceive the two, but he was a little worried that Ivan would cheat him, but with Anton there, it shouldn't be a problem. Besides, isn't there still blood to hide this trick? The appearance of Iron Man shocked Obadiah, and he personally went to the Middle East to meet Raza, the leader of the terrorist group who kidnapped Tony. Obadiah did not have any good intentions during this trip, but once he arrived at Roz's station, he wisely gave up those bad ideas because the other party had far more people than him. Didn't they say that his strength is greatly damaged? Why are there so many people? Obadiah was very puzzled. He left the mercenaries outside and went to the tent to see Raza. To his surprise, besides Raza, there were two strange people inside. One of them was very strong, with a body as strong as a rock, and the other as thin as if only bones are left, and the eyes of both are particularly cold. Raza, whose face was burned by the flames, hugged Obadiah warmly and then introduced, "My friend, they were sent by the Mandarin to avenge me." "Master Mandarin?" Obadiah was quite surprised. Although he did a lot of business with the 10 Rings, he always thought Mandarin was just a fictional character. After all, according to legend, he has lived for hundreds of years. No nonsense. Raza took Obadiah to visit the wrecked Markai and the full set of drawings he recovered. He said, "My friend, as long as you promise me 2 things, these are all yours." Obadiah was very interested in Markai and asked, "What's the matter?" Raza said frantically, "The first one, when you copy this, sell some to me, I will use it to conquer the world for the Mandarin." "Of course, there is no problem, I am an arms dealer." "Second, my brothers and I are going to your city to get revenge on Tony Stark and Iron Fist." Raza said bitterly, "They will be buried with our dead brothers." "Revenge." The 2 weirdos shouted and looked at Obadiah with fierce eyes. Obadiah frowned, but after thinking about it carefully, he chose to agree, because he didn't want to see Tony Stark again. As for that Iron Fist, he doesn't know about him. It's Tony's friend anyway, so let's handle it. "Iron Fist, you are dead." Raza touched the new ring with a lightning symbol on his hand and said with a grim expression. Once Tony got up, he couldn't stop. He went to the Middle East several times in a row, and the news was all about Iron Man, which made him very proud. He, Tony Stark, should have been the focus of the world. Tony didn't forget about Obadiah. He asked Pepper to bring a special USB flash drive to the chairman's office to hack the company's mainframe so that he could find out who was selling arms to terrorists. Pepper is willing to take risks for Tony. After hacking into the company's mainframe, she found out that Obadiah is secretly creating a large robot named Ironmonger. Pepper frowned and continued to search. Finds evidence of Stain supplying weapons to the terrorists, but also discovers that Stain had initially hired the 10 Rings to kill Stark in Afghanistan. Obadiah not only sold weapons to terrorists but also wants to kill Tony. Pepper was stunned and hurriedly copied all these files into the USB flash drive. At this moment, Obadiah suddenly arrived, and his greeting almost frightened Pepper to death. After all, Pepper is the future female president of Stark Industries. She is very calm at critical times. While chatting with Obadiah, she covers the USB drive with a newspaper and sets the screen to screensaver mode. When the loading was almost finished, Pepper took the USB drive between the newspapers and left, and the moment she closed the door, she breathed a sigh of relief. It made her nervous. Before Pepper left the company, Obadiah found something wrong and hurriedly chased after her. Fortunately, Pepper met Phil Coulson, an agent of SHIELD. Obadiah didn't dare to do anything in front of the agents, so he could only let them go. "As of now, I can only fight to the death." Obadiah immediately drove to Tony's villa, and at the same time called Roz's group who had entered the border, and asked them to go to the Stark building to deal with the upcoming SHIELD agents. It didn't take long for Obadiah to arrive at Tony's house. The unsuspecting Tony was paralyzed by a sonic taser and could not move. Then, under Tony's furious eyes, Obadiah used an instrument to take out the arc reactor from his chest. Looking at this beautiful arc reactor, Obadiah's eyes are full of fascination. Such a small thing is enough to make the whole world crazy, and even let the military protect him with all its strength. The military is not ignorant about Obadiah selling weapons to terrorists. They are not so incompetent. Everything is just profit. Tony, thank you for laying the last golden egg for me. You can just wait here to die slowly. Unfortunately, you brought Pepper into this. Obadiah said in Tony's ear, Tony Stark, I'm not your butler, never have been. Tony couldn't speak, couldn't move. He could only watch Obadiah leave. His heart was full of bitterness. I didn't take you as a housekeeper, I took you as half a father. There is missile shrapnel in Tony's blood, and there is no electromagnet to hold them. Those shrapnels will soon enter his heart and kill him. Fortunately, there is another person in the villa that Obadiah does not know, and that is Yinsen. Tony. When Yinsen saw Tony's situation, he quickly took out the arc reactor of the previous generation and put it in his chest. It was the shoddy product Tony made in the cave. But Pepper kept it as a souvenir. After Tony recovered, he called Pepper, but no one answered. He almost fell in a hurry. He didn't care what to say to Yinsen. He quickly equipped Mark Roman 3 and flew towards Stark Building at full speed. At the same time, in Bert Wang's villa, Ivan looked at the beer, peanuts, and potato chips on the table and asked in a puzzled way, Are you looking for our father and son to watch the game together? It's much better than any game, Iron Man vs. Ironmonger. I've been waiting for this scene for a long time. Bert smiled and turned on the TV. The front door of Stark Industries appeared on it. He said to Ivan, who was teasing the parrot, This is live, taken by a drone. You should be able to watch the whole scene. I know Iron Man is that sissy. Who is Ironmonger? Hearing about Tony, Ivan and Anton suddenly became interested. It is worth mentioning that Anton has become a vampire and is no longer as sick as before, but it will take some time to fully recover. You'll find out soon enough. Bert laughed. At this moment, his cell phone rang suddenly. He answered it, and Nick Fury's voice came from the receiver. My people were arrested by the terrorists in the Middle East, and they asked for the Iron Fist. Ah, what's that to do with me? Bert was stunned. He said, This is the territory of the United States. Don't tell me that you can't even deal with a group of terrorists. The commandos of our New York branch have been wiped out, Bert. During this time, our SHIELD has been under a lot of pressure because of you. I hope you can help those agents and Tony. Director Fury said, Just treat it as an after-sales service. Bert understood that the real purpose of Director Fury looking for him was not for those agents, but Tony. He wanted Bert to help Tony deal with Obadiah. Is that so? Bert thought about it and said, How about a favor? Director Fury was silent and said, Yes, but you know my bottom line. I'm a law-abiding citizen. What are you worried about? Bert sneered. He hung up the phone, stood up, and scolded unhappily. I wanted to watch a play, but I ended up participating in it, so it's not in vain. These potato chips taste good. Ivan grabbed a handful of potato chips like a bearman and threw them into his mouth, then threw a camera to Bert and said, Hang it on your body so we can see it more clearly. Bert was angry. Are you the boss or am I the boss? The more I know, the stronger the armor I can create. The stronger my armor, the more money you can make. Ivan leaned on the sofa and said arrogantly. Bert was speechless. Is this the legendary master of technology, and even the boss has to give him some face? Unfortunately, Bert is not an ordinary boss. He showed his middle finger, turned off the TV and the drone with the remote control, and said, I will record it first, and you will watch it when I come back. No. Ivan and Anton shouted at the same time. Bert smiled proudly and strode out of the villa. What a joke. I don't lack money. Why should I please you? When Bert left, Ivan and Anton, who were still very angry just now, smiled at the same time. Ivan took out his mobile phone and pressed the TV, and the screen reappeared on the TV. Ivan pressed it again, and the picture changed from the drone's perspective to Bert's perspective, the camera that was held by Bert. For a genius like Ivan, controlling surveillance couldn't be easier. He stuffed a potato chip into his mouth and said, "Wow, such a big temper. I heard that he is only 21 years old, and he has so much money at this age. It's normal for him to have a big temper." Ivan said, "Dad, I will surpass Tony Stark and let everyone know that the people of the Stark family are just thieves, liars, and butchers." Anton said loudly, "I will help you, our Vanco family. We will not lose to the Stark family. Ivan, I will compensate you for what I owe you." "Dad, you know I don't care." "But I care. When you have a child, you will understand this feeling of guilt. Any father wants his child to have the best life." Stark Industries, in the research room, where the large arc reactor is located, Pepper, Calson, and the others were tied up and sitting on the ground. There were also a group of terrorists around with guns aimed at them. Raza, with an impatient look, asked Calson, "Did you lie to me? Will Iron Fist come?" Calson glanced at Raza, and the two weirdos beside him, one strong and one thin, and smiled gracefully. "He will come. When he comes here, he's dead." Raza sneered. He didn't think Iron Fist was much stronger than him. With the help of two brothers, even if Iron Fist dared to come today, he would surely die. Pepper looked at Obadiah, who was standing in front of Ironmonger, and shouted, "Tony won't let you go." "There will be no more Tony, Pepper, you're on the wrong side." Obadiah sneered. He was about to urge Raza to do something. Just at this moment, there was a clatter, the glass ceiling shattered, and then a golden red figure fell from the sky, fell to the ground on one knee, and made a loud bang. Pepper shouted excitedly, "Tony." Raza looked at the falling Iron Man and asked suspiciously, "Where have I seen this landing posture?" Tony's face was a little dark. He felt that something was stolen from him. He stood up, pointed his glowing repulsors at Raza and Obadiah, and said, "Surrender, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Shoot and kill him." Raza shouted. The terrorists shot at Tony, and Tony sent a repulsor's cannon to send several terrorists flying, then rushed to save Pepper from the bullets. At this moment, a huge figure rushed over, the steel arm slammed hard, and with a bang, Tony broke through the wall and fell outside, rolling on the ground several times before stopping. Obadiah with the Ironmonger. He rumbled through the wall and chased out, shouting, "Tony, I also built a battle armor, let's see, which is more powerful. This is the armor that a man should have." In the villa, Ivan saw Ironmonger through the drone and shouted excitedly, "Come on, kill that sissy." Ironmonger naturally didn't know that Ivan was cheering for him, and he wasn't interested in knowing either. He just wanted to kill Tony now. Tony got up to fight the Ironmonger, but no matter his size, strength, or the weapons he had, couldn't be compared to the Ironmonger. Soon, they hit the street. Even though it was night, there were still cars coming and going on the street. Ironmonger didn't care about it at all. It tumbled and hit another car, and then the two cars spun wildly on the street. The cars behind had no time to evade, and they slammed into it. Before the people in the car could escape, the two cars in front exploded, and the flames spread rapidly, shrouding the surrounding cars. "Help! Someone helps us!" The people in the car couldn't escape, and could only scream and cry for help amid the fire. Just so casually, several people died. This is the real Marvel world. The kind of fairy tale in the movie where aliens invaded and only a few people died is impossible in reality. Tony wanted to go to save people but was kicked by Ironmonger. Ironmonger was not satisfied, so he activated the Gatling machine gun on the armor to shoot at Tony frantically. As for whether it would affect other people, he didn't care about it. Not to mention the Ironmonger and Iron Man outside. A terrorist was monitoring the front entrance of the research room, and suddenly, a silver-white sports car drove towards this place. "Someone is coming," the terrorist shouted, and then he was horrified to find that the sports car had no intention of slowing down at all and hit the door. The terrorists were frightened and ran away. The next moment, there was a slamming sound and the glass door was directly smashed by the sports car. The door frame, glass, and handles splashed everywhere. Then, the sports car turned a corner in the hall and stopped with an unpleasant friction sound. Bert walked out from the sports car with a displeased face, and said to Raza, who was furious and frightened, "Heard that you asked for me. Have you figured out what price you will pay?" Raza stopped the terrorists from shooting. He brought his two brothers forward and said bitterly, "The price is that Kunlun will no longer have an iron fist." "Just you?" Bert smiled disdainfully. The strong and thin men beside Raza were indeed a bit strange, but to him, what was it? Hearing Bert's words, the muscular man as strong as a stone clenched his fists and made a crackling sound and provocatively said in broken English, "I heard that your fists are very hard. I want to compare it to mine." Raza hurriedly shouted in Middle Eastern, "Aku, this kid is very powerful, but his skills are not good. We don't need to fight him head-on." "No head-to-head? The body that the Lord Mandarin gave me can't even be penetrated by a bullet." Aku was full of confidence in himself. He slammed his fist hard and rushed towards Bert like a ferocious monster. Even the ground shook. "Well, come on," Bert shouted, and his right arm lit up with a dazzling red light as if a fire dragon was hovering in there. Then, he punched out like a thunderbolt, and the sound of a dragon roared in the air. Seeing something was wrong, Aku hurriedly crossed his arms to protect him. The next moment, an unparalleled force slammed into his arms. His proud arms broke on the spot and were caved in by Bert's fists. They smashed into his chest together, sending him flying backward like a cannonball. Bang! Aku smashed through the wall and fell outside. Raza hurriedly rushed to the hole to check and found that Aku was lying in a pool of blood like a leaking broken doll. "How is this possible? How can you be so strong?" Raza turned around and shouted in disbelief, "Last time, the other party was not this strong. Last time, I only used about 20% of my strength. Now, it's 50%. Bert said lightly, "The last time it was for fun. Just do whatever you want. But this time someone took the initiative to come to the door. He naturally has to be more serious and kill the other party properly." "What you said was actually true?" Raza felt a chill all over his body, and Bert said, "Of course it's true. Speaking of which, it's not good to have too much strength. I'm afraid of killing people, so I always have to suppress my strength." Pepper and Calson were speechless when they heard the words. Raza, who was still thinking about the situation, immediately chose to follow his heart, turned his head, and shouted at the terrorists, "Shoot him, shoot him." The terrorists immediately raised their AK and shot at Bert. Bert didn't dodge. Immediately, Bert pushed his hand forward, and the bullets got hit by the red light and flew back at a faster speed than before. The terrorists screamed and fell one after another with blood holes all over their bodies. Whether it was Raza, the others, or the captives, they were all stunned, and Pepper opened her mouth in disbelief. "Is this some action movie? Too exaggerated, right?" Bert put his hands behind his back. Iron Fist is no joke, not to mention that Bert is an Iron Fist that absorbs elixir super fast. Looking at the powerful Bert, a deep fear surged in Raza's heart, which then turned into thick anger, and he shouted to the thin man, "Tangle him." The thin man gritted his teeth, pulled out the two scimitars from his lower waist, and rushed in front of Bert, but he did not attack but moved quickly around Bert. His speed was extremely fast. If other people encountered such a situation, they would be shocked, but Bert just wanted to laugh. Bert smiled and stepped on the ground with his right foot, which was shining red. The force exploded and the ground shook like a wave. Before the thin man could stabilize his body, a fist that seemed to be burning with flames became bigger and bigger in his eyes, and he was suddenly desperate because he knew that he was doomed. The thin man was right. The next moment, his head shattered like a watermelon, and the headless corpse fell to the ground. It's a little disgusting. I'll try not to hit the head in the future. Bert looked disgusted. At this moment, a dazzling electric light suddenly lit up on Roz's side. When he turned his head, he saw a large green lightning flash toward him. Die, Iron Fist! Roz's face was hideous. The thin man's sacrifice was not in vain, and he finally used the ring bestowed by the Mandarin. Young people today, aren't we talking about martial arts? You've agreed to compete, but now you are using lightning? Bert scolded angrily. His body suddenly turned into blood, and the two sides were separated. Lightning passed through the middle and hit the wall behind, creating a big hole. Bert's blood was reintegrated. Whether it was Roz or the prisoners, they were all dumbfounded. What was this? No matter what monster you are, I'm going to kill you. Roz pointed the ring at Bert and was about to attack again. Bert appeared in front of him like teleportation, cutting his arm directly with a flash of blood. When his arm fell, Roz reacted and let out a shrill scream. Bert grabbed his neck, and with a force click, Roz's head leaned to one side weakly, declaring his death. Bert threw Roz's body aside, but no one noticed that he quietly took a bottle of red medicine from Roz's body. This thing is worth studying. Then, Bert bent down and picked up Roz's hand. There were 2 rings on the hand. One was the identity ring of the 10 rings, and the other was the green lightning ring. The lightning before was sent out by this. Bert was about to take down the lightning ring, but the lightning ring suddenly turned into a spot of light and ceased to exist. It seems that Mandarin is more powerful than expected. Bert snorted coldly. So what? Am I not good? I'm super strong, okay? Throwing Roz's hand away, Bert walked over to Pepper to help her untie her hands and feet. Pepper hurriedly said, Mr. Wang, go save Tony, he is in danger. Bert was about to speak when a golden red figure fell from the ceiling where the glass had been shattered. It was Tony who was bruised. He opened his mask and said in a dignified manner, Who is in danger? I can do this myself. Tony is indeed not the opponent of Ironmonger. However, Ironmonger has not been tested and has many defects. For example, at a high altitude, it will freeze. Tony used this trick to let him fly up to a high altitude, causing his body to malfunction and fall. Tony. Seeing that Tony was safe and sound, Pepper was about to closer to him, but Bert grabbed her and said, Don't go over there, bragging people generally don't have a good ending. Who are you talking about? Tony was about to refute. A huge figure fell from the sky. Tony put down his armor and turned around, but was hit by the other side's arm and fell into the wall. The cement block around him fell. Bert smiled and said, I'm not wrong, you gotta be honest. Pepper hurriedly said, Mr. Wang, don't be a schadenfreude, hurry up and save Tony. Small thing, you go and untie the others. Bert smiled and strode towards Ironmonger. Ironmonger wanted to continue to fight Tony. Seeing Bert approaching, he pointed Gatling directly at him. If there were ants who wanted to die, of course, he had to do it. Just when Gatling was about to shoot, Bert's figure suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already behind Ironmonger. Where is he? Obadiah's Ironmonger was only half finished and not perfect, so he didn't find Bert behind him and turned around to look for him. Bert took a deep breath, and his whole body lit up with dazzling red light as if a fire dragon was dancing. Then, all the red light converged on his 2 fists, punched hard on the back of the Ironmonger. Then, Ironmonger flew out in response to the sound. The huge force even made 2 deep fist marks appear on the steel on his back. Obadiah screamed inside the armor, opened his mouth, and vomited blood on the visor. The shock absorption function of the steel armor also has an upper limit. Jarvis, focus all your energy on the chest. When Tony saw the opportunity, his chest immediately lit up with a dazzling light. Then, a large repulsor cannon shot out from his chest, hitting the Ironmonger in the air. The Ironmonger flew backward, smashed the glass, and fell into the large arc reactor. Affected by the interference of foreign objects, the energy in the arc's reactor fluctuated violently, and countless bolts of lightning roamed wildly around like silver snakes. "It's going to explode. Hurry up and run out." Bert shouted and immediately ran over to his sports car. Pepper, Calson, and others also hurriedly fled out, but Tony didn't move. He opened his visor and shouted in horror, "Help me, I have no energy left." "You don't have any energy at all? You are a rechargeable doll, what a shame." Bert gave up driving, pulled the bumper of the sports car, and ran to Iron Man, then pulled him out of the wall and carried him on his shoulders. Then, Bert, who was carrying Iron Man while pulling his sports car, ran out. "What is this?" When Pepper and the others looked back at this scene, they were speechless. It was the first time they saw someone pulling a car and running. A few seconds after Bert left the research room with the sports car and Iron Man, the arc reactor exploded, huge flames and airwaves roared out, and all the glass shattered. Except for Bert, everyone else was knocked down. Bert put down Iron Man, turned to look at the research room full of flames and black smoke, and said with a smile, "I hope you have insurance." Tony lay on the ground and said angrily, "Don't worry, I bought it, and I'm not a charging doll." "You are a dead charging doll." Bert said with a look of contempt, "Tony, you can't last long, it's seriously bad." Tony was angry. "What did you say? I can't last long. You go and ask my girlfriends, can I last long or not?" Bert said, "I'm talking about your battle armor, not you. You are so sensitive, aren't you?" Tony became more and more annoyed. "Who is sensitive?" At this time, Pepper got up from the ground, ran to Tony nervously, and asked, "Tony, are you all right?" Bert said casually, "He's fine, and he's going to find his ex-girlfriends to find out how long he can last long." "Tony." Pepper was angry. "Forget it before, now that you have me, you still have to find an ex-girlfriend?" Tony hurriedly explained, "I don't, Pepper, he's slandering me. My staying power doesn't need to be verified." "You don't seem to deny that you are looking for your ex-girlfriends?" Pepper sneered. Tony froze suddenly. Bert laughed when he saw it, and Tony glared at him. "Isn't that something you did?" At this time, the poor Calson with short hair came over and stretched out his hand to Bert. "Mr. Wank, thank you for saving us. I'm Phil Calson from SHIELD." Calson looked at Bert with amazement. He now finally knew why the director attached so much importance to the other party. This blood god is really powerful, and neither the Ironmonger nor the Iron Man is his opponent. Bert shook hands with the mayor of Marvel Novice Village and said, "Hello, by the way, Calson, are you responsible for the settlement of my appearance fee?" "What?" Calson was stunned. "Is there an appearance fee?" Bert laughed and said, "Just kidding, okay, Tony, Pepper, the matter is settled, I'll go first." "Mr. Wank, thank you," Pepper said gratefully, but Tony muttered, "I can do it without him." "Tony." Pepper was dissatisfied. Tony turned his head and didn't speak, but sighed secretly in his heart. That bastard is not only richer than him but stronger than him. Bert didn't care. He waved his hand and said, "Pepper, call me Bert in the future. Obadiah's era is over, and next it's your era." After speaking, Bert jumped into the sports car and drove straight away. Pepper was stunned for a moment and then remembered the fortune-telling a few days ago. She felt both anticipation and fear in her heart. Could it be that she can really become the president of Stark Industries? After the fight is over, everything naturally come to an end. The battle between Iron Man and Ironmonger has destroyed half of the street and dozens of people have died. They must give the public an explanation. At the press conference the next day, SHIELD carefully prepared a rhetoric speech. As a result, as soon as Tony stood on the podium, he directly announced that he was Iron Man, which caused a sensation in the audience. "Coulson, I'm sorry." Pepper reluctantly apologized to Coulson, but he was not surprised because it was Tony Stark. "It's nothing." Coulson waved his hand indifferently and went out to contact the director to talk about this. Yinsen, who was on the side, thought of something and said to Pepper, "I now know what Bert said about the Great Career." "Great Career? Superheroes?" Pepper was stunned. Bert's words seemed to be true, step by step. "In other words, sooner or later, she will run away with Happy Dot in the villa." Bert said to Ivan, "Iron Man is officially born. Where is your arc reactor?" "Give me another month and I'll rub his face into the ground." Ivan scolded angrily, thought of something, and asked, "Manufacturing armor requires the top weapons company. Do you have one?" Bert smiled and said, "Not yet, but there will be one soon. You will be the company's weapons manufacturing director and shareholder." "Then I'm waiting." Ivan got up and couldn't wait to study the arc reactor. He didn't want to be beaten by Tony Stark. "Ivan, make me a miniature camera that couldn't be found so easily. I want to take some people's criminal evidence." Bert thought of something and shouted to Ivan, "It's better if it's a remote control. If you can't, it doesn't matter. It's not a big deal." Ivan said casually, "It's not difficult. I'll get it to you in a while. I don't have the time recently, otherwise I'll get you a virus to control the other party's cameras, which is more convenient." It's enough to have a camera, and not being detected is the first consideration. Bert smiled and said, "These geniuses are indeed not comparable to ordinary people, but even geniuses have to work for this local tyrant." Ivan waved his hand and strode away. He could design such gadgets easily. The story of Iron Man is over, and next, it's time to acquire the Osborn Group. Bert thought for a while, called Mercury, then handed her a red potion and said, "Give this to the blood department and let them study it carefully. I want a detailed report." "Yes, blood god." Mercury nodded. After hollowing out the RAN group, the blood department of the Blood God group has been officially established. They will completely study artificial blood. Once successful, it will have great significance for both vampires and humans. Bert added, "In addition, notify James and let him infiltrate the Osborn group with all his strength, whether it is to send spies or buy it. In short, I want detailed information on the Osborn group, including shareholder information, department structure, research projects, etc. The more detailed the better." Mercury said, "He has been doing this since he came back, and I will let him speed up the progress." "Good." Bert nodded in satisfaction. At this moment his phone rang, and it was Pepper. "You are coming to my manor the day after tomorrow, right?" Tony is coming too. Can I refuse?" "Just kidding, you are both welcome." Tony and Pepper coming here not only to visit Bert, but also for the shares of Stark Industries. "I talked with Obadiah's sons, and they told me they had promised to sell you the Stark Industries shares." Tony put down his knife and fork, wiped his mouth, and asked, "Bert, you knew that Obadiah would die?" "Yes, I knew he was going to die." Bert glanced at Tony and said, "As long as you win, he will surely die, either at your hands or at the hands of those behind-the-scenes bigwigs, and he will be silenced." Tony was a little surprised by this answer. He thought that Bert would say something about his appearance. He sighed and said, yes, as long as I win, he will die. To be honest, I really can't understand him. Why is he doing this? Is he still short of money? Who would say no to too much money? Bert shrugged, and Pepper asked with a smile, Bert, Obadiah has quite a few shares. After buying it, you will become the major shareholder of our Stark Industries. Bert knew that Pepper was testing, and he said, don't worry, I have no interest in Stark Industries. My target is Osborne Group. When I am ready, I will exchange Stark Industries shares for Osborne's. As he heard Bert say he was not interested, Tony breathed a sigh of relief. This guy is too rich, and it is not at all difficult to replace me after winning the shares of Obadiah. He said arrogantly, the Osborne Group? The Osborne Group whose stock price plummeted because of me. That's right, the Osborne Group whose stock price plummeted because you announced that you were going all in the energy industry. Bert smiled. In fact, not only the Osborne Group, but all energy-related companies' stock prices are falling. The Osborne Group is just particularly serious. They rose too fast some time ago. Investors know who is king. Tony said proudly, the investors who bought the Stark Industries some time ago have made a profit now. The Stark family will never disappoint. Of course not, it's just a matter of who lasts long. Bert laughed. Tony was angry. If it wasn't for Pepper's dissuasion, he would have a good dialectical with Bert to see who could not last. I'm buying the Osborne Group, so I can't short it. If you're interested, you can make a fortune on it. Bert thought of something and said, the stock price of Osborne Group will drop quite a lot recently. Pepper said, isn't that true? With the size of Osborne Company, it is not difficult to pull back the stock price. Bert smiled and said, General Larry, who was in charge of procurement by the Ministry of Defense, has just retired, and the relationship between his successor and the Osborne Group is not very good. I see. Tony and Pepper suddenly realized that the weapons of the Osborne Group are cutting edge, and they are very dependent on the funds of the Ministry of Defense. If there is a problem with the Ministry of Defense, its stock price will fall sharply. I'll think about it. If I make money, I will give you 20% of the profit. Tony nodded, then gestured to Pepper, who took out 2 documents from his briefcase and handed them to Bert. Bert took the document and flipped through it, then smiled and said, Technology and patents for special silicone and micro batteries. Tony, are you finally going to give me back what you owe me? I don't owe you anything. Tony said, thank you for saving Pepper last time. I'm selling these 2 technologies to you at a cost, otherwise, I wouldn't sell. Okay, I need this, so I'll take it. Bert nodded, and he said, when the stock in my hand is exchanged, if there is any left, it will be sold to you at the market price. It is good. Tony nodded, hesitated, and asked, Bert, what is my relationship with SHIELD? Bert smiled and said, your father used to work in the Strategic Science Corps, you know? Of course I know, that is the experience he is most proud of. He also likes to use the captain to educate me. Not much, but he has taught me more than 1,000 times. Tony said resentfully, the captain is like an other child to him. Bert said, SHIELD developed from the Strategic Science Corps. Your father Howard and MS. Carter are the founders of SHIELD. MS. Carter was even the former director. Tony was stunned. My dad is the founder of SHIELD. Why didn't I know? There are more things you don't know. Bert smiled and said, your father still has a lot of relics in SHIELD, but they didn't give them back to you. Speaking of which, things in the world are amazing. A strictly trained spy chief died in a car accident. Just kidding. The speaker was intentional, and the listener is more intentional. Tony frowned directly. If his father was an ordinary person, it would be normal to die in a car accident. but now he knows that his father is a spy chief and a genius inventor. How could he die in a car accident? A spy chief will not modify his car. Even if there is a car accident, it should be injured, not killed with his wife. There is something wrong. When Bert stopped, he raised his cup and said, "Here is to Iron Man." Tony absently touched the cup with Bert, then got up and said goodbye. He was going to go back to investigate the details of his parents' accident, as well as SHIELD. Bert sent Tony and Pepper away. He looked at the passing sports car and squinted slightly. The era of superheroes has officially begun. And with the emergence of superheroes, supervillains, and world annihilation level crises will follow. Marvel World, Heroes Paradise, Commoners Hell. Of course, where the rich are, it is heaven. The headquarters of the Osborne Group is also located on Manhattan Island. In the chairman's office, Norman Osborne with a sullen face looked at the group's stocks that had been falling for the past few days, and couldn't help but get angry. Damn Tony, damn Iron Man. Tony Stark is a recognized super genius, and now he has become Iron Man. When he said that Stark Industries would fully develop its energy business, the stock prices of all energy companies fell, only Stark Industries soared. It is not only this matter that bothers Norman, but also the newly appointed General Slocum of the Ministry of Defense. He has a bad relationship with his predecessor, so he has been suppressing the projects led by his predecessor. Unfortunately, the Osborne Group's body strengthening program is one of them. General Slocum has issued an ultimatum to see the finished product of the human enhancement medicine in a short time, otherwise he will allocate funds to support the humanoid armor project of Hammer Industries. Since the appearance of Iron Man, the armor has been very popular. Norman let out a breath and called in Dr. Strom, who was in charge of the human enhancement program, and asked, "When can we start human experiments?" Norman, no, in the last guinea pig experiment, a guinea pig showed a serious tendency to violence, and it was very aggressive. Dr. Strom shook his head again and again. "I think we should study the equation again. Only one is like that, the others are fine, don't worry too much." Norman said, "Dr. Strom, start the human experiment immediately. I will use this project to stabilize the stock price, otherwise the board of directors will have other opinions." Although the Osborne Group was founded by Norman, he did not have many shares. This is a common problem for many large companies. If you want to develop rapidly, you must keep financing, so the shares will naturally be diluted. The chairman of the big internet companies in Bert's previous life still did not have many shares. Dr. Strom continued to shake his head. "Norman, the procedures for the human experiment have not been completed. It will take a while. Also, we haven't started recruiting experimenters. Time is running out." Norman took a few steps back and forth and said, "Go out first and complete the formalities as quickly as possible." Dr. Strom breathed a sigh of relief and left. Norman looked at the closed door, snorted, and called his confidant, Nels Van. Norman instructed, "Find an empty shell pharmaceutical factory where we can conduct experiments in private. As for the experimenters, go to the streets and catch some homeless people. Anyway, no one cares about them. They are alive and have no value." Nels nodded without any doubts and said, "I know what to do." Norman thought of something and asked again, "By the way, how is Dr. Connor's research on lizard serum?" "He said he is close to a breakthrough," Nels said. "It's still close. It's been more than 10 years and he has been close. How much money has he used from me in the past 10 years? Norman is very angry. The reason why he is so eager to study human enhancement serum and lizard serum is not only because of the impact of stock prices but also because Osborne suffered all his life due to a degenerative disease that eventually kills him. He needs genetic medicine to cure himself. Norman shouted, "Tell him, I don't have that much time. Within 3 months, if I can't see the lizard serum, he will get out of Osborne with his research." "Yes, Mr. Osborne." Nels nodded and turned to leave. Norman slammed the table angrily but suddenly felt a little breathless. He hurriedly took out the medicine bottle from his pocket, then unscrewed the cap, poured out the tablet, and swallowed it. Norman slowed down. He knew that he didn't have much time, and he had to research a suitable serum as quickly as possible at all costs. Norman clenched his fists and thought firmly, "It doesn't matter if I die, but I can't let Harry follow in my footsteps. I must develop the perfect serum and give Harry a complete life." Norman did not know that everything that happened in his office was quietly recorded by a camera, and after 3 days, the camera was taken away and replaced with a new one. Although the Osborne building was heavily guarded, no one found out about it, because it was only a drop of blood that did it. Although Ivan has made a remote control camera, for the sake of safety, I'll change it myself. Bert put the camera's memory card into the computer, and the picture quickly appeared in it. After reading it, he smiled slightly. The old green devil didn't use himself to do human experiments, and yes, he is a billionaire. How can he do something so unreasonable? In the movie, it was just for the sake of the plot. Old green devil, your chairman position will be replaced soon. As time turns, June comes. At this time, the streets are full of cool beauties wearing short sleeves and skirts, which are quite eye-catching. And this month, the hottest thing is still superheroes, but it's not Tony Stark. It's Spider-Man flying between high-rise buildings, and countless newspapers and TV shows are talking about him. Daily Bugle is annoying. It's scolding Spider-Man again, and said that the bad people he caught were all hired by him at his own expense. In an outdoor cafe in Hell's Kitchen, Trish Walker, the host of the radio show Trish Talk, looked at the report in the newspaper and cursed. It's not the first day that the Daily Bugle scolds Spider-Man. If you buy it every day to read it, you're actually funding it to continue to scold Spider-Man. Jessica Jones leaned back in her seat weakly. She hated going out during the day, and even more hated sitting outside drinking coffee. She wanted to go to a bar for a drink. "This newspaper is fake. I won't spend money on the Daily Bugle. It's better to go out of business." Trish snorted. She looked at Jessica and said excitedly, "Jessica, do you want to be a superhero too? You have the ability." "No, absolutely not." Jessica shook her head like a rattle. What a joke. The last time she helped someone, she turned her head and met the purple man and yellow people. If it wasn't for her escaping fast, she wouldn't know what it would be like now. Trish is very disappointed. She is full of unwillingness. If she has Jessica's ability, she will become a superhero and be worshipped by the whole city, just like Tony Stark and Spider-Man. "Trish, being a superhero isn't as good as you think," Jessica said. "You should give up this idea as soon as possible, and also, don't bring me here for coffee again. No matter how long you stare at the tea house, they will not let you in. They have a membership system. Only members are allowed inside." After hearing this, Trish couldn't help but look at the dragon subduing tea house opposite. She said a little frantically, "Why does a tea house have a membership system? Aren't they afraid of closing?" Jessica said, "You ask me, who am I going to ask? Trish, Kung Fu, and everything are fake, and that old lady that day may not be related to this tea house. Maybe she was just passing by." Just as Jessica was halfway through speaking, Trish stood up abruptly and said excitedly, "The old lady appeared. I knew she was from the tea house, and I want to go to learn Kung Fu from the teacher." After speaking, Trish grabbed the bag, trotted to the door of the tea house, and shouted to the old lady inside through the door in broken Chinese, "Master, master." Madame Gao was a little surprised. She walked over tremblingly, opened the door, and asked, "Who are you, and why are you calling me master?" Trish said excitedly, "My name is Trish. I want to take you as my teacher and learn Kung Fu." "I see. I'm sorry. I don't accept apprentices." Madame Gao understood. She waved her hand, turned, and walked in. Trish was in a hurry and wanted to enter, but was stopped by the security guard in the suit at the door. This woman is a habitual offender and tried to sneak in several times. Trish couldn't get in, so she could only shout at the door, "Master, I want to learn Kung Fu, and I'm willing to pay a high price." Madame Gao shook her head. "How can Kung Fu be learned with money? Besides, will Madame Gao be short of money?" Back then, all her money was packed in sacks. Seeing Madame Gao ignoring Trish, Jessica, who came over, said dissatisfiedly, "Trish, she's a liar. You don't need to beg her." Madame Gao still ignored her. She is now heartbroken, and she just wants to go to jail here quietly, and then one day, go back to Kunlun. Trish was unwilling to fail like this and wanted to rush in, but the security guard in the suit pushed her angrily and almost pushed her down. Jessica was furious and pushed the security guard's shoulder hard. As if the security guard was hit by a motorcycle, he flew out and fell to the ground. Madame Gao looked back at this scene and couldn't help but look at Jessica. What kind of training place does not teach? You tell my sister honestly, you are a liar. As Jessica walked in, she shouted. Madame Gao shook her head, pushed Jessica out with a wave of her hand as she fell to the ground, and then said, "The owner of this tea house doesn't like people breaking in." Jessica sat on the ground, a little dazed. The other party didn't touch her. How did she fall? This is so unscientific. Trish's eyes brightened, and she shouted, "Master, I want to learn Kung Fu from you." Madame Gao didn't want to accept apprentices, and she didn't want them to bother her again, so she deliberately made a problem. "If you want to learn, you can kneel there for a day, and I will accept you as a disciple." "Kneel here?" Trish was stunned. She is a star. If she started to kneel here, it will be big news. "Trish, ignore her. Let's go back. I'll find someone to tear it down tomorrow." Jessica got up and said viciously. Bert happened to come out of the backyard and asked in amazement, "Who wants to demolish my tea house?" "Huh, Jessica Jones?" Jessica looked at the Asian opposite and asked suspiciously, "You know me?" Bert smiled and said, "Of course, I know. I saved your life, but not only did you not repay, but you smashed the glass of my house." Jessica finally recognized Bert. She took a step back and shouted in horror, Are you that yellow man?" "Yellow man? What yellow man?" Trish was confused. Jessica knew the owner of this tea house. Why didn't she say it earlier? I didn't have to be blocked out for so many days. "Yellow people? Yes, we did wear yellow clothes at that time." Bert smiled. He turned to Madame Gao and asked, "What's the matter?" "Is such that?" Madame Gao said the matter again, and then said, "I will drive them away immediately." The blonde can be driven away, and the one named Jessica should be brought in as a waiter to pay off the debt. Bert said. Madame Gao nodded and walked towards Jessica with a cane. Jessica was shocked and turned to run away, but Madame Gao hit her in the back with a cane. I don't know how Madame Gao did it. After Jessica was hit, she felt numb and could not help herself. She fell to the ground softly. Madame Gao grabbed her arm and pulled her to the backyard. Unable to resist, Jessica shouted, "Trish, save me." "Jessica." Trish was in a hurry and wanted to rush in to save people, but Bert motioned for the security to stop her, and then said, "Don't worry, I will let her go when she pays off her debts." Trish shouted, "I'll pay you back how much she owes." Bert said, "Not much, just a piece of glass, a life-saving grace. If it is just glass, it can be repaid after tens of days of work. As for the life-saving grace, she can work for a few years." "Then why don't you keep her for 20 more years? What's the difference between this and kidnapping?" Trish said angrily. Bert smiled and didn't answer. In other words, this looks like kidnapping. Trish thought of something and shouted, I can help her pay it back. You should know me, right? If I come to your store as a part-time worker, it will attract more customers. Bert smiled and said, Do you think I care about customers? Trish was speechless. How could a membership-only tea house care about the number of customers? At this time, a nervous and unconfident voice sounded next to him. Excuse me, is this the dragon subduing tea house? Trish turned her head and saw an ugly, dirty-looking man standing beside her asking questions. She frowned and was about to speak when Bert came over and stretched out his hand. Mr. Dillon, I was waiting for you. When was Max Dillon ever been treated so kindly, let alone a big man with a well-dressed and extraordinary bearing? He was flattered and stretched out his hand. Hello, please call me Max. Let's go in and talk. Bert motioned Max to come in with him. Trish was annoyed when she saw that such a weirdo could go in, but he couldn't. It's always like this, others can easily get what I want. HMPH. Isn't it just kneeling? I'll show you. Trish gritted her teeth and made a decision. Of course, she won't kneel like she is now. She was a star, although she was a bit out of touch. Trish went back and changed into colorful clothes, then covered her face, carried the camera and a bag of food and returned to the entrance of the tea house again. Then, she set the camera and knelt at the entrance of the tea house swaggeringly. Although the passers-by were a little surprised, they glanced at the camera and didn't care too much. It was either a weird show or performance art. In New York, there are many such things, so it's not surprising. Trish thought proudly, hey, I just have to endure this for 24 hours. Then I will learn Kung Fu and become a superhero that is even hotter than Iron Man and Spider-Man. Pepper silently prayed for Happy in her heart. As we all know, someone is super careful.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.